Before we begin, I'd like to pay tribute to Sir George Howarth, who died last week. Sir George was a Member of Parliament for Knowsley from 1986 to 2024. He held numerous posts on select committees in this House and was appointed a minister in the late 1990s and was a later distinguished and long-serving member of the panel of chairs. I've got to say, George I knew. His father-in-law was the MP for Chorley. And George had his commitment to come in. And we all had to go and work on his by-election. And tragically, George got a bad back. But we did have a big majority at the end of it. But of course, our thoughts and prayers are with his wife Julie and wider family and friends. He was a great politician, and it is another sad loss to this House. Order, order. We start with questions. Secretary of State for Defence, Alex Berry-Curtis.
Mr. Speaker, question number 1, please.
Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, can I associate myself, and I'm sure all members of this House, with your words of condolence for the late, great George Howarth. He was a hugely experienced parliamentarian, and I know that he will be very much missed. Mr. Speaker, can I also congratulate the England men's team on what was one of the great nights, or perhaps mornings, in our nation's footballing history, a victory built on pride, passion and determination. With your permission, Mr. Speaker, I would like to answer questions 1, 9 and 13 together. Russia poses a serious and persistent threat to UK and European security in every domain: underwater, on the land, in the sky, space and cyber. And Russia's reckless military actions involving NATO aircraft and airspace risk miscalculation and escalation, including their multiple reckless overflights of our aircraft carrier just last week. This government is making sure that our response meets that threat as we stand firm with Ukraine and stand firm with NATO.
Thank
you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to associate myself with the comments about George Howarth, who I knew before I came in this place, and he was a brilliant man. As we've seen only too clearly this weekend, the threat from Russia rears its head at all levels, from the physical aggression we know all too well to mastering the art of operating in the grey zone through proxies, election interference and psychological warfare. I want to acknowledge and thank the Secretary of State for his important work when leading the Defending Democracy Task Force, and I welcome the Defence Investment Plan. So can he set out how the Defence Investment Plan will play a role in defending our country against threats that are not solely physical?
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful to him, and I was proud to lead the DDTF as Security Minister, and now as Defence Secretary I'm focused on ensuring we defend our nation against the threats that we face. The UK is under daily attack from our adversaries that seek to harm our society and our prosperity, including through cyber attacks. My department is now investing £2.5 billion in cyber and intelligence, and we are working across government, industry, society and with our allies to defend against and deter attacks across every domain.
No law.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're in a new era of modern warfare, as we've heard, with cheap drones costing thousands of pounds, knocking out systems costing millions. The Defence Investment Plan reflects this new reality, and I welcome the £5 billion set aside for drones. But what steps is the Minister taking to invest in the fight back against Russian aggression in the information warfare space?
Well, Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend is absolutely right to raise the hybrid nature of the threats that we face from Russia. Information operations seek to unpick the threads of our democratic, resilient society, and we will defend against these threats. I have the privilege now of working with military and civilian specialists in the Ministry of Defence, and I can assure my honourable friend that I will always give our specialists what they need to detect, expose and respond to the full range of hybrid threats that Russia pose.
Alex Ballantyre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was really concerned to see reports last week of drones launched from Russian Shadow Fleet vessels overflying critical infrastructure in the UK, including nuclear air bases, nuclear sites and other concerning issues. I really welcome the action taken by the MOD, Royal Marines, to seize the shadow tanker vessels. But can the Minister, can he give more detail, can the Secretary of State give more detail on how we're going to tackle the drones that are being launched, or whether we have the capability to intercept them, and if not, when?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm sure my honourable friend, as a former Royal Marine himself, will join me in paying tribute to our forces who courageously interdicted the Russian Shadow Fleet vessel just last month. This government takes the security of our military bases and critical infrastructure incredibly seriously. We're giving defence personnel greater powers to defeat drones threatening our bases through the Armed Forces Bill, and our Defence Investment Plan sets out significant funding for radars, sensors and counter-drone systems, including over 750 million to provide short-range drone protection for our forces in the UK and deployed overseas.
Sir Ian Duncan-Smith.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister pressed and agreed that he would use all his might to tackle the Shadow Fleet tankers that were coming through British territorial waters. Since then, one has been taken, and just under 200 Shadow Fleet tankers have passed through our waters with nothing happening. Is the government serious about stopping these tankers? And secondly, is it so serious that it will do something about revisiting UNCLOS, which they seem to think stops them from boarding these tankers?
I'm grateful to the right honourable gentleman. Yes, I can give him the assurance that he seeks. Absolutely, we are serious, which is why in my first couple of days as the Defence Secretary, we interdicted the Russian shadow vessel, and we won't hesitate to take further action in the future.
Richard Ford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Much of the commentary around the Defence Investment Plan is related to the threat as it relates to the UK mainland, our interests and our assets. Firstly, does the Minister think it is more useful to think about the Russian threat to NATO in general terms? And secondly, now that we have the DIP, is the UK still 31 out of 32 for our commitments to strengthen and modernise the armed forces?
As I hope the right honourable and gallant member will acknowledge that we are the third largest contributor in cash terms to NATO. That's why this weekend I was visiting our personnel deployed on NATO operations in the High North. That is why, with the Prime Minister and the Foreign Secretary, I'll be going to the NATO summit in Ankara. Our allies look to us for leadership. We've provided that in the past, and I guarantee we'll provide it in the future.
The MOD over the weekend said that the action against HMS Prince of Wales was unsafe and unprofessional. Does the Minister not agree with that? It's far more than that. It is provocative. And does he not further agree that Russia will take the next step if this threat is not faced down? What action will we now be taking to make it absolutely clear to the killer in the Kremlin that this sort of thing is simply not acceptable?
Well, I agree with the right honourable gentleman. The threat that he's outlined is completely unacceptable. It is reckless. And I commend all of those serving on the Carrier Strike Group for the decisive action that they took in responding to it. The Ankara summit, which begins tomorrow, provides another important opportunity to restate our commitment as an alliance to stand against the threat that Russia undoubtedly takes. And we will be making sure that we don't miss that opportunity.
Chair of the Select Committee, Tan Singh Desi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My heartfelt congratulations to the England football team on reaching the quarter-final, and I also share your condolences with regards to my good friend, Sir George Howarth. Mr. Speaker, with the Defence Investment Plan finally being published, I had hoped that as we head to the Ankara summit, the NATO summit this week, that the government would have set out a clear path to 3.5%. But unfortunately, the Prime Minister will be arriving empty-handed because we haven't even set out a clear path to 3%. So, Secretary of State, with the widely reported Russian potential plot to launch an attack on Polish soil, targeting their critical infrastructure, and the US President warning NATO members to increase investment or face the consequences, will my right honourable friend reassure us that at the Ankara summit, the Prime Minister will reassure allies by setting out a clear pathway to 3.5%?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I have huge respect for the Chair of the Select Committee. He will have heard the words that I spoke the other day in terms of the importance of ensuring that defence is the #1 spending priority at the next spending review. That is the moment at which we will need to set out a clear trajectory to ensure that we honour the commitments we've made to spend 3.5% of GDP by 2035. But I know that he will also understand the leading role that the United Kingdom plays within NATO. Our allies expect us to lead and expect us to step up, and that is what we'll do.
Joshua Reynolds.
Mr. Speaker, does the Secretary of State accept that long delays in publishing the Defence Investments Plan and the instability at the top of his department has sapped confidence from the industry and our allies at the very moment that the Russian threat demands more certainty from us?
Well, with great respect to the honourable gentleman, what I accept is that in 2.5 weeks we sorted the Defence Investment Plan. That is a good base to build on. That is 15 billion of additional resource which sits alongside a commitment to spend 298 billion over the next 4 years. It's the kind of numbers that the party opposite could only dream about.
James Coughlin, Shadow Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I echo your sentiments about Sir George Howarth and pass on the condolences of the opposition to his family and friends. And also, for their first orals, welcome the new ministers to the front bench team. Now, Mr. Speaker, today's reports of Russian provocation illustrate the scale of the threat from Putin, but they also show why Britain needed a defence investment plan that was fully funded instead of one with a £5 billion IOU for the next Prime Minister. Now, on that point, the DRI Minister responsible for producing the DIP admitted on the media round last week that he only found out about the missing £5 billion after the DIP was published. When did the Secretary of State find out?
Let me gently respond by saying that we inherited a Ministry of Defence that was underfunded, over-programmed and completely unsuited to the threats that we face now in the future. This government has committed 298 billion. He mentions 5 billion. Let me tell him that we're spending more than 5 billion, the largest ever drone investment for the UK, learning the lessons of Ukraine. We've been clear about the need to spend more on defence, and we will do that. But I won't be taking any lessons from the honourable gentleman.
This isn't good enough, Mr. Speaker. The Defence Investment Plan has completely unravelled because despite being many months late, they still haven't worked out where they're going to get the money from. Now, either, Mr. Speaker, the Secretary of State knowingly signed off a Defence Investment Plan with a £5 billion poison pill for the Right Honourable Member for Makerfield, or, like his procurement minister, he was kept in the dark by the Chancellor. Which is it?
Secretary of State.
I'm sorry to say that is performative nonsense from the Shadow Secretary of State, who should know better. We inherited a defence budget that was underfunded, overcommitted and simply not fit for the threats that we face. This government has committed 298 billion over the next 4 years, alongside 15 billion of additional resource for the DIP. Yes, we'll need to do more. The spending review will provide the opportunity to do that. And I hope, perhaps, maybe we could establish a political consensus about the importance of doing that.
Democrat spokesperson James McCreary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As our brave Ukrainian allies have halted the advance of the Russian army, Putin has resorted to expanding his air campaign against Kyiv and other Ukrainian civilian targets. His growing barbarism is matched only by his desperation. The UK is rightly proud to have led the world in supporting Ukraine and punishing Putin for his aggression. But now must be the moment that we turn the screw further. I welcome the new sanctions announced today by the Foreign Secretary, but the lifeblood of Putin's war economy is the sale of oil, gas and coal to the world. Liberal Democrats believe there should be no legitimate routes to market for Russian fossil fuels. So ahead of tomorrow's NATO summit, will the Secretary of State and colleagues in the Foreign Office ask the Prime Minister to work with our allies to ban the provision of all maritime services for the export of Russian oil, oil products, gas and coal?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm very grateful to him for raising the important point of support for Ukraine. And whilst in this House it would appear that we're not able to agree on the Defence Investment Plan, I hope that we can agree on the importance of supporting our allies in Ukraine. My first call as the new Defence Minister was to my opposite number in Ukraine. In my first weekend we interdicted the Russian shadow vessel, and in my first week we provided 752 million of support for Ukraine. We need to keep going with that, and he's right to raise the importance of the NATO summit, and I'll be working with the Prime Minister and with the Foreign Secretary to make sure, as he describes, we are tightening that screw.
Question
number 2, Mr. Speaker.
Minister, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as it may be in excess of 47 years since the last Labour RAF veteran stood at this dispatch box, I'd like to acknowledge those that served on that squadron and group questions 2 and 11 together, if you would. Valour will improve the coordination of services at national, regional and local level, ensuring veterans across the UK have easier access to the support they deserve. We are making good progress. I opened the first Valour Centre on Thursday, and round 2 of funding is now open for applications. The first Valour field officers are already in post, with more to follow in the Valour HQ now fully resourced.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. West Horton is home to a fantastic local veterans charity called the Darren Deedy Foundation. Now, Darren bravely served in the Duke of Lancaster's regiment, but sadly died following injuries he sustained on the front line in Afghanistan. I had the privilege of visiting the foundation back in April and meeting Christine and Darren's mum, Julie, to discuss the vital work they do. Will the Minister join me in paying tribute to the incredible work done by everyone at the Darren Deedy Foundation? And will he see if he can find time to accompany me on a visit to the Veterans Community Hub that the foundation is building at the old Washacre Family Support Centre?
I thank my honourable friend for recognising the Darren Deedy Foundation. As an Afghan veteran myself, this is something that I take incredibly seriously. The foundation is doing incredible work in the name of Kingsman Darren Deedy, which is all led by his family and in his memory. I take great pleasure in joining my honourable friend in a visit to the foundation.
Julie Gosling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I associate myself with the words about George Howarth and about the England men's football team, and may I welcome my honourable friend to his position. Our Veterans Contact Point, alongside a number of other dedicated organisations in my constituency of Nuneaton, are a prime example of Operation Valour in action and in practice. Can the Minister provide an update about how this scheme will build on their long-standing service and enhance the support for veterans in Nuneaton and our wider region?
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for raising Veterans Contact Point, because their work is really important. Through Valour, we want to make that support even better so that every veteran can access the support they deserve when they need it. The new Valour Recognised Centre in Telford and Wrekin, the Hub, has just launched alongside 13 other Valour recognised centres across the UK. Expressions of interest for the second round of Valour development funding are currently being assessed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to also welcome the gentleman to his new role, and he'll be interested to know in his new role that the Gosport constituency, which I represent, has the highest proportion of veterans in the country. So what a lot of them are saying is that Operation Valour has good intentions to improve visibility and to triage to care services. But the issue is that it doesn't invest in them, services like housing and healthcare. The new Conservative administration that's just taken over Gosport Borough Council has inherited a 541-strong waiting list for council houses. The NHS waiting list for treatment has gone up 17,000 across Hampshire this year alone. So what will stop Up Valour being more than just window dressing? How will it invest in the services that our veterans rely on?
Well, I thank the Right Honourable Member for her commitment to the veterans in her community and for raising those important points. Valour does not seek to usurp the wonderful third sector that we have existing across the country, and we hope that Valour will empower them and share good experiences across the country. But she points out that there is a shortage of council housing, which is a legacy of a past Conservative government, and I hope that her constituents and the veterans will do well from the falling numbers of those in waiting lists.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our military personnel risk life and limb every day to keep the country safe, and they deserve the best support we can give them. So it's shocking that for many of our veterans, receiving military compensation counts as income when assessing local means-tested benefits. So will the Minister commit to ending this practice so that veterans can be properly rewarded for their sacrifice to this country?
Minister.
Well, I thank the honourable member. He raises a very powerful point. My two local councils were cajoled by myself into ceasing that practice by simply writing a letter to them and lobbying on their behalf. I'd be happy to meet with him to share that practice so that he can do the same.
Oliver.
Question number 3, please, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One veteran rough sleeping is one too many. This government will always ensure support is available when needed. We have committed an additional £12 million to the Reducing Veteran Homelessness programme alongside Op Fortitude. We will deliver 3 years of support services across the UK for veterans at risk or experiencing homelessness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I associate myself with the comments about the loss of Sir George Howarth? His loss will be felt deeply in this place. Organisations in Liverpool like Veterans HQ do incredible work to support homeless veterans, and the government has made tackling this a priority through its Reducing Veteran Homeless programme. The latest evaluation of this highlights a shortage of housing for veterans to move on from emergency accommodation. The amazing charity, British Veterans Enterprise, is addressing that through an innovative new scheme to provide 100 new homes for the most disadvantaged veterans. But it has to be funded through public donations. Will the government look at how it can work with the voluntary sector on projects like this to help provide desperately needed social housing for veterans to whom we owe so much?
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for raising such an important point. I am continuing my predecessor's close work with MHCLG and with local authorities to ensure that veterans receive the support they deserve. I will soon be meeting with MHCLG to discuss this further. There is a range of support available to veterans. All veterans of regular armed forces have been exempted from social housing, local connection in England. The Reducing Veteran Homelessness programme funds vital wraparound support for veterans, and Op Fortitude has helped over 1,000 veterans into housing.
Shelby.
Question number 4, sir.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The DIP sets out plans for a more lethal and larger Royal Navy based on the hybrid model. Despite a lack of investment in docks and late ordering of ships under the last government, I can confirm that the Royal Navy continues to meet operational and NATO commitments. This government is ordering more ships, securing British shipbuilding, and we are serious about delivering the world's first hybrid navy of crewed, uncrewed and autonomous vessels.
Shelbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm grateful for the Minister's answer, but with the retirement of HMS Iron Duke, the number of deployable Type 23s is reducing. In government, we did order a total of 13 Type 26s and Type 31s. So, with the Chagos deal now dead, does the Minister agree with our policy that immediate saving of £400 million should be used to accelerate the commissioning and launching of the Type 26s and Type 31s?
Well, can I thank him for his question? As the Member of Parliament for Devonport, where we not only baseport but refit those Type 23s, many of those ships that have given decades of service are now no longer able to provide the capabilities that we need, and that's why we're accelerating the out-of-service dates for a number of those platforms, while still investing in accelerating the shipbuilding on the Clyde, where we're building the Type 26s, and investing in the hybrid navy, delivering more uncrewed vessels that will especially be active in the anti-submarine warfare era. He will understand that we've set out the Defence Investment Plan with an increase of defence spending, and we'll be using that to support our Royal Navy to be more lethal and larger.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Can I welcome the move for the commitment of procurement of 6 common combat vessels in the DIP, and that I hope, of course, will be based on the hull of the Type 31, currently being built by the very skilled workforce in my constituency at Rosyth. Can I ask the Minister to take immediate action and work with me to progress the CCV programme, so hopefully we do not see a gap between the end of the Type 31 programme and hopefully the start of the CCV construction?
Well, can I thank him and say seriously to the House that he has been an incredible advocate for Rosyth. I've met him on a large number of occasions, and he has been absolutely determined in talking not just about the potential of Rosyth, but the professionalism of the men and women who work there and the opportunity for young people having a career in shipbuilding. The Common Combat Vessel is a huge opportunity for us to expand our number of hulls in the Royal Navy and to build the latest capabilities, not just in air defence, but also as a mothership for our hybrid Navy opportunities. I'll be happy meeting him to discuss further.
Dave Duggan.
Mr. Speaker, we learned from the Defence Investment Plan that there will be no new Type 83s and there will be no Type 32s, but we will get some unspecified, undetermined and uncrewed and currently unbelievable replacement to take them. This is precisely the same sort of budget-cutting, finger-crossing nonsense from the MOD, which sees the geriatric Land Rover not replaced till 2030, Sandown and Hunt replaced before their replacements, and C-130 retired before low-level parachutes could take out place from the A400. Just 3 examples of the MOD missing the target. So will the Secretary of State get a grip of the bean counters in the MOD who aren't very good at counting beans apparently, and will he commit to building all future complex warships on either the Clyde or at Rosyth, and preferably both?
It's unlike the SNP to be so positive about defence, isn't it? I have to say, Mr. Speaker, the Type 83 and the Type 32 were PowerPoints. There was no budget attached to them, and that's why in the Defence Investment Plan we set out a plan for a common combat vessel and a hybrid navy to fulfil the opportunities that retirement of the Type 45 presents for us to deliver this here. I have to say to him, I hope that he will take back a message to the Scottish Government that we could work in partnership to commonly fund the 2 Defence Technical Excellence Colleges that will provide the skills for the work on the Clyde and Rosyth to continue. I hope he and I can be together on that, but let's keep going because we want to see more shipbuilding in Scotland. That's what this DIP delivers.
Jane Kirkham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Royal Navy Fleet obviously sits alongside the Royal Fleet Auxiliary. Could the ministers confirm that he is committed to the RFA and their fleet expansion as well?
Well, can I thank my honourable friend? She really is the Member of Parliament for the Royal Fleet Auxiliary, as someone who is determined to champion it so frequently. She will have seen in the Defence Investment Plan our commitment to the new generation of fleet solid support ships, and also she will have seen the work that this government has been undertaking since 2024 to address concerns that were raised with us about the Royal Fleet Auxiliary and the workforce now making substantial improvements both on rig, on training, on welfare. There's still one more item that I want to get over the line, but she can see a shipbuilding pipeline and a bright future ahead for the Royal Fleet Auxiliary with this Labour government.
George.
Question 5, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Minister.
Defence continually assesses threats and risks in all areas, including aerial drones. The Defence Investment Plan contains measures to accelerate transformation and equip forces for modern warfare, including £790 million for an integrated air and missile defence. Defence has taken extensive steps to strengthen homeland counter-drone capability, including vulnerability assessments of defence sites, restricted flying areas over numerous bases, and enhanced counter-uncrewed aircraft systems capabilities delivered by the Ministry of Defence Police.
George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Certainly the government's plans as far as drones have been referred to on a number of occasions already in the questions. Of course, I welcome the important emphasis on uncrewed systems. As the Minister is aware, the air station at Pradanic, or Pradnick as we call it locally, in West Cornwall, is one of a number of important locations for research and development, in this case the National Drone Hub, and has many advantages, including relatively clear airspace. So if ministers intend to take advantage of existing assets to scale up UK autonomous capabilities at pace, will she make sure that this happens at pace and that they take advantage of the opportunities in places like Pradanic?
The honourable member is right to highlight the fantastic work being done at Pradanic, and I agree wholeheartedly with him there. The Defence Investment Plan places significant emphasis on uncrewed capability and autonomy, and he will be very well aware of the other measures we have taken, such as the Uncrewed Systems Centre to support, as he rightly says.
That's Peter Prinsley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So in 1914, we were producing 12 Vickers machine guns a week. By 1918, we were producing 1,200 machine guns a week. So warfighting depends not only on the bravery of our armed forces, but also on the technical innovation of our manufacturers. So in Suffolk, we now have advanced drone manufacturers. Does the Minister agree that we must always be ready for the next war?
Minister.
I wholeheartedly agree, and I think that was a really key message of this Defence Investment Plan, which is looking ahead to the technology that we need in the future. For example, the £5 billion that we have allotted to uncrewed systems, exactly as he says.
Hey, Kruger.
The money in the DIP is clearly not enough, but it is welcome that some money has been found for defence, and I do particularly welcome the new drone facility that's coming to Swindon in Wiltshire. But can I ask in a genuinely constructive spirit to the Minister whether she is content with the model of defence procurement that we have in this country, and whether she thinks, with a new Secretary of State, a new Prime Minister coming, now is the time to do a lot more to expedite the sort of innovative defence procurement that we need that's going to make the weapons for the future.
I thank him for raising a hugely important point, and he's absolutely right. I mean, when I was serving, I saw some of the, I think, areas for improvement that we need to see. This government is absolutely committed to improving and changing our procurement system so it can deliver the vital kit and equipment that our brave troops deserve to have.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I add to the tributes to Sir George Howarth and say that all of us who served with him on the Labour Party National Executive Committee very much admired his courage in taking on and rooting out anti-Semitism. Mr. Speaker, I welcome the success of our forces in the Middle East in counter-UAS work during the recent conflict there. Could the Minister set out measures that are being taken to increase the number of military personnel who have the required skills to do counter-UAS operations? Because it's not just about the kit, it's about the training of personnel to use it.
Minister.
I thank him for his question, and he's exactly right to highlight that, as well as making sure that we purchase the right kit and equipment, that we have personnel who are trained and ready to use them and adapting to the new way of warfare. There will, as you know, be considerable effort across our armed forces, and our new uncrewed task force will deliver exactly that.
Question number 6, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I work closely with the Prime Minister and the Chancellor to secure more money for our armed forces, a £15 billion increase in my department's spending power. This means we'll invest £298 billion in defence over the next 4 years. Of course, there is more to do, and I will continue to work closely with colleagues across government to ensure that defence remains the #1 priority at the next spending review.
Sarah Dye.
Speaker, I visited RNAS Yeovilton recently and saw the welcome improvements to single living accommodation for serving personnel at HMS Heron. But funding to refurbish or replace the 14,000 service homes across the country, like those in nearby Ilchester, has now been pushed back to 2030 to 2035 to help pay for the Defence Investment Plan. So can the Minister confirm whether personnel serving at bases like RNAS Yeovilton will be affected by that delay and what they should expect by 2030?
Well, I'm grateful to her for the important point that she raises, and I pay tribute to those who serve in her constituency. We well understand the importance of the best possible standard of living accommodation for those who give so much for our country. That's why the Defence Investment Plan restated the commitment to spend £9 billion over the next 10 years on defence accommodation, and that's why 9 out of 10 of those in most repair have already been fixed.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've seen a 30% increase in Russian subsurface surface activity, Russian proxies rampant across Africa, £15 billion worth of cyber attacks across Europe, sabotage and drone incursions across the border. Could the Secretary of State explain to me that if the Russians were to test us on NATO's eastern flank, when they look across that flank, they don't see a NATO brigade, they see one that looks like a Ukrainian brigade?
Well, I think the Honourable and Gallant Member raises a very important point, and I know that he speaks with operational experience on these matters. I hope he understands and sees the importance with which we attach these matters. I know he understands the importance of working closely with our allies, both in NATO and in the GEF, and he and I have discussed it on many occasions. He will also understand that tomorrow at the NATO summit in Ankara provides another important opportunity for us as an alliance to state our opposition to the threat that we face from Russia, and that's why we've made sure that we've got the resources that we need to equip our armed forces for the kind of threat that he knows all about.
The Minister David Reid.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier this year, when I served on the Armed Forces Bill Committee, the then Armed Forces Minister assured us that funding for service housing was, and I quote, ring-fenced, and that nothing in the Defence Investment Plan would stop us getting on with the job. Yet the Defence Investment Plan cuts £300 million from that funding due to be spent in this Parliament, pushing that investment into the next. So can the Secretary of State tell the House exactly how many service family homes will now have their refurbishment or rebuild delayed into the 2030s because the government has failed to honour that commitment? And can he confirm that that figure is 14,000 homes?
Mr. Speaker, I've got a lot of time for the Honourable and Gallant Member, but again, I'm not going to take lessons from members opposite about the state of defence housing. He will have heard the commitment that I made earlier with regard to the £9 billion investment that was reiterated in the DIP. I can also say to him that we will be refurbishing another 2,000 homes across the UK in the next 12 months alone. I understand why he raises the point in the way that he does, but I hope that he will accept the importance that we attach to making sure that those who serve have got the best standard of accommodation.
James McCleary, Liberal Democrat spokesman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is sadly clear that the government's defence investment plan is not fully funded. It adds little more than a sticking plaster to the gaping holes left in our armed forces by years of Conservative cuts. We need to rapidly regenerate our military and make it ready to deter and, if necessary, fight and win the wars of the future. That requires innovative thinking, both on the capabilities we need and the ways to raise the money to pay for them. As the Secretary of State well knows, Liberal Democrats have proposed defence bonds. It's an idea that has received support from Andy Haldane, former Chief Economist to the Bank of England, now reportedly an advisor to the Right Honourable Member for Makerfield. Can I ask whether the Secretary of State or his colleagues have spoken to Mr Haldane about a defence bond scheme, and if not, will he commit to doing so?
Mr Speaker, I don't agree with his analysis of the dip, not least because included within it was 20 billion to rapidly increase the Army's lethality, nearly 64 billion in terms of investment in the UK's nuclear enterprise. And in addition, this is a defence investment plan that will create up to 60,000 good skilled jobs across the country. But in terms of the specific point he made about bonds, I can say to him that the United Kingdom is working with our allies to establish a mechanism to improve defence financing, joint procurement and industrial capacity. Of course, we'll look closely at the suggestions that he made about how we can do things differently, but I hope that he will understand that there is a commitment from this government to invest the resources we need over the longer term. But of course, we'll look closely at how we best do that.
Rishi Sunak.
Question number 7, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to say that the Catterick Integrated Care Centre will open in Richmondshire later this year. The cutting-edge healthcare facility is a joint MOD and NHS initiative, the first of its kind, that will deliver transformative integrated healthcare and services to the military and civilian communities of Catterick, North Yorkshire and the wider Richmondshire area.
Can I add my welcome to the new Minister? I know he'll bring experience and dedication to the role, and I thank him for the answer. He's absolutely right that this new care centre will serve both serving personnel and the local community and improve healthcare provision. Could I just ask that the MOD continue to liaise with the local authority as they develop the Catterick Town regeneration plan to make sure things are joined up? And then more broadly, I know that he'll agree with me, as he said, this is a first-of-its-kind collaboration between the NHS and the MOD, which I hope can serve as a template for other areas around the country. And will he join me in thanking all of those who have been involved in this project, which has taken many years to bring to fruition?
Looks like you need it early. Come on,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But may I just say that I agree with him entirely and it's an incredible honour to respond to a question of his, and the work that he has done shows just how important the work of backbenchers is, because the work is truly transformative. It's something that the rest of us can all learn from. I'd love to come and visit the facility with him so that we can highlight this as an exemplar and something that we could transfer to other places in the country.
Question number 8, Mr. Speaker.
So State.
Mr. Speaker, this government will always stand up for those who've served our country. We are determined to honour our veteran service and celebrate the vital role they play in our society. Last year, this government published a strategy for veterans, including celebrating their contributions, supporting them into good jobs and through the transition to civilian life. And our 50 million Valour programme will give veterans easier access to the care and support that they deserve.
Katie Lamb.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Secretary of State for his answer. Twiggy Roberts, who is a veteran himself and runs HX Motors in my constituency, training up other veterans to maintain and customise Land Rovers, says that he hears a lot from veterans of his generation about their frustrations in getting access to the mental health services that they need and deserve, particularly when dealing with PTSD. It would be great to hear about what conversations he's having with Cabinet colleagues, particularly in the Health Department, about how veterans can be given access to these services. They give one another great support, but it's clearly not the same as support from professionals.
Well, I'm very grateful to her for raising this important point, and I pay tribute to her constituent and the work that he's doing in her constituency. I think it's an entirely fair challenge that she's made, and of course we will have conversations with colleagues right across government to make sure that we've got the support services in place to provide that support to those who need it. There is a very important role for the NHS, and that's why we're working with colleagues in the Department for Health. But I'm sure my honourable friend, the Minister for Veterans and Personnel, will be very happy to discuss it with her further.
Alex Beck.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This weekend we had the pleasure of hosting the Nepal Cup in Aldershot, a celebration of the Brigade of Gurkhas. Talking to some of the Gurkha veterans there and hearing their experiences, again underlined the need to urgently resolve long-standing issues such as Gurkha pensions. I pay tribute to the now Minister for Armed Forces for the progress made and who has worked with me to engage directly with Gurkha veterans and ensure they feel heard. Will the Secretary of State set out how he will build on that work so Gurkha veterans receive the support and recognition they deserve going forward?
Well, I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for the work that she does championing the service of our Gurkhas, who I'm sure the whole House will hold in the very highest of regard. I was pleased to have the opportunity to meet with her in her constituency just a few days ago, where we discussed the importance of this matter in detail. I hope that she will understand that we're working through the detail of an engagement plan with the right stakeholders, including the G10. And I'm confident that my ministerial colleague is on the case in terms of providing the assurances that are being sought, and I know that he'd be happy to discuss the matter with her further.
Shadow Minister Mark Francois.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I endorse your tribute to the late Sir George Howarth? And may I also take this opportunity to welcome the incoming Veterans Minister to his new position. In the 2 years he's been in this House, he's already established a reputation for independence of mind and for fearlessly speaking truth to power, regardless of the consequences. And I'm sure that will stand him in very good stead now. Regarding Northern Ireland veterans specifically, when the previous Armed Forces Minister resigned, on principle, partly over the legacy issue, he famously described Labour's Northern Ireland Troubles Bill as not fit for purpose. What does the Secretary of State think he meant by that?
Mr. Speaker, I should begin by declaring an interest as a veteran who's served in Northern Ireland. And let me say to the right honourable gentleman that this government is absolutely committed to the Troubles Bill. But I'm also determined to ensure that everyone involved, including families and veterans, are treated with fairness, dignity and respect. So this government will introduce a substantial package of amendments to strengthen protections for veterans and provide greater confidence that those who served our country are afforded the appropriate safeguards. We are engaging with stakeholders to ensure that the measures reflect the interests of our defence community and to deliver a balanced and fair approach to addressing the legacy of the Troubles.
Speaker, we've been waiting for those amendments almost as long as we've been waiting for the dip. So can I ask, where is the right honourable member for Makerfield on the legacy issue? Many regiments who hail from the northwest, such as the Duke of Lancaster's regiment, already mentioned once today, and the King's regiment before them, who traditionally recruited from both Liverpool. So has the Secretary of State had any indications that our likely new Prime Minister is going to do right by those former soldiers from his own region, scrap the benighted bill, which helped Sinn Féin pursue our veterans via lawfare and get rid of the whole nonsense altogether?
Let me say to the Shadow Minister that genuinely I want to find a way forward with this that could attract cross-party support. But I would remind him and some members opposite that the previous government's Legacy Act left our veterans with no certainty, no protection, and victims and families with no justice. No veteran ever received immunity through the law, and it risked giving immunity to terrorists. This government has and will bring forward new primary legislation which is legally compliant and recognises our veterans' interests in order to properly deal with the legacy of the Troubles.
Katrina Berry.
Number 10, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
The UK is committed to security in the High North, as well as Royal Marines' cold weather training in Norway, ranger exercises in Sweden and Finland, and air policing operations. The UK plays a key role in NATO's Arctic Sentry initiative, deploying our carrier strike group to the High North this year. The Secretary of State was in fact able to witness this firsthand just this weekend on a visit.
Katrina Murray.
Protecting our interest in the High North depends not only on our armed forces, but also on a resilient defence industrial base. Constituencies such as mine are home to highly skilled defence and engineering businesses that play an important role in supporting our national security. How is the Department ensuring that UK industry has the investment and skilled workforce needed to sustain these capabilities into the future?
My honourable friend is quite right to highlight the High North, and the Defence Investment Plan positions our armed forces to focus on its protection alongside our allies in NATO and the JEF. Through the Scotland Defence Growth Deal and our intention to launch 2 Defence Technical Excellence Colleges, which we have invited the Scottish Government to match fund, we are continuing to support Scotland's defence industry and provide it with the highly skilled workforce it requires.
Ryan Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Protecting British interests in the High North requires a strong Royal Navy. Under the current DIP, the Type 45s are going to go out of service in 2035 to be replaced by some CCVs and some other uncrewed systems which currently only exist on PowerPoint. So 9 years from PowerPoint to power projection stretches credibility somewhat. So will the Minister take her personal credibility that these systems will be delivered on time and that we won't have a gap in our air defences in the High North?
I'm sure the Honourable and Gallup member will agree that when we look at the changing nature of warfare, that we must change as well to meet it. And I think having that focus on uncrewed systems, on AI, is absolutely critical, and I welcome the vision set out by the First Sea Lord.
David Simmons.
Number 12, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
My time as an air cadet was one of the reasons why I'm stood here today. We are committed to expanding and modernising the 5 MOD-sponsored cadet forces, investing to improve opportunities for young people, supporting social mobility, confidence and resilience. The SDR 30% growth target will now be met by 2035, with the next action plan published during Cadets Week in October.
David Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Cadet centres like the TS Pelican at Ruislip in my constituency are a vital part of our armed forces community. But with the government having made the decision to cut the funding that supports our cadet groups, can the Minister tell us what progress is being made with the private sector investment, which the government has said will backfill the consequences of those cuts?
Minister.
I thank the honourable member for raising these issues. I don't recognise that we've cut the funding. We still intend to expand the cadet forces by 40,000 cadets. That target will be met by 2035, and the details that he mentions are in the Cadet Action Plan.
Good.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I recently visited the Sea Cadets in Stafford, and it was brilliant. They are somehow thriving despite being around 70 miles from the nearest coastline.
Yeah,
but what they lack in coastline, they very much make up for in enthusiasm. But unlike some of the Army and Air Cadet units, Sea Cadets are run as a charity and miss out on some of the Cadet Expansion Programme funding. So will the Minister tell me what support is available to sites like Stafford's, so even those of us who are missing out on sea access don't miss out on fair funding access?
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for raising these issues and for highlighting the absence of water in Staffordshire. The Cadet Action Plan and the meeting, I will meet with her to discuss these issues afterwards.
Right, we come to the top of the list, Dr. Luke Evans.
Topical 1, Mr. Speaker.
Sarah Stake.
Mr. Speaker, last week I made good on my promise to publish the Defence Investment Plan and do right by our people. Yesterday, I met some of those people deployed on our aircraft carrier HMS Prince of Wales in the High North. They are deterring our adversaries and keeping the UK and our NATO allies safe. I know the whole House will join with me in offering gratitude for their dedicated service and sacrifice. Tomorrow, I will join the Prime Minister and the Foreign Secretary in Ankara for the NATO summit. 32 nations with the might of our armed forces and defence industry behind us, building a stronger, more secure Europe.
Dr. Luke Evans.
Can I welcome the new Defence Secretary to these questions and simply pose a quick one to him, because we need some clarity about the Chagos deal. Could he confirm it has been cancelled and the money that was, the billions that was going to go to Mauritius, has now been transferred to defence spending?
It's a fair question. I'm looking very closely at the detail and I will discuss it with our American allies.
No, just
Just Affleck.
Not here.
Right, let me go back and let's play Blake Stevenson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituent Clint is a veteran who suffered blast-related traumatic brain injuries during his service. Clint and his partner Carol are campaigning to get the MOD to recognise these injuries and provide more support to veterans. What is the Minister doing to address this issue, please? And will he meet with me to discuss how services across government can be more joined up to support constituents like Clint and veterans up and down the country?
Minister.
Well, I thank the honourable member for raising such an important issue, and I thank Clint and Carol for their service. Our blast injury support is world leading. We have invested £3.65 million in cutting-edge scanning technology, and we collaborate internationally to drive forward research on blast-induced and traumatic brain injuries. Our work on traumatic brain injuries complements wider efforts to ensure no veteran falls through the cracks, having invested more than £25 million into Op Courage since the election, so that veterans in England can continue to access specialist mental health and wellbeing services.
Alex Bellinger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was pleased to see cooperation with the Netherlands on a new amphibious fleet in the Defence Investment Plan. I spent 2 years of my career working alongside the Dutch Marines, and the Royal Marines have a long history of cooperation, mostly not fighting each other. But since our amphibious ships, HMS Albion and Bulwark, are out of service now, when can we expect amphibious ships to be operational in this new Anglo-Dutch fleet?
Well, can I thank him for his question? After the last government tied up HMS Albion, HMS Bulwark, never planning to send them to sea again, this Labour government is bringing back amphibious ships. We're working with the Netherlands to develop a joint capability, and our ambition is for the first ship...
Sorry. Come on, three of you at once is a bit much. Mark, you were showing an example earlier. Don't start going wrong now. Come on.
Mr. Speaker, it takes three of them to take on one of me. Keep it coming. But look, Mr. Speaker, we are working with the Netherlands to develop a joint capability, and our ambition is for the first ship to enter service in the 2030s.
James Cartledge, Shadow Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the day of its publication in June 2025, the headline promise of Labour's Strategic Defence Review was a commitment to buy, and I quote, up to 12 attack submarines. At the time, they couldn't answer the question of exactly how many submarines that meant in practice, but they assured us that the detail of all their SDR promises would be set out in the Defence Investment Plan. So exactly how many attack submarines are they going to buy?
Mr. Speaker, the Defence Investment Plan clearly sets out our intention to buy up to 12 SSN AUKUSes, and the delivery of those are conditional on the improvements in productivity that we're working with BAE Systems to deliver at Barrow, not just in workforce, but in production shipyard facilities. We plan to buy up to 12 SSN AUKUSes.
Jonathan Brash.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Hartlepool, like the rest of the North East, has always been critical to our defence industry, including brilliant Hartlepool companies like Merlin Flex. So can the Minister outline how the record investment secured by this Labour government will benefit jobs in the economy in Hartlepool and the wider North East?
Minister.
Can I thank him? We inherited a situation where the North East was the lowest spending, the region with the lowest MOD spend in the country, and we've made it a mission to increase defence spending in the North East. We have an incredibly talented talent pool in the North East, brilliant defence companies, both large and small, doing brilliant work, and we're determined now we have an uplift in defence spending, that more of that defence spending is spent with British firms, and I want to see more of that spend in the North East as well.
Sir Julian Lewis.
My salary is up to £1 billion a year, but sadly, that doesn't make me a billionaire. Yet. But does the Secretary of State accept that when checking on how much money a country is spending on defence, the accepted way of doing it is by percentage of GDP?
Minister.
Well, I thank him. If he's talking about a salary up to £1 billion, he's cosplaying the member for Clacton, isn't he? In that case there. But can I say to him very seriously, we're the third largest cash spender in NATO. At the spending review next year, we'll be setting out an increase in defence spending. That's something that every defence minister wants to see, and I imagine all sides of this House want to see. It's not just what we spend on defence, it's how we spend it and on what capabilities. And you can see from the dip that we are transforming our armed forces to be more capable, more lethal and better able to defend the UK and our allies.
Thank you,
Mr. Speaker. 2 weeks ago, alongside colleagues, I met with a network of families and parents from all three armed forces. I heard from serving personnel about the real strain of starting a family while serving our country. A recent snapshot survey by the Dad Shift of over 450 serving forces members found 90% believe those who serve would boost retention, strengthen resilience and give our children a better start in life. And does he agree that our armed forces deserve better?
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for raising such an important question. She's a doughty champion of our service people and we're very grateful for her support. Someone who has 4 children all raised within the service, I understand the pressures of service life, and while service personnel are not covered by statutory paternity entitlements, the Armed Forces Occupational Paternity Leave Scheme provides equivalent arrangements. I'm happy to engage with my honourable friend further on this matter to continue exploring further support, raising awareness across defence of available options and working with families' federations to inform future policy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A high proportion of my constituents in North Herefordshire are proudly serving in our armed forces, all our veterans. They want to know that investment in the Defence Investment Plan is spent cost effectively. And so given that more than half of the capital budget is to be spent on the defence nuclear enterprise, more than every single other bit of technology, equipment and kit put together for the entire armed forces, can the Secretary of State assure me that A, value for money analysis has been done of this in line with Treasury Green Book, and B, will he improve parliamentary scrutiny?
Don't worry.
Thank the honourable member for her question. She will know that this Labour government was elected on a manifesto triple locked for our nuclear deterrence, not only maintaining continuous sea nuclear deterrent, not only maintaining the new submarines, but all the upgrades that are required. We will make sure that the nuclear enterprise provides value for money, increased deterrence against threats, and more job creation opportunities for people up and down the country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I personally welcome my honourable and gallant friend, the member for Leighton and Wanstead, to his rightful place on the front bench. Can I also welcome the publishing of the Defence Investment Plan last week? But can the Minister outline how the additional £15 billion of MOD spending will benefit towns like Harlow?
None. Minister.
Harlow was centre of my thinking, Mr. Speaker, when it came to the increase in defence spending. He and I have spent time recently talking about the brilliant defence companies that are based in his constituency, but also the opportunity for growth by having a clear growth in defence spending, focus of British companies. That's an opportunity for graduates and apprentices to have a career in defence.
Lincoln Job.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On Armed Forces Day, I had the huge honour of unveiling a Veterans Buddy Bench in Sunbury Park in my Speltham constituency. The idea is that it's dedicated to veterans. The veterans go there and members of the public are encouraged to go and sit with them. And would the front bench please, all as they go around the country, encourage other constituents to get a Veterans Buddy Bench?
Minister.
I thank the honourable and gallant member for this idea. It's an excellent idea. He will have seen, whilst we were away with the Defence Select Committee, similar shows of support for veteran communities by ministers, and those ideas and the one he's just raised are things that I will look to take on.
Long Bailey.
Speaker, on the issue of nuclear testing veterans, the Minister's predecessor confirmed in March this year that both the MOD and government legal advisers were made aware in 2014 of a previously undisclosed fallout report showing radiation across inhabited areas of Christmas Island, crucially in the main camp where British personnel lived and worked. So can the Minister confirm what work has been done to establish why this evidence was not disclosed in legal proceedings, and were ministers informed at the time?
First, let me say how deeply grateful we are to those who participated in the UK nuclear testing programme, and how grateful we are to my honourable friend for championing them for so long. We recognise their service and the huge contribution they have made to the UK's security. Since taking office, I've worked hard to listen, meeting with the veterans, and the document to which she referred, I'm aiming to disclose as soon as possible, with those principles set out by my predecessor, directed to officials to look into these matters as a matter of urgency.
Davis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In a written answer to me last month, the government revealed that the Army is conducting a review of the Army's reserve basic training, and I believe this is the first time it was disclosed to this House. Therefore, will the Secretary of State commit to putting the terms of reference for that review into the Library of the House? And will he commit to not closing Prince William of Gloucester Barracks until that review is complete?
Minister.
I thank the honourable member, and he has been a doughty champion for his constituency, and we have indeed exchanged many questions about this. I can confirm that all decisions that are taken on with reserves are looking at what is best to support that force, and no decisions have yet been made, but we will, of course, make sure that we are supporting the reserves as we can.
Kim Johnson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The barbaric and deliberate targeting and killing of Palestinian children by the IDF has received very little media coverage or outrage. The UN Human Rights Commission report estimates the IDF have killed over 20,000 children and injured more than 44. So can the Minister say what he's going to do and what assurance he can give in terms of the arms transferred through the UK military bases are not used to facilitate war crimes, and when will he facilitate a full arms embargo?
I thank the honourable member for her question. There has been an abhorrent loss of life. Children must never be the victims of war. In answer to her question, we have already suspended licences for Israel where they might be used in military operations in Gaza. Licences are kept under continuous review. For operational security reasons, we don't offer comment on or information relating to routine foreign nations' military movements.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Local residents, including service personnel living in my constituency, are deeply concerned by the proposal to create a new asylum centre at MOD Bicester. The Minister for Asylum, who is now in his place on the front bench, promised me last week that there would be absolute transparency for the affected communities. So can I ask that a Minister clarifies when MOD officials first began speaking to the Home Office about this proposal, whether, and if so, how many contracts have been issued by the MOD to assess the site, and whether any serving personnel, MOD staff or MOD contractors are under non-disclosure agreements in respect of this proposal.
Minister.
Well, can I thank him for his question? The Prime Minister asked all departments to step up to support the cross-government mission to close asylum hotels. The Ministry of Defence have done so, making available a number of sites that we no longer use for military purposes. I'm very happy arranging a meeting with my colleague from the Asylum Minister and myself to discuss this further.
Neil Duncan Jordan.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. It's nearly 2 years since the International Court of Justice ruled that Israel's presence in the occupied Palestinian territory is unlawful. So does the Minister believe that it's morally or legally justifiable for British bases to continue to be used to transfer weapons to Israel as part of this ongoing conflict?
Minister.
I hope he had my previous answer expressing my deep sadness at the innocent victims of war, and to reconfirm that we have already suspended licences for Israel where the items might be used in military operations in Gaza, noting the F-35 components going to the global programme. Licences are kept under continuous review.
Manifest objective.
The Defence Investment Plan is split into two parts: the near-term investment plan, which covers the 4 years remaining of this Parliament, and the long-term investment plan, which covers the further 5 years, up to 2035. But this is a 10-year plan, and that clearly only adds up to 9 years. It should cover up to the 35-36 financial year. So can the Minister confirm that it is a 10-year plan? And if it is a 10-year plan, does the final part of that plan assume that we are already spending 3.5% on defence?
Minister.
I can confirm it is a 10-year plan. One of the reasons that we set out in detail the first 4 years is because we can see the technologies that we're purchasing in the first 4 years. We know in drone technologies, a number of those areas we will be making spends, but we don't know precisely what platform. Due to the fast iteration of technologies, we will continue to increase defence spending, delivering the 3.5% of GDP by 2035.
In South Dorset, the Lantern Trust and the Veterans Hub have recently applied for Valour funding. If successful, this would make a huge difference to both organisations as they grow the services they offer to veterans, particularly for the Hub, which is the first port of call for many local veterans. So will the Minister look closely at their application for funding and look to support the fantastic work of the Veterans Hub in Weymouth?
Minister.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank my honourable friend for raising the Veterans Hub in his constituency. I very much look forward to coming and visiting it in due course.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can the Secretary of State explain to this House, to the British people and to our NATO allies how it is
that our welfare spending bill is being increased by £19 billion this year. We've spent £13 billion on foreign aid last year, and £15 billion has been committed to net zero schemes, and yet the Defence Investment Plan still has a £4.7 billion funding gap.
Minister.
I would say to the Honourable Lady, we're increasing defence spending. That's what the Labour Party is doing in government. If you look at what Reform has been doing, they were accepting, one of them was accepting bribes from Russia. So I don't precise accept what she is saying. We're increasing defence spending.
Speaker, can I ask the Secretary of State to set out how the Defence Investment Plan and the record investment of nearly £300 billion over the next 4 years will help strengthen local supply chains in my constituency of Mid and South Pembrokeshire, help create good unionised, well-paid jobs, as well as stimulate economic growth?
Can I say, Mr Speaker, the Honourable Gentleman's constituency is going to receive not just support via the £50 million Welsh growth deal, not just support with the Deep Space Advanced Radar Capability programmes at Corridor Barracks, but also help support with SMEs in sites like Castle Martin in his constituency. It is a good deal for Wales.
Josh Babrin.
Speaker, civil compensation is disregarded from pension credit entitlement calculations, but military compensation is not. I know that the new Veterans Minister is sympathetic to addressing this injustice. I wonder whether he would meet with me and the family of Pauline Cole, a veteran who is fighting to address this in order to put this right.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I will meet with him and the family.
John Morrow.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. In the statement on the Defence Investment Plan last week, I raised with the Secretary of State the unacceptable truth that the North East sends the highest proportion of its young people into the armed forces and yet receives the lowest proportion of investment spending. And he said that was a reasonable challenge. So will he meet with me and colleagues from the region to see how we can ensure that the bravery in battle of the sons and daughters of the North East is at the very least reflected in the defence investment spend?
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for her question. She knows that this Southwest lad here is a big fan of supporting the North East industry to not only grow but to create more opportunities. I'm very happy meeting her and North East colleagues to look at what opportunities are now available in the Defence Investment Plan with the £298 billion over the next 4 years.
Just a month.
Mr Speaker, last month a former Defence Secretary said he was believed he was misled by his own department whilst he was Defence Secretary. The Phillips Review panel, including the former Scottish Secretary Barrister Liddell, said she was misled. Given that, surely the Secretary of State must support the Chinook for Justice campaign families' long-standing pleas for a fresh inquiry into why their family members were put on that particular flight.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I should raise that I am very close to some of the families who lost their lives on that Chinook, as she well knows. I'm sympathetic to the points that she makes, and we are looking at this matter at the moment. I have to be very careful about my involvement, but I'll make sure that the questions that she raised are answered, and I will agree to meet with her.
James Cliff.
Mr Speaker, all the military hardware we can buy won't serve its purpose if our nation goes hungry should our reliance on food imports be turned against us. So what reassurances can ministers give that they are leading conversations across government to ensure that if push comes to shove, the UK has the necessary food security to stand on its own 2 feet?
Minister.
Mr Speaker, food security is national security, and although farmers don't wear the uniforms of our men and women in the armed forces, they're equally as vital for our national security, making sure that we can do so. One of the reasons that we're investing so much in the hybrid navy to keep the Strait of Hormuz open is because we know that the imports, be it food or energy, is vital to our security, and that's why we're investing in new capabilities.
Jim Allister.
Today, the Department confirmed to me in a written answer that over the years 2018 to 19, the Ministry of Defence paid almost £12,000 to Jeffrey Donaldson in respect of a peacekeeping consultancy for the Cameroons. How common is it that sitting members of Parliament are paid consultancy fees, and who else has been paid?
Secretary of State.
I can say to the honourable member that I'm not aware of the detail that he raises, but if you'd like to write to me, I'll look very carefully at it.
Final question, Damien Egan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask about the recruitment freezes on civil service roles in the military. Will this change as a result of the publication of the DIP, and how are skills gaps to be addressed to limit pressure on military personnel?
Thank him for his question. I know he represents a large number of constituents who work at DNS in Abbey Wood and do so really well. We've set out not only our support for the whole team effort between civilians and military personnel in the DIP, but also how we are looking at creating more efficiencies and using new technologies in doing so. But I value the work of our civil servants and will be very happy meeting him to discuss Abbey Wood further.
That completes questions. Let the front bench change over. We now come to the urgent question. Katie Lamb.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To ask the Home Department if it will make a statement on whether the government is planning to change the law to deport Rochdale grooming gang leader Shabir Ahmed.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'll start with where any discussion of this nature must always start, and that's with the victims. Over the years, they were subjected to unspeakable crimes, exploited and abused by vile predators, and woefully let down by the agencies charged with protecting them. And I know the House will join me in saying they are in our thoughts today and always. The grooming gang scandal was and will forever be one of the darkest moments in our nation's history. And I know for those affected it will have been unbelievably painful to learn that one of the perpetrators was due for release from prison. Having been convicted in 2012, Shabir Ahmed has served the custodial element of his sentence. He is on the sex offenders register for life, ordered to stay away from his victims and banned from contacting any child or young person. As well as facing strict curfews and restriction zones, his every movement will be tracked. He will be required to wear an electronic tag. Should he breach these conditions, he can be immediately returned to prison. Shabir Ahmed held British citizenship at the time of these offences, and action was taken to deprive him of that right, reflecting the seriousness of his offences. Having arrived in the UK before 1971, he is exempt from deportation due to Section 7 of the Immigration Act. This Act preserved the rights of Commonwealth and Irish citizens who were already in the UK when the Act took effect on the 1st of January 1973. This is not a loophole, Mr. Speaker. The provisions of Section 7 were put in place to protect existing rights for an identified cadre of Commonwealth citizens, most notably the Windrush generation. But, Mr. Speaker, as you know, when a foreign national breaks the laws of this land, our first priority will always be to get them out of the UK. Under this government, removals of foreign national offenders are up 36%, with nearly 10,000 returns since we entered office. The fact that this has not, so far, been possible with an individual responsible for such heinous crimes as Shabir Ahmed is unacceptable. I can assure the House that we have not given up, and we will not. While the original intentions of the legislation in question mean we ought to proceed with care, the nature of the offending in this case demands that we explore all options, and that is what we're doing. And in the meantime, we will, of course, do everything in our power to keep the public safe.
Katie Lamb.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Shabir Ahmed has committed some of the most despicable crimes imaginable. As the ringleader of Rochdale grooming gang, he was responsible for grooming, trafficking and raping children as young as 12 years old. He was jailed in 2012 for 30 counts of child rape. His victims were promised that when he got out of prison, he would be deported back to Pakistan. He has been released from prison, but now we are told that he will not be deported because of a provision in the 1971 Immigration Act. The idea that he might be allowed to stay in this country because of a clause in a decades-old law designed for a completely different time and context is not just absurd, but sickening. As recently as 2023, parole officers concluded that Ahmed poses, and I quote, a very high risk of serious harm to children. How can he possibly be allowed to walk the streets again? When the law produces an outcome which is so clearly so wrong, the law must be changed. And the government must now change this law to make sure that we can remove Ahmed. Members on this side of the House, including the Leader of the Opposition, have made clear that if the Home Secretary puts forward changes to the law which would allow us to deport Shabir Ahmed, we will support them. The Shadow Home Secretary has already drafted an amendment that the government could adopt. The argument for deporting Ahmed is clear, and the mechanism has already been created. All that remains in question is whether the government has the will to act. If so, then we will be happy to support them. If it does not, people across this country will rightly ask, as they already are, whether this is a government that can really keep the British people safe.
I'm grateful for the Honourable Lady's question and subsequent follow-up. I share her anger, and I share her concern too at the anger of the British people who rightly expect that when foreign offenders break our laws, they're removed from our country. That's why we've made the removals to degrees that we have. I will look closely, as we always do, at all amendments and new clauses put forward by the opposition and all honourable and right honourable colleagues to legislation or other ideas as they come forward. As I say, in the context, I couldn't be clearer that all options are on the table at this stage. I might gently say there was, of course, a significant period of time between conviction and the change of government where these changes weren't brought forward, including by some of them some individuals that I expect to be co-signatories. Nevertheless, we are where we are, and the spirit in which she offers that support, I think, is welcome, and I think the public will want to see Parliament come together to make sure that in cases where people commit really serious crimes, we're able to remove them from the country.
Jim McMahon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Shabir Ahmed and his co-offenders committed grave crimes which shook and angered the country. His victims and survivors are foremost in our minds today, and they deserve justice. Now, there are two aspects to deportation. Firstly, getting our own legal house in order, and then secondly, securing an agreement with Pakistan. So on the first, once Shabir Ahmed was deprived of his British citizenship, it would have become apparent that the provisions in the Immigration Act 1971 did create a barrier to deportation. So can I ask, given where we are now, that all options are on the table, including on Monday, when the Immigration and Asylum Bill comes before the House? And secondly, can you update the House on what conversations are taking place with Pakistan?
For that question, I've known the honourable gentleman for a very, very long time indeed. I know on this issue and the protection of his constituents in Oldham, he is resolute and is fighting day by day, and his contribution is very much in the spirit of that. I can absolutely confirm with him that all options are on the table. I share his anger, the anger of his community on this issue. With regards to engagements with the government of Pakistan, that is something that I've done personally in recent months, and we do on a very frequent basis indeed. It is in all our interests for us to have excellent returns agreements with as many countries as possible that are functional as well, and that's the work that we do is all in line with that spirit.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My thoughts are with the victims and survivors who have already suffered unbelievable harm and trauma. They have been failed at every stage, and they deserve better. It's completely unacceptable that someone who's been convicted of such vile offences, who has rightly been stripped of his British citizenship, cannot be deported because what I would believe is a loophole in the law. The law was not intended back in 1971 to protect people like this and must be rectified as a matter of urgency. Please will the Minister tell the House when the government will bring forward the necessary changes? Have they set a deadline for doing so? And what progress has been made in discussions with Pakistan to ensure this offender is deported?
I'm grateful for that question, the spirit in which the honourable gentleman puts it. You know, I can only rely on what I've said so far. We are highly motivated in this case. All options are on the table. I appreciate very much in the spirit in which he pushes me that pace is important too, particularly for public confidence, and we understand that totally. On the point on the engagement with Pakistan, as I said to my honourable friend, that's something we do frequently. That's a very important relationship for us, and we will continue to engage with them in that normal way.
Elsie Blunder.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The last week has been profoundly difficult for constituents in the communities that I represent, communities that still bear the scars that Shabir Ahmed has inflicted from takeaways in Haywood. Over the last week, I've spoken with family members of one of his victims, and they understandably are fearful and deeply let down by his release. For my constituents, any right that he had to walk our streets was forfeited when he committed those vile crimes. Can I therefore ask the Minister what reassurances he can give my constituents that nothing is off the table when it comes to the consequences faced by Shabir Ahmed and those who abuse children?
I'm grateful for that question, and I know that across Lancashire, across Greater Manchester, there'll be a great deal of people who have the same feelings that my honourable friend's constituents have. I want to give a very clear assurance. These are very, very stringent conditions that have been placed on this individual. If he breaches them, that would be very serious and indeed would mean he would be eligible to return to prison. So that is taken exceptionally seriously. But I hear the spirit in which he raises it, and that's the spirit in which the government's working.
Thank you,
Mr. Speaker, I can't quite believe the words that I'm hearing from the Minister. The Minister says all options are on the table, but the only option that the government should be considering is deportation. The Minister has the ability to bring through emergency legislation, which I'm sure will get the backing of all sides of this House to ensure that Shabir Ahmed is deported. When will the Minister be bringing forward this legislation so that we in this House can vote on it and make sure that this individual that has caused heinous crimes across Rochdale is deported?
Speaker, the honourable gentleman is an esteemed member of the Home Affairs Select Committee, so he knows that when he says only deportation, that deportations are multifactorial. It includes barriers in our own domestic laws, barriers perhaps in other laws too, as well as the returns agreements we have around the world. He has heard from me the spirit in which we're operating in this. I can only be as clear as to say that all of those options are on the table. He raises important ways too, but it is never quite as easy, I think, as he's put there. But I know of his motivations. I think I share them myself, and I'm sure at the right moment he'll be keen to support us in our work.
Shabir Ahmed is a dangerous, manipulative paedophile whose sickening crimes are a damning indictment of the failure of the public authorities to adequately protect the victims of the Rochdale grooming gang. So does the Minister agree with me that now we've got the new immigration bill, we have the chance, we have the power within this House to change the law to make sure that child rapists like Ahmed are indeed deported back to Pakistan? And does he also agree that's just the first step, as he's hinted, the first step towards making sure we pull every legal, diplomatic and economic lever to make sure that Pakistan take back those who've caused gross abuse in our country?
I'm grateful for that contribution from my honourable friend. He has been raising this from his first day in this place, including with myself, with my right honourable friend, the Home Secretary, and many, many others indeed. He makes a very important point around possible legislative vehicles. I have to say that we are looking at all of those options, as I've said to him, and similarly he raises important issues with regards to how we work with countries where we remove individuals to. And again, I will give him my total assurance that we work day in, day out with returning countries to make sure that they take back their foreign offenders.
Sir Julian Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Is it true that the diplomats in the Foreign Office who deal with Pakistan are part of the obstacle to getting rid of this loathsome individual? And does he agree with me that it's long overdue that the moral courage, indeed heroism, of former Labour MP Anne Cryer, who first exposed this horrendous abuse, should be properly and officially recognised?
I wouldn't normally comment on the specific details of conversations across government, but I have to simply say that isn't true. His characterisation of diplomats in the Foreign Office, that's not my experience to any degree. On the point on recognition, that of course is for others with more exalted office than myself, but I think he makes a very, very good suggestion.
Graham Stringer.
Mr. Speaker, we can't call ourselves a civilised society while Shabir Ahmed is walking the streets of this country. I agree with the thrust of the Honourable Lady's question, but surely there is another approach to this to get him off the streets of our country, which is to put him back in prison and change the law that reduces the tariff for uncivilised wretches like this, so he can be put straight back in prison.
I'm grateful for that question. I mean, on the purpose of this case, this sentence that this heinous individual received had an auto-release at 2/3 of it, which means that legally he can't be detained anymore. But as I say, the licence conditions are exceptionally strong and, of course, have therefore a route to recall if not properly followed. But I would point to the Sentencing Act changes that this Parliament has made in recent months. We've made grooming an aggravating factor, so vile criminals face being locked up for longer for this type of thing, I think exactly in the spirit in which he talks about.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the Minister commit to reviewing every case where an individual has been stripped of his British citizenship on public protection grounds but remains in Britain because deportation has failed, and tell the House how many such people there are?
In the case of this situation, there are no other ones. But what I would say to the Honourable Lady is that we are resolute in pursuing the removal of foreign offenders, and where there are hurdles, be they legal, be they ones with country of return. We work every day to make sure to overcome those hurdles. So, of course, we will work in that spirit.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Shabir Ahmed's crimes are the worst possibly imaginable, and we're all just horrified to learn that he's now released. Can the Minister confirm that while they are looking at every option to remove this vile individual, when does the Minister expect to bring forward those options and the legal solutions to this situation?
I appreciate from my honourable friend and indeed all honourable colleagues that they're very keen for a defined timeline. What I would say is what matters hugely important in this case is that whatever option is taken forward, that resolves the situation and it sticks. It is right, therefore, that we do take time to get it right. But as I say, we are working at pace because we totally understand the seriousness of this case.
Dr. Neil Shastri.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have a great deal of respect for the Minister, who has adopted the tone of the House, who are united on tackling this issue, but there is clearly a lacuna in the law as it stands. It will take time, however fast the government works, in order to get that onto the statute books. In the interim, is the Minister prepared to use sanctions against Pakistan to ensure the deportation of this grievous individual?
Well, it's really important to say that in this case, the barrier to removal, the initial and currently unmoved barrier to removal is Section 7 of the 71 Act. So that has to be resolved. So I wouldn't run away to the second part of that question. I would also say our returns agreement with Pakistan last year returned 1,300 people with no right to be here, including sex offenders. So we want to work closely with the government of Pakistan to remove people with no right to be here, and that's what we're doing.
Colin Naismith.
Mr. Speaker, Shabir Ahmed is a vile criminal who the British public rightly want to see deported. Does the Minister agree with me that where the law doesn't allow us to do so, that we should change it, and that we should also redouble efforts to secure returns agreements with countries like Pakistan?
On the second part first, I absolutely agree. I want returns agreements with everybody we can get returns agreements with, and critically them to be functioning ones, and where there isn't, we have conversations with countries around the world to make sure that they do function, they follow up on the things that they said they would do. On the first part of the question, I share the honourable gentleman's spirit on this. It is important that people understand as well. There are legal hurdles in many cases in all walks of life, and it is important that we have legal protections, but that it is understood that Parliament is sovereign, and that when we think that things are wrong, then we can make those changes, either sometimes and very healthily in a democracy on points of significant disagreement and divisions, or often in cases where we agree to, and we have the ability to do that, and that's part of the options that are on the table.
Then the best objective.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier in the year, I asked the Home Secretary at the dispatch box about the case of Fabian Henry, a child rapist who was removed from a deportation flight in 2021 after the Home Secretary herself, then in opposition, signed a letter calling for the removal of people from that flight. Earlier this year, last October, I also asked the Minister himself for an update on Fabian Henry and whether he was still in the country, and he refused to tell me based on the fact that the Home Office doesn't comment on individual cases. Given that Fabian Henry could be removed from the country under the legislation that currently exists in the 2007 Borders Act, what confidence should any of us have, or any of the victims of Shabir Ahmed, that the government is going to change the law in order to facilitate his deportation?
Well, fundamentally, when it comes to options that we take forward, it will be for the public to assess whether they think we're doing the right thing or not, and be for us to demonstrate that we are. On that specific case, there are, and I think the honourable gentleman would understand, important safeguards around information, particularly around victims first, that we would share. But we can, with constituency MPs and victim consent, we can share some of that information. Let me pursue that with the honourable gentleman outside of these proceedings, because I would want him to have the fullest information that he can, so he can see, as would be my contention to all honourable and right honourable colleagues, Mr. Speaker, just how vigorously we pursue removals of foreign criminals.
Jonathan Brash.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Some crimes are so despicable and some individuals so evil that they forfeit their rights and their protections, and we must change the law to ensure that they are never afforded them. Isn't the law change that's required here to ensure that no individual can ever again be released unless the very next day they are being deported from this country?
I hear the spirit and the strength with which my honourable friend from Hartlepool speaks. You know, we, I think, have shown and demonstrated the strength and the ability of government to remove people and remove them in significant numbers. You know, as I say, in this case, there are clearly legislative hurdles. All options are on the table, and I ask him and colleagues to give us a little bit of time to consider them and to come forward with plans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I congratulate my honourable friend, the member for Weald Kent, for asking this urgent question, and thank you, Mr. Speaker, for granting it, because Shabir Ahmed is a vile individual, and his continued presence at liberty on our streets is an affront to every single value that we hold dear. The Minister has come here and said that all options are on the table, but he's also said he needs to tread carefully. Can I just tell him that, according to the people of Spelthorne, who've been talking to me about this all weekend, they don't want him to tread carefully. They want him to pull on his hobnail boots and to frog march Shabir Ahmed to the airport today.
Question, and I know that the people of Spelthorne, like the people of Nottingham, are very sensible people. What I would say, he's heard about the interaction of that Section 7 of the 71 Act with the rights of a wide range of Commonwealth citizens, and we know where that can end if done badly. That in that context, he will want us to do it right, because when anything could happen in this space, he would want to know that it is action that has been legally considered properly, and, as I've said to colleagues, is something that is robust. That's why all options are on the table, and I ask just for that little bit of time in order for us to come forwards with plans.
Peter Swallow.
Mr. Speaker, it is my view that Shabir Ahmed, a vile paedophile, signed up for a one-way ticket out of this country on the very day that he started committing his vile crimes. So can I thank the Minister for his statement, setting out that he will stop at nothing to see him deported. But is it not also the case that this situation demonstrates the importance of the government's ability to deprive individuals of British citizenship, notwithstanding that that must always be done with the utmost care and with proper scrutiny?
The raises a characteristically thoughtful point. The ability to deprive individuals of British citizenship, the ultimate kind of foundational right that we all share collectively and across the country, is a very significant step, but a crucial tool in the armoury to make sure that people who come to this country, who commit crimes here, but that they are removable. That is really important and something that we take exceptionally seriously.
Rutland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My thoughts are with the victims and survivors of Shabir Ahmed and the Rochdale grooming gang. The Minister has always been clear that removing foreign nationals, offenders, is a priority for him, the Home Secretary and this government. Can he update the House on what more the Home Office is doing to speed up these removals?
The honourable gentleman raises an important point. We have made significant progress, and as I say, we've removed 10,000 foreign offenders, nearly 10,000 since we took office. I do believe, and it's a statement that we've made in our asylum policy statement in November and brought forward in legislation last week, that there are hurdles that are used to frustrate removal, be they abusing crucial protections through the Modern Slavery Act, be they a gaming of Article 8 of the ECHR, which is far wider than the Strasbourg case law. That's why we've brought legislation forward to make sure that we are able to remove people who forfeit their right to be in the country.
Chris Spence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Minister for his answers on this UQ so far, and in particular his commitment to framing this debate about the victims of these terrible crimes, and they should always be in our thoughts when we have these sorts of debates. And he will know, because I've asked him previously, to commit to making sure that when foreign nationals come to this country and break our laws, particularly in such vile and disgusting ways, he will do everything he can to ensure that they do not stay and they are made to leave. So can he repeat that commitment here today and reassure residents in Harlow that this government will keep them safe?
And I know the wisdom of the people of Harlow, and I know that they are tolerant people. They are people that respect people from all around the world and all different backgrounds, whether they're 500th generation Harlow like himself or more recent. But they also know that when people commit crimes and abuse that status, then of course they should be removed. We have made significant progress in our time in office, and we've proposed more through recent legislation so that we can go further. I look forward to his support and support of colleagues.
Right, that completes the urgent question. Let the front bench change over. We now come to the statement. Minister of State Samantha Dixon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Genuinely free and fair elections are the bedrock of our sovereignty. They are how our people in this country choose their government and hold power to account. But we've seen our democracy under attack. Whether it's foreign actors trying to find ways to divide us from each other and rip communities apart, funding divisive political actors here in the UK or through mis- and disinformation online, or public figures refusing to play by the rules, eroding trust by being either unwilling or incapable of being honest and transparent about the support they receive. No Labour government will allow our democratic process to be distorted by foreign interference, hostile states or malign actors here in the UK from seeking to distort our politics. That's why, to complement the stringent steps we're already taking in the Representation of the People Bill to protect our democracy, the Secretary of State commissioned Philip Rycroft to conduct an independent review of risks posed by foreign financial influence in UK politics. In March, we welcomed Mr Rycroft's comprehensive assessment. Today, I'm pleased to be publishing the Government's full response, accepting all of Mr Rycroft's recommendations. The UK already has a strong framework to detect, deter and disrupt foreign interference, but hostile actors adapt. So must we. We will now take forward a programme of reform to strengthen our defences and restore public confidence. In response to Mr Rycroft's recommendations, we will strengthen our political finance rules through amendments to the Representation of the People Bill. As the House was previously told, we will introduce an annual £100,000 cap on donations and regulated transactions from overseas electors. A cap recognises legitimate participation while ending the risk of unlimited overseas money entering our politics. Recognising that risk continues when British citizens return to the UK, I'm now announcing we will also introduce a minimum residency period, where an overseas elector returning to the UK must be here for a full calendar year before that cap is lifted. To ensure there is no opportunity for individuals to circumvent the new regime, once the measures come into force, that minimum residency period will apply retrospectively from the date of our original announcement on the 25th of March. We recognise similar risks exist with other electors who have recently lived abroad but were not registered as overseas electors. We will apply the same cap and minimum residency period to anyone who moves to the UK after today and was not previously an overseas elector. To ensure these individuals can't circumvent the rule, cap of £100,000 per recipient will apply to donations they make between today and the date of commencement of the measures, including any regulated transactions they enter into from today. On commencement, the cap and the minimum residency period will apply in the same way as for those who were formerly overseas electors. As previously announced, we will introduce a moratorium on all political donations of any amount made via cryptocurrency. Until the regulatory environment is robust enough, donations in cryptocurrency should not be a route for money to be channelled into British politics. Mr Rycroft outlined clearly the ways in which he believes the corporate donations provisions in the Representation of the People Bill can be tightened. Having carefully considered his reasoning, we will amend the corporate donation test so that it is based on post-tax profits rather than revenue measured over 5 years. No corporate donor should be able to put more into UK politics than it's made in post-tax profits. This makes clear that corporate political donations must be rooted in genuine UK-based economic activity, closing a potential loophole our adversaries might exploit. To ensure our reforms to the political finance framework are robust and enforceable, we'll introduce a new donor declaration to be made by anyone donating above a specified threshold. We'll engage with the Electoral Commission and political parties as we develop the declaration, including an appropriate threshold. Mr Rycroft sets out the positive impact the new Know Your Donor rules will have in helping to ensure that parties act in the public interest. He also sets out his concerns about the rigour of those rules. We will strengthen the Know Your Donor requirements in the bill, adding location as a risk factor in parties' due diligence around donations. We will also strengthen rules and transparency on donations to candidates. Mr Rycroft highlights significant risks in the current rules around these donations and a lack of transparency around what is spent or around the donations being used to fund this spending. We will therefore require candidates to declare that donations used to fund campaigning prior to formally becoming a candidate are from permissible sources. Donations made during that period above £2,230 will need to be declared. Secondly, we will give the Electoral Commission stronger tools to do its job. Mr Rycroft reports that basic transparency requirements are essential to sustaining public trust, and that there is currently unnecessary inhibition on the enforcement powers of the Commission. We agree. We will therefore provide a clear statutory basis for standardised political finance reporting that will make the data easier to compare, scrutinise and enforce. We will create a broad reciprocal information sharing gateway, allowing the Commission to work more effectively with relevant public authorities. And we will extend the Commission's powers to require information outside a formal investigation, which means earlier scrutiny, faster action and stronger enforcement where risks emerge. These reforms will give the regulator the powers needed to protect the integrity of political finance. Thirdly, we will strengthen enforcement. The most serious breaches of electoral law, especially involving foreign interference, must be met with the right expertise and capacity. Mr Rycroft concludes that the robustness of the current enforcement arrangements require the police apparatus to hold the requisite expertise and to be adequately resourced to deal with the complex instances of criminal breach of electoral law. We will therefore work across government and with policing partners to strengthen and formalise national capability in this area. We also accept that criminal thresholds and sentencing must provide a credible deterrent. We will work at pace with law enforcement, the Electoral Commission, prosecuting authorities, devolved governments and political parties to develop proposals. We will also strengthen our response to the wider influencing environment, including hostile state activity online. Mr Rycroft makes important points concerning the dramatic change in context in recent years within which our democratic process functions, and how this has created new opportunities for malign foreign influence, regardless of whether money is changing hands in the UK. We won't ever stop working to counter interference in our democracy. As information threats continue to evolve, we are taking robust action to tackle mis- and disinformation, improving transparency in online political campaigning, building resilience to information manipulation, and supporting those at the very heart of our democratic system to identify and respond to emerging threats. And we will also consider further reforms to online political advertising, digital imprints, lobbying transparency and other routes through which foreign money may seek to influence our politics, including looking at the adequacy of the current regulated period and to take forward work on AI and algorithms. Finally, we accept the need for clear leadership and stronger coordination across Whitehall. Following Mr Rycroft's recommendation, the Cabinet Secretary has appointed the Permanent Secretary of the Home Office to lead responsibility for sustaining our democracy. Mr Speaker, this is a serious and substantial package of reform. It will bring more transparency to political finance. It will tighten donation rules. It will strengthen enforcement. This response shows the government acting now, where action is needed, a government prepared to do the long-term work to keep our system secure. I thank Philip Rycroft for his important work. The government will now move swiftly to implement his recommendations. The people of the UK must know their elections are free, fair and protected from foreign interference. I commend this statement to the House.
Minister Paul Holmes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And can I thank the Minister firstly for advance sight of her statement and thank Philip Rycroft for his review. At second reading of the Representation of the People Bill, Conservatives reaffirmed our support for measures to tackle foreign interference in light of growing threats from China and other hostile actors. But we have expressed our concerns at the lack of proper consultation on the detail of the proposed measures and the lack of engagement with political parties on changes to the law affecting political parties. The bill should have been introduced after the government's response to the Rycroft report, rather than being hastily amended halfway through. The integrity of our democratic system is fundamental to public trust in politics. Every political party represented here, well almost, has a shared interest in ensuring that foreign interference, illicit finance and attempts to undermine our democratic processes are prevented. I thought they'd like that. However, while we support the objective of protecting British democracy from foreign interference, we have significant concerns about both the process the government has adopted and several of the specific proposals emerging from the review. First, the government immediately accepted, with retrospective effect, a moratorium on cryptocurrency donations and a £100,000 annual cap on donations from overseas electors. Yet these decisions were announced without any meaningful consultation or engagement with political parties. That is particularly disappointing because questions of party funding have traditionally been approached through dialogue and cross-party discussion. Such conventions exist for good reason. Rules governing political competition should command broad confidence and should not be changed unilaterally by whatever party happens to be in government. The breakdown of these long-standing conventions should concern all parties, regardless of their political perspective. If governments begin introducing retrospective and highly partisan changes to the rules of political finance without consultation, we risk creating a precedent that future administrations may follow. Parliamentary questions have also shown that there has been no engagement with the House of Commons, Madam Deputy Speaker. Be it the Standards Committee, the Registrar of the Parliamentary Standards Commissioner, despite changes that directly relate to the registration of donations by honourable members and this House's Code of Conduct. Yet again, the government is making announcements such as changing the policy on a cap on donations and changing the rules on candidate donations with zero consultation. And without stepping into matters which are the remit of the Parliamentary Standards Commissioner, I would note it is already the case that newly elected MPs are supposed to declare gifts and donations they received in the last 12 months. There also appears to be uncertainty over the scope of the new requirements relating to candidate donations. It is not yet clear which categories of elected officials these provisions will cover, and I'd be grateful if the Minister could clarify. What assessment has been made of the new profit test on the ability of all political parties to undertake sponsorship and advertising at their party conferences? Has the government properly considered the interaction with the proposed draft guidance on sponsorship with the Electoral Commission? Does the Minister think a company sponsoring a lounge or a lanyard is foreign interference? Had the government engaged fully with political parties, electoral administrators, compliance professionals and other stakeholders before announcing its response, many of these practical difficulties and unintended consequences could have been identified and addressed at an earlier stage. To be clear, we support measures that genuinely strengthen the resilience of our democratic system. We recognise the risks associated with cryptocurrency donations and agree that safeguards are necessary. We also support tighter rules to governing donations in the period immediately before elections. But good policy requires more than good intentions. It requires engagement and a willingness to listen to those responsible for implementing the rules. The protection of our democracy is too important to be pursued through retrospective legislation and measures where practical consequences have not been fully thought through. Unfortunately, this government is a government that talks about defending democracy, but tried to cancel local elections for 2 years in a row and amended the electoral system for mayors for partisan advantage, changed the laws on election pilots in complete secrecy, and is now gerrymandering local government boundaries. Madam Deputy Speaker, the official opposition will work constructively with the government to defend the national interest from foreign interference, but ministers would be wise to step back from the US-style hyper-partisan legislation and actually learn to consult.
I'd like to thank the Shadow Minister for work constructively with the government on these issues. He and I have worked very constructively to date. We have met on a number of occasions to discuss these issues. I know that the political parties committee at the Electoral Commission are also cited on the changes as we go forward. I will be meeting with other parties' representatives too. I would have met with them today if we had not tabled this particular statement today, and I hope to do so as soon as possible. I should underline that the existing standards arrangements are unaffected by these proposals. So I look forward to meeting him and working with him in the future.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for this statement this afternoon. I join her in paying tribute to Philip Rycroft for his tireless efforts in producing this review. And to the Shadow Minister, I agree with him in that we do need to make sure all political parties sign up to this. It is important because the public do not expect us to fund political parties. We have to be honest about how political parties are funded. But I'd agree with him more if it wasn't for the last government trying to interfere in the work of the Electoral Commission, which this Labour government then cancelled. The public rightly expects us to ensure that foreign money does not interfere or taint our democratic system in any way. And it's good to hear the Minister accepting all the recommendations in this review. And it's really important that we are looking at where cryptocurrency is coming from. I just wanted a clarity from the Minister. Firstly, the requirement for candidates to prove the source of campaign funding prior to becoming an official candidate. Can the Minister explain the scope of this? So, for example, would it be possible for illegitimate funds to buy or rent a house in a constituency for a prospective candidate with the aim to help them get elected? I would also be grateful if the Minister will confirm that the final recommendation on a standalone permanent secretary to lead on responsibility for security of our democracy. Can the Minister confirm that discussions have been ongoing with different departments? We have to get this right. It's a cross-cutting, cross-departmental work, and it will only work if there's one person in Cabinet leading on it.
I'd like to thank the Chair of the Select Committee for her question. She raises some important points. I will not be drawn into discussing specifics around individual hypothetical cases. We legislate in principle, and I will continue to do so, but will provide further details to her in writing about the arrangements. Yes, she is correct that we work across government on this particular issue. I am joined on the front bench by the chair of the Defending Democracy Task Force, which sees partners from across government, whether it's DCIT, Home Office, Cabinet Office, Foreign Office, and indeed the Electoral Commission. So we work very closely with our partners across government and will continue to do so.
Spokesperson Lisa Small. Deputy Speaker, and I'm grateful to the Minister for advance sight of her statement. Just over 5 months ago, I stood here and asked the Secretary of State to strengthen the representation of the People Bill by using post-tax profits and not overall revenue when assessing the eligibility of company donations. He rejected that plea, as did the Minister at committee stage, but I am delighted that the Minister has now agreed to accept this. It was a recommendation from Philip Rycroft and from those working in the democracy sector, and is a welcome change. We Liberal Democrats champion a fair and free society, so we also welcome the announcement that candidates will have to declare gifts of over £2,320 in the year prior to their election. This, Madam Deputy Speaker, will hopefully provide further useful clarity for those who may have been confused by what they do or don't have to declare so far. We welcome steps towards cracking down on any foreign interference in our democracy, but we still have some way to go. And we urge the Minister to consider banning donations from anyone who has served in a foreign administration from donating to UK political parties, think tanks or campaign groups, as well as banning donations from those convicted of political violence. And that would include those funding the likes of Stephen Yaxley-Lennon and his ilk, those who hold British values in contempt and act as a mouthpiece for those who want to undermine our democratic institutions should have no place in our democracy. We need a much more transparent system going forward to ensure the British people have faith in politicians. The Minister's announcements today close loopholes, but too many remain. Will she consider exploring the benefits of a cap on donations from UK donors and year-round spending caps by political parties and candidates, as that's the way loopholes are truly closed. And finally, could she provide insights into how this important work will be handled across the multiple ministerial departments and agencies? It involves SCDO, Home Office, DCIT, MHCLG and the Cabinet Office. The Minister's really able, but she's the Minister for Building Safety, Fire and Democracy. Does she agree with me? A more streamlined portfolio is what our democracy deserves.
The Honourable Lady's asking me to consider my job description. Given the sensitivity at the moment, I don't think I'll go there. However, what I would... everyone else's. Madam Deputy Speaker, in terms of caps, I hear what she's saying. I do think that there is a role for political donations in our system. It leads to a thriving and healthy democracy that is funded properly and fairly. I think that the government's aim was to actually legislate with the Representation of the People Bill, but to be absolutely sure that we hadn't left any loopholes, the Secretary of State took the decision to commission Philip Rycroft's review, and he did identify loopholes, and we have accepted them, and we will be working to close them next week. So it's an ongoing issue. We do work across government. I have explained about the Defending Democracy Task Force, and it's a busy and hectic arena, but I do try to keep abreast of my whole portfolio.
Ali.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to commend my honourable friend for the work she's done and for accepting the Rycroft review recommendations. Can she clarify whether consideration was given to an outright ban on crypto donations versus a moratorium? And also, can she confirm what additional steps, as has been reported in the press, will be taken to strengthen legal duties in this bill, the Representation of People's Bill, to have further restrictions on major online social platforms that are spreading hate and disinformation and interfering in our elections during election periods?
Thank you. The government's view is that the anonymity inherent in cryptocurrency transaction creates a route for foreign or illegal actors to channel money through our politics. So we are introducing a moratorium on the use of cryptocurrencies to safeguard the integrity of our political finance system. We intend the moratorium to end once the regulatory environment around cryptocurrency is robust enough to protect that integrity. Further legislation would be required at that point, and until we get to that point, the moratorium will stand. I'm quite happy to write to her on the other points that she raised.
Right.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I agree with the Minister? There's a great deal to welcome in Philip Rycroft's conclusions. She's talked in her statement about corporate donations. Can I ask her to confirm that she is conscious of the vulnerability which the Electoral Commission has identified for some time around unincorporated associations, and that she is focused on ensuring that that vulnerability is addressed?
Yes, the right honourable gentleman is absolutely correct, and we will be taking forward through the representation of the bill measures to address that.
Liam Byrne.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome much of the Minister's statement today, but I am disappointed that it's not an outright ban on cryptocurrency donations. I cannot foresee us ever arriving at a place where regulation is robust enough that it would be somehow safe for cryptocurrency donations to proceed. So I'd like to understand why the Minister is not proceeding with an outright ban. But the point about safeguards on algorithmic amplification of hate during election campaigns is crucial. That affords certain candidates and certain parties millions of pounds in free publicity. It affords them an income stream from social media platforms. Why are we not banning that now?
Thank you. I think that the bar will be set very high before the moratorium ends. I think that I could give him that reassurance. We need to be sure that no foreign actor or malign actor could use cryptocurrency to influence our political system before we'd even consider lifting that moratorium. So to give him that assurance that the bar will be very high before that happens, if it happens. I would say. In terms of the algorithms, we have more work to do. We will be working hard with partners across government to actually address this, and I hear what he says. It is a serious issue that we will address.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The government is right to pursue this. Foreign interference in UK politics is a blight and needs to be dealt with, and the government's right to commission Philip Rycroft to do the work. However, does she not understand that the optics of failing to consult early with political parties across the House aren't good? Whatever emerges has to command the respect of everyone. And although I'm no apologist for the Reform Party, this does look very much like something of a stitch-up, which does us, none of us, any good.
I wouldn't accept the honourable gentleman's characterisation of this. The political parties have actually been consulted through the Electoral Commission panel, and we will continue to work with the political parties as we move forward.
Peter Swallow.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We know that Russia not only orchestrated an arson attack on the Prime Minister's family, but also then orchestrated social media to spread false misinformation about that very attack. So I welcome the recommendations in the Rycroft review to strengthen enforcement. But does the Minister agree that this has to not only target the foreign actors that are spreading the misinformation, the countries that lay behind them, but also the social media companies that are allowing the misinformation to spread on their platforms?
I agree with my honourable friend that the priority is to protect our political system from interference by foreign powers, including Russia. We'll always continue to hold Russia to account and to counter the threat posed by Putin's regime. And we will work at pace across government to actually support that work, not just in this bill, not just as a response to this review, but continuously.
Luke Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I just take the opportunity to congratulate the Right Honourable Member for Wigan, who last week took the decision to take her department and herself off Twitter or X or whatever it is called these days. We talk about online misinformation. We talk about malign foreign influence. It's worth remembering that Twitter is a platform owned by an individual who is hostile to British values and he's openly fomented violence on our streets. At a march last year, he said, whether you choose violence or not, violence is coming to you. You either fight back or you die. Can I ask the Minister whether she has any thoughts on removing her department and any further advice for members of the government or this place on whether staying on that platform is in the interests of our democracy? But can I also ask what steps the government is making and the Defending Democracy Task Force is taking to protect our democracy from foreign influence currently before measures in the Representation of the People's Bill can be introduced?
Before the Minister responds, one question is enough. Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I wonder if he would like me to answer most pressingly, but in terms of working across government, yes, we do take it extremely seriously. The work won't stop just because we have successfully completed stages of the bill. It's ongoing, and with our partners across government, we will continually monitor and actually act against interference in our political system. In terms of a particular platform, I'm sure it's something that's being considered, but I'm not going to make a commitment at the dispatch box.
Dame Emily Thornbury.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy. As a contributor to the Rycroft review, I just asked to go and see him, I very much welcome the reforms announced. Just as we don't want companies to take the mickey and be vehicles for either dishonesty, the dishonest funds obtained or foreign money into our democracy, we also have to be careful about individuals. And my question is about individuals returning to the UK. So, will they be properly here? In other words, will they be here so that they pay taxes? Surely any crypto billionaire coming from, say, Thailand, to, say, a farmhouse in Hampshire, who's developed a deep interest in our country, would also want to help pay for our schools and our roads and our hospitals. My predecessor in 1848 gave the huge Chartist petition into this place, calling for more democracy. He said, they cried, no taxation without representation. I say this, no outsized representation without paying your blinking taxes.
I hear what my honourable friend has said. I think the important thing is that we close the loopholes about individuals who are coming back from overseas. If they are not registered as an overseas elector, then from today their contribution will be capped to £100,000 per annum. And I think that this closes a loophole that we would all support.
Deputy Speaker, I welcome these modest measures being announced today. However, Thai-based billionaire and Reform Party donor Christopher Harborne has already insisted that these new rules will not stop him donating. Billionaires, oligarchs and all those who wish to subvert our democracy believe they're untouchable, so these measures must be rigorously enforced with severe punishments for anyone found breaking them. Given the ex-leader of Reform in Wales is serving 10.5 years in prison for taking Russian money during his time as an MEP, will the Minister ensure that anyone found guilty of undermining the integrity of our democracy is dealt with in the same severity?
I thank the honourable gentleman for his question because he raises an important point about enforcement, and we are clear that the framework governing political finance must provide a strong, credible and effective deterrent against wrongdoing. It's important to make sure that both evidential thresholds and sentencing provisions support rather than hinder the effective investigation and prosecution of serious offences, particularly where such offences may undermine public confidence in the democratic process. We therefore accept the underlying intent of recommendation 12 of Rycroft. However, the government also considers that changes to the knowledge test and sentencing limits raise complex issues of proportionality, fairness and coherence across the wider criminal and electoral law framework. So we will be working closely with colleagues across the whole of government to make sure that it's addressed properly.
Jonathan Brash.
Deputy Speaker, I absolutely welcome the statement today from the Minister. It is integral that the public out there are confident that their politicians are not for sale. And it is a shame that a small number of individuals make such actions necessary. My concern, and I wonder whether the Minister shares it, is that the money always finds a way. Corruption always finds a way. And would it not be better to have an overall cap for all donations, foreign or domestic?
It is the government's view that there is a place for legitimate donations in political financing in the UK. However, the representation of the People Bill, with the extra insight that Philip Rycroft has produced, will provide us with one of the most, well, if not the most, strenuous set of legislation around political financing that the country's ever seen. It doesn't mean to say that we're complacent and that we won't continue to monitor and act where it's needed, but this is truly groundbreaking.
Madam Deputy Speaker, will the Minister confirm that the Government will match this action against foreign financial influence by restoring the principle that voting in British parliamentary elections should be reserved for British citizens?
No. There are a number of arrangements for different citizens, reciprocal arrangements in different parts of the country and for different countries. I will set out to the Honourable Lady the arrangements as they stand at the moment, and we're not proposing to change those arrangements.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I commend all the work that the Minister has done on this matter and the Rycroft review. Sadly, there are others who think differently. Where there is a will, there is a way. That is what multi-millionaire Christopher Harborne reacted to the idea of a cap of £100,000 on donations proposed for overseas donors because of the concern that the appearance of such donations were motivating the outcomes in this place. She will recognise that we are all in this House damaged by the perception that politicians are open to motivation by donation rather than democracy, and that, frankly, it is less about the location and more about the lump sum. If it is where is the will, there is a way, Will she commit to doing what many of us would like to see and closing that loophole and capping UK donations at equal 100,000 too and putting us beyond doubt and all of our reputations back on the line?
I'd thank my honourable friend for her contribution. As I said previously, it is the government's view that there is a place in UK political finance for legitimate donations, and we don't intend to introduce a cap.
Vicky Slade. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can the Minister advise how earnings from foreign sources, such as hosting or appearing on TV channels supporting foreign adversaries, not made directly as political donations, will be treated, as they will enable significant indirect self-funding of candidates, future candidates, MPs and political parties by those who seek to influence political campaigning, and therefore an overall cap on donations from British people, including those who are candidates and MPs, is really necessary. I wonder if she could comment on that source. Very good question.
As I've set out, the government does believe that there is a legitimate role for finance for political donations that are made correctly and effectively in accordance with the rules. However, I will write to her about the specific issue that she's raised.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I thank the Minister for her statement today? May I pay tribute to Philip Rycroft, who I'm sure colleagues across the House will agree is an exceptional public servant. As Chair of the APUG on anti-corruption and responsible tax, it was a pleasure for me to provide evidence to his review, and I know his diligent work was conducted in a considered manner. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I've notified the relevant member I am going to name. Given the weekend's newspapers were awash with stories about the Honourable Member for Clacton's financial interests, what assurances can the Minister provide me that the measures the government is introducing will prevent people such as George Cottrell, convicted in the US of wire fraud, who we know has provided thousands of pounds worth of benefits, or Bendello, who has been convicted for flouting American anti-money laundering rules, yet has donated £4 million to reform, from being able to pump tens of millions of pounds into British politics?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, the reporting in the Sunday Times was clearly concerning for all of us in the House. And what I would say is that there are a number of agencies that I have set out in my statement earlier who deal with the regulation, the enforcement and the potential action, legal action that may be necessary in cases that involve illegal behaviour. I won't go further than that, though my honourable friend tempts me, but just to say that I'm sure that those organisations will be paying very close attention to the media reports over the weekend.
Thank
you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, I mean, this desperate Labour government will stop at nothing, Madam Deputy Speaker, to stop the rise of Reform UK, from trying to cancel elections, from donations, from changing voting systems in Manchester. If this government is truly concerned about undue influence, has she discussed these proposals with the Cayman Island hedge fund called Quadrature, that was the largest donator, £4 million in 2024 to the Labour government, or the 8 companies that have donated £500,000, and sure enough, they've had almost £150 million of government contracts since?
Well said. Hear, hear.
Any political party that abides by the rules that we're introducing will be able to flourish in our political system. If they don't, Madam Deputy Speaker, they can be expected to be held very firmly to account.
Sean Woodcock.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Minister for her statement today? I've notified the relevant member that I'm about to name. Over the weekend, the Telegraph ran a study about Iranian-born property magnate Sassan Ehan-Adra pledging to donate millions of pounds to Reform UK. He described the member for Clacton as an honest politician. Does the Minister agree?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm not going to comment on individual members without having notified them in advance, but I note the honourable member's comments.
Ellie Chand.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
welcome the fact that the government has accepted all of Rycroft's recommendations, but as Rycroft himself noted, his terms of reference did not enable him to look at all sources of distortion in our democracy. It doesn't just come from abroad. In a democracy, every voter's voice should count equally, but it's clear that billionaires are buying influence. So why will the Minister not set a cap on all donations so that we can eliminate the corrosive and frankly corrupting influence of big money in our politics?
What about the unions? 27 million.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I would say that, as I have set out earlier, the government's position is that there is a role for political donations that have been given in accordance with the rules to enable our British politics to flourish.
Joe Powell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. People want their politicians to serve their interests, not billionaires or millionaires based overseas, whether they are in the US or Russia or Thailand or indeed Montenegro. And the revelations of the last few days have shown how important it is to update our rules. Can the Minister confirm that corporate political donations through shell arrangements or foreign-linked entities with no link or interest in Britain's prosperity will also no longer be possible under these proposals?
Yes, I can.
Deputy Speaker, I welcome the Minister's statement, and I wondered whether she'd given any consideration to the merits of establishing a new office of the whistleblower, creating new legal protections for those who declare wrongdoing and promoting greater public awareness of whistleblowers' rights, and whether the government could ensure that criminal sanctions on office holders who fail to whistleblow when they know or become aware of political interference or wrongdoing.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Honourable Lady raises an important point, and I think that actually as our independent regulator for our democracy, the Electoral Commission is always willing to hear from members of the public, from other political parties, from other sources about anything that people believe may have been done incorrectly, whether inadvertently or deliberately. So I would refer the Honourable Lady to the Electoral Commission, but I take her point.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her statement and Philip Rycroft for his work. This is something my constituents really care about, because people in my constituency want to know that their vote is theirs, not for sale to the highest bidder from overseas, whether that's for £5, £500 or even, say, £5 million. Can the Minister tell the House when we will see these changes in law?
Minister.
The Government's intention is to table amendments to the Representation of the People Bill following today's statement. Third reading will be next week, so we will be moving forward at pace.
I thank the Minister for the statement and the action the Government will take. Try and restore some faith in the public's faith in our democracy. One of the things she did mention is that the Know Your Donor rules will be strengthened, in particular to the location of potential donors. Has there been any consideration of also adding an individual or prospective donor's criminal history to that list of due diligence factors that a political party must consider when processing a potential donation?
He is right to point out the Know Your Donor arrangements that are coming through the Representation of the People Bill, but also the way they're being tightened through the Rycroft review. It's an important point that he raises, and I may come back to him in writing if I'm...
Lloyd Hatton.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her considered statement. Recently, we learned that shortly after receiving £5 million from a crypto billionaire halfway across the world, that the member for Clacton used a private audience with the Governor of the Bank of England to lobby against a policy that could cost that same billionaire dearly. It should not be this easy to pump money into British politics from the other side of the planet. And while I welcome the measures announced today regarding the overseas donation cap, I would like some reassurance from the Minister for me and my constituents that all foreign-based donations will not be able to dot in and out of the country as they so choose to avoid the new cap on foreign donations.
Thank my honourable friend for his comments, and I think that the measures I've set out today regarding overseas electors but also residents from overseas returning to Britain should provide that some of the certainty that he's looking for that his constituents can feel confident that our system is safe.
Morris.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I welcome these steps, which are a fantastic step forward. These actions are not just about tackling foreign donations and dirty money, but about putting faith back into our politics and ensuring that people can feel their vote matters locally. Can she assure me that agencies that enforce these will have teeth to make sure that these sanctions are appropriately applied and that people can have confidence in the integrity of our whole political system?
Minister.
My honourable friend raises a really particularly important point. It is really essential that enforcement follows through from the legislation that we enact here. And we are working with colleagues in the Home Office around policing, but also with the Electoral Commission to make sure that that enforcement is robust and well-resourced.
James Nash.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Several constituents in Rushcliffe have raised concerns with me about Russian-linked interference in British politics, concerns echoed by the all-party parliamentary group for fair elections, of which I and many members here are a member. Its cross-party report, Free But Not Fair, highlighted cases where shell companies and proxy donors with links to Russian-connected individuals were able to funnel money into our politics. Can the Minister confirm that today's measures will close these routes for good?
Minister.
Any company that wants to donate into British politics will have to substantially prove that they are able to do so by being headquartered in the UK, by having persons of interest from the UK, and we will end the way in which shell companies are being used to channel illegitimate funds into our political system.
Stewart.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Very much welcome the Minister's statement today and the incorporation of the recommendations from the Rycroft review. That's extremely welcome. The Know Your Donor changes as well. The stuff about location, political parties must be forced to incorporate location in their consideration before accepting a donation. That was something I was going to submit as an amendment to the Representation of the People Bill, so job done there. However, does the Minister agree that politically exposed people and also the source of the wealth being donated from should also be considerations which political parties are forced to make before accepting donations?
Minister.
My honourable friend does raise a very important point. So we will be working across the benches to develop a donation, a donor declaration which will set out where exactly money has come from. We need to proceed with that with care and with collaboration to ensure that when a donation is given, it is clear exactly where it's coming from. So I agree with him entirely.
Final question, Emily Darlington.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to thank the Minister first off for her engagement with myself and also praise both the work of the Electoral Commission in terms of the many threats and the Rycroft review, which again I had the pleasure of speaking to him about. He doesn't just focus on money, which I know we've talked about a lot today, but he does focus on the ongoing threats in the online world. Does she agree with me that this is a moment in a generation for us to take a tough line on disinformation that is deliberately being created in the UK and then amplified by foreign bots? And actually this has a bad influence on our right to choose based on real, true information.
Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to pay tribute to my honourable friend for her tenacity in this field. She has worked really hard to actually highlight these issues and bring them to the surface. She has taken the time to meet with the Electoral Commission and with Philip Rycroft and with me, and I am very grateful to her for her experience and her contribution to this debate. And I do agree with her. This is work that will continue. It won't just stop because we are legislating now. We work across government and we continue to work relentlessly to keep our democracy safe.
The end of the statement on foreign interference in UK politics. I'll give the front benches a moment to shuffle over.
we now come to the statement on police leadership, and I call Minister Sarah Jones.
With permission, Madam Deputy Speaker, I will make a statement on leadership in policing. Madam Deputy Speaker, the police perform a unique and vital role in our society. They enforce our laws, they tackle those who break them, and they keep the public safe. These are awesome responsibilities, and the officers and staff who uphold them every day at all levels are owed our respect, our admiration, and our thanks. At the same time, if forces are to serve their communities effectively, they must secure and retain the trust of those communities. But in recent years, that trust has come under strain, as creaking systems, outdated structures and a lack of central grip from previous governments have meant the police have struggled to consistently hit the high levels of performance we rightly expect of them. Things have to change, Madam Deputy Speaker, which is why earlier this year the Home Secretary announced the most significant police reforms for 200 years. Our plans will ensure the right policing happens in the right place, building on the progress we've already made on restoring neighbourhood policing and driving down serious threats such as knife crime, and creating a new model in which local policing protects our communities and national policing protects us all. Madam Deputy Speaker, the reform programme provides us with a generational opportunity to address long-standing challenges that have hampered the police's ability to provide a consistently world-class service to the public. One such challenge centres on the question of how we ensure our forces have the strong, effective leadership they need to meet the significant demands that are placed on them. It is a question that is rightly the subject of considerable parliamentary and public scrutiny, especially when things go wrong, as they have in the recent past. Equally, I want to emphasise that there are a great many outstanding officers and staff across the police service, including those in the highest ranks. When failings occur and the public are let down, they feel it more keenly than anyone. And the reality is that leadership is about more than just individuals. It's also about culture and standards. It's about giving every member of the police workforce the support and skills they need to flourish and become leaders themselves. We are not the first government to grapple with this topic, Madam Deputy Speaker. Various tweaks have been made to the system over the years, yet the same concerns keep arising, whether they relate to culture, conduct, or the retention and promotion of talent. As we roll out our reform programme, this is clearly an issue requiring close examination. And that examination has now taken place in the form of an independent review commissioned by the Home Secretary last year. The Policing Leadership Commission was established last October and co-chaired by two former members of this House with extensive knowledge of policing, my noble friend Lord Blunkett and the noble Lord, Lord Herbert of South Downs. Together with the other members of the Commission, they have carried out the most significant review of police leadership in recent times. Its findings and recommendations are published today. Can I take this opportunity to thank the noble Lords Blunkett and Herbert for the care and skill with which they have approached their task. I am grateful too to the other Commission members and all who have participated. There has been a particular emphasis on giving voice to those on the front line, which is welcome and essential. The review's report sets out a comprehensive and, in places, candid assessment of police leadership in England and Wales. While the Commission found examples of excellent leadership and delivery, it also identified concerns around consistency, capability and culture, and the impact shortcomings in these areas have on the service received by the public. To quote from the report, the policing profession has not consistently had the excellent leadership it needs. It was also clear that those on the front line are not getting the consistent support they deserve amid wide variation in approaches to leadership development. The Commission highlights the critical importance of leadership to ensuring policing is prepared for the challenges of the future, while upholding the sacred principle of policing by consent without fear or favour. It is also important to emphasise, as the report rightly does, that leadership must not be confined to the senior officer ranks. It can and does exist in all parts of the service. It should be nurtured at every stage of a policing career for both officers and staff. The review's findings are rightly unsparing, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I welcome its willingness to engage with difficult issues because, as the report's forward states, fundamentally, this is about ensuring that the public receives the quality of policing to which they are entitled. I will turn now to the review's recommendations, of which there are 27 in total. They are ambitious in breadth and scale, and taken together they make a compelling case for change. While it's right that we now take some time to consider them in full, we welcome the Commission's proposals and the intent behind them. In particular, we are actively looking at the recommendation to create a formal senior constable rank and how this could be done. The Commission also recommends a new professional digital passport for every individual in policing and other measures to put stronger supporting structures in place around professional development and performance. These could, in the future, help build a route to a licence to practice, which is a proposal we included in our police reform white paper, as one way of raising standards and promoting a stronger culture of professional development. Other recommendations from the review include a new police leadership fast stream, a new targeted direct entry scheme to fill specific gaps in policing with a focus on leaders from professions with transferable skills, and a role for the forthcoming National Police Service in promoting ethical policing at a national level. As I have said, Madam Deputy Speaker, we will consider these and all the report's findings and recommendations carefully. They will, I am certain, be of great assistance as we advance our police reform agenda. A full government response will follow in due course. In the meantime, we're making progress on leadership-related measures designed to improve public confidence and police performance, such as the new senior appointments panel and reforms to promotion processes. Alongside the wider work we are doing in restructuring, including the creation of the National Police Service, which will provide a single source of strategic leadership and a stronger set of national standards. Madam Deputy Speaker, I will finish where I started, by paying tribute to the thousands of men and women who work tirelessly every day to protect our communities from harm, from officers and staff on the front line and their colleagues performing essential roles behind the scenes to the chief constables they ultimately report to. I am grateful to them all. While the threats they must tackle are evolving all the time, what will never change is our commitment to the founding principles of British policing, which dictate that we police in this country by consent, and assert that the police are the public and the public are the police. To uphold these traditions while meeting the demands of modern crime fighting, we must ensure our police forces are fair, open and meritocratic workplaces, able to meet the high standards we rightly expect of those entrusted with keeping their fellow citizens safe, and driven forward by strong, effective leadership at all levels. Reform of the scale required is no easy task, but working in partnership with policing and aided by the findings of this very important report, I believe we can and we will succeed in making our police service stronger and our society safer. And I commend this statement to the House.
I call the Shadow Minister, Matt Vickers.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the Minister for advanced sight of her statement and pay tribute to the noble Lords Herbert and Blunkett for producing such a timely and thoughtful report. The last year has done real damage to public confidence in police leadership. Of course, this report rightly recognises that there are many outstanding officers leading forces across the country. But the headlines people remember tell a different story. From the shameful scenes surrounding the Maccabi-Tel Aviv match to the heartbreaking murder of Henry Novak, alongside too many other incidents, the public have been left asking a simple question: who is in charge? Leadership is not about managing decline or issuing guidance. It's about setting a culture. It's about making it unmistakably clear that the first duty of every police officer is to protect the public and uphold the law, without fear, without favour and without distraction. The report gets to the heart of that when it says police leaders must refuse to take sides and remain focused entirely on preventing crime, catching criminals and bringing offenders to justice. Culture starts at the top. If we want frontline policing to change, leadership must change first. What struck me most about this report was not simply its recommendations, but the evidence behind them. This is not the work of critics looking in from the outside. It reflects what police officers themselves are saying. As the authors acknowledged in their letter to stakeholders,
much of the evidence made for uncomfortable reading. Perhaps the most alarming finding is that only 13% of constables and just 17% of sergeants surveyed believed they worked in a well-led and well-managed organisation. Think about that. More than 4 in 5 of the officers who put themselves in harm's way to keep our streets safe do not believe they work in a well-led organisation. If that does not ring alarm bells, I do not know what will. Time does not permit me to go through all 27 recommendations, but there is much here that deserves support. In particular, I welcome the emphasis on merit. Our best officers should be recognised, developed and promoted because they're the best, not because they've ticked the right boxes. But we also have to be honest about the context. The report sits alongside a programme of wider police reform announced by the government. However, reports now suggest that the incoming Prime Minister is already getting cold feet about those reforms. That matters, because many of these recommendations assume larger forces and more centralised models. If they don't happen, ministers need to explain how these recommendations will work in practice rather than simply in principle. There is another contradiction that cannot be ignored. If we want stronger leadership, we need to give police leaders the tools they need to succeed. That means enough officers on the streets and the technology to help them do their jobs effectively. Instead, officer numbers have fallen by around 1,300 across the country. At the same time in London, the Labour Mayor chose to pick a public fight with his own commissioner over the use of technology, with the commissioner making clear that the Mayor's decision would leave the force able to achieve less. How can we demand better leadership while cutting officer numbers and denying forces the technology they say they need? There is much in this report that members on all sides can support. Better leadership is not a partisan cause. It is a public necessity. But if we're serious about restoring confidence in policing, we cannot stop at identifying what police leaders should do differently. We also have to stop making political decisions that make their job harder. The public deserves better, our best officers deserve better, and the future of policing depends on us getting both police leadership and political leadership correct.
Thank you. Can I thank the Honourable Member for welcoming this report, and I agree with some of what he has said. I think he's absolutely right to say that this isn't the work of critics looking in from the outside. The evidence base that has been developed through 9 months of very forensic work talking to police from across all levels within the force has meant that this is a very honest assessment of the realities that we find ourselves in. Police leadership has been a problem, as I said in my statement, for some time. If you look at 23 to 25, for example, 2023 to 25, not a single force came out as outstanding when it came to leadership. There are leadership challenges across all our forces in different ways. And I agree with him that the public need to believe in the police and be confident in policing, and the statistics on public confidence in policing have been worrying for some years now, and we must all together look at those. He made the usual point about officer numbers, and I'll make the usual point back, which is, as he knows, that the party opposite cut 20,000 police. They then recruited 20,000 police and they put 12,000 of them behind desks. We are taking them away from desks and putting them on the front line, and we are investing in technology. Police AI, for example, where I have put £75 million to transform the bureaucracy that our police officers we know have to spend a lot of their time doing, so we can take that away so they can focus on the front line. But overall, I welcome his nice comments on the leadership review. I think it's been incredibly important, and that cross-party agreement that we need to improve leadership within policing is very important.
Jonathan Hinder.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the Minister for her statement, and I welcome this focus on police leadership, of course, and I look forward to reading the report in detail. Can I thank her for acknowledging that it's not the first government to grapple with this issue, because there is a certain weariness when you've been around policing for a little while. There's been lots of changes, whether it's PCCs coming in, whether it's independent misconduct chairs, or what else have we got? The different entry routes, which the Conservatives brought in and then went back on.
There is a real weariness to the process changing around it. And what the frontline officers want to know is my job going to get easier to deliver on the priorities that I know the public have got, but I don't really feel back to do? So can she just reassure the House that that will be at the centre of this, no matter what changes, well-intentioned as they might be, that are made on the back of this report?
Can I thank my honourable friend for his comments? And he's right. We have to be laser focused both on what is going to improve outcomes for the public and what is going to enable the police to do the job that we all ask them to do. And I think the report, and I do recommend that he reads it, it is a very good read. At its heart, it says we want our police to have sound judgment and common sense in their policing. We want them to be freed up to be able to make the decisions that are commonsensical and the right thing to do. But in order to do that and to strip away the bureaucracy and all the forms they have to fill in and all the detail, we also have to ensure they're trained at the same time to be the police officers that we want them to be. So how do we match the training with then freeing up our police to get on and do the job that we all ask them to do in the first place?
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Will Forster.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to start by first thanking the Honourable Lords Blunkett and Noble Lord Herbert for today's report. It is a shining but welcome light on the challenges facing leadership in our police forces. I know firsthand in my constituency of Woking that police forces deal in, day out, with highly sensitive, dangerous and traumatic incidents that keep us safe. It's deeply challenging work, and we are greatly indebted to them. That is why the findings of this report are so concerning. It shows that officers are too often hampered by scarce resources, excessive bureaucracy and conduct processes, leaving them unable to focus on delivering for the public. The Liberal Democrats have long campaigned for a return to the proper community policing and neighbourhood policing that our constituents want. For that to happen, officers must be properly supported and equipped to tackle the many issues facing our communities. Please will the Minister set out what plans the government has to increase the numbers of bobbies out on the beat? Even more concerning are the report's findings on the inconsistent standards of leadership across our police forces. Numerous instances of leaders falling short of the standards of integrity, honesty and professionalism expected of them, including cases of cronyism, nepotism and abuses of power for sexual purpose are appalling. It is clear that we need a root and branch reform of the policing system, as the report calls for, to stamp out this bad behaviour, improve and ensure that leadership is improved and that senior officers are held to the highest standard. Will the Minister confirm that this recommendation and others in the report will directly inform the forthcoming police reform bill? And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, poor leadership in the police has been highlighted by the Police Federation, where they have highlighted an increase in officer suicides, but we don't have the data. Will the Minister commit to introducing that police forces have a requirement to gather that data? Thank you.
Minister Jones.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. If I take those points in turn, working backwards, we are working with the Police Federation on data when it comes to police suicide. It is an area where there are some contested figures. We are trying to rectify that so that we have the right picture, as well as putting in place a more comprehensive wellbeing support for officers so that they and staff so that they can get support when they do the very difficult jobs that they are faced with. He asked if the review will directly inform what we do in terms of our reform agenda and the legislation that we pass. Absolutely it will. It's a very important part of the learnings that we will take forward. He points to nepotism and other challenges that we have within policing, and honourable members might have heard Lord Blunkett yesterday on the television talking about this. Is absolutely true, and a lot of the reforms that are pointed to here that we will consider very carefully are aimed at taking that away. So whether it's having a kind of targeted direct entry scheme or whether it's the new rank of senior constable, there's also a leadership fast stream recommended, which I think would be very interesting to look at as well. So there is a huge amount here, and I recommend that he looks at it all. In terms of bobbies on the beat, we've already increased the number of police on our streets by well over 3,000, and we have a target, as he might know, for 13,000 by the end of this Parliament.
Graham Stringer.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like first to say I'm fully supportive of Stephen Watson, the Chief Constable of Greater Manchester, and it's the first time I can say that since the 1970s about a Chief Constable. We've had Chief Constables who are mad. James Anderson, who carried out his prejudice against the gay community because he had a line to God. The bad, Peter Fay, who refused to take action on Pakistani and Kashmiri rape gangs because he was frightened of relationship. And Ian Hopkins, who made it more dangerous for police officers to go to crime scenes and to houses because the computer system didn't work and they didn't know if they were going into a dangerous situation. I've been left over those years believing that the most important decision that can be made is getting the right person into the position of Chief Constable, and I hope that the report she has referred to, which I've not read, will lead to that. The Chief Constable is the most important person by far.
Minister Jones.
I completely agree with my right honourable friend and congratulate his honesty in his description of his previous chiefs. There are fewer, on average, than 3 applicants for each Chief Constable job at the moment, which is woeful, frankly, and many are filled by internal applicants. That we do not have the pool of people going for these jobs that we want to see. We had already, through the police reform programme, said we would set up a national body which will help with the recruitment, as well as giving the Home Secretary new powers to remove Chief Constables in very extreme circumstances. And there is a lot in this report about how we can improve the pipeline to get up to the Chief Constable level, but also how we can have a better system of promotion within the Chief Constable ranks, and how we can ensure we get that diversity of talent where we have people applying as you would want, a good cohort of people applying for every single job.
Father of the House.
I'm grateful to the Minister for the £100 million grant she's given to Lincolnshire Police and the transformative extra £12 million a year. We've been campaigning for this for years and we've averted 400 job losses. So when the government does something right, I think it's right that we should say thank you. However, she may want to say a word about our problem we've got. We're losing our excellent Police and Crime Commissioner, and she could perhaps say a nice word about him, Mark Jones. And we're going to transfer the powers to the Mayor, but we have the Lincolnshire Police and the Humberside Police. And the Humberside Police, of course, straddles 2 mayoralties, so she has got a problem. May I just urge her in any local reorganisation not to do away with small police forces like Lincolnshire, to concentrate on old-fashioned policing, not woke, not courses, not staff, old-fashioned policing, and try and avoid throwing too many chairs up in the air with boundary reorganisation.
Minister Jones.
Can I thank him for his words about the funding for Lincolnshire, and of course join him in praising the Police and Crime Commissioner, and indeed all Police and Crime Commissioners. We never had a problem with the model in terms of the individuals who held them. It was more the elected model that we don't think is right. As he will know, Lord Bernard Hogan-Howe is doing a review for us currently on what the structures should be in a reformed police force that would sit between a national police service and local police areas, and the local police areas will be absolutely key to this, and he will have some very interesting things to say about that, I know. And finally, he asked for policing not to be woke, not to have courses, all of these things. I think there's a lot to unpick in what we want our police to do. We want them to be able to have the skills to make the common sense, good, practical decisions to catch criminals and keep us all safe. In order to do that, we have to make sure there is good training, and that is what has been lacking. There has been very little leadership training at any level in policing. If you look at the Army, after 15 years after leaving Sandhurst, a colonel in charge of 1,500 people would have had on average 72 weeks of leadership development. A chief super in the Met will have had 2 or 3 weeks tops in that time. That cannot be right. We have to teach people to be the leaders that we need them to be.
Janet Davey.
Thank
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And firstly, I just wish to thank the police service for their work. Their job is not easy and indeed can be very challenging. And I welcome the Minister's response to the report published by the Police Leadership Commission. However, it does grieve me to say that it remains very shocking and a disturbing fact that many children from my ethnic descent experience being over-policed and under-protected. A report released earlier this year by the Children's Commissioner showed that black children are more likely to be strip-searched than white children. Now, I don't want any child in my constituency or indeed the country to experience unnecessary strip searches, and I do not want black children to experience disproportionate strip searches. We only need to mention Child Q to remind us of this awful situation. But I recognise the police data on this and on these issues is poor, and improved police leadership is very much needed. So can I ask the Minister, how will the government address this in this strategy?
Can I thank my honourable friend for her question and for her constant championing of this issue, and she is right. We have said in our manifesto that we will look at the powers when it comes to children and strip searching, and we have that job still to do, and we will do it in this Parliament, and would be very happy to work with her on it. She's also right that there are some elements where we've seen improvements in terms of stop and search, for example. We have seen significant improvements. There is a lack of data and an inconsistency of some of the data which we are trying to look at the moment and see if we can improve so that we have the right picture before us. In terms of the work that the Leadership Commission have undertaken, there is they took a substantial amount of evidence from people who were women or people from different ethnic minorities who talked about the struggles they've had within policing, and we know that more people leave at different stages when they're from different ethnic minority backgrounds. So there is a job to be done there, and that's very much highlighted in this report.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And as the Honourable Lady has said, it's clear that the House owes considerable gratitude to their noble lordships Blunkett and Herbert. But surely the problem is very well rehearsed. It is a lack of consistent, high-quality leadership within the police. So will she explore further the benefits of having within the police the structure of a professional officer corps? It's been regularly advocated, and we know that in the military it delivers outstanding leadership and leadership structures. So will she bear in mind that there are many brilliant, very senior officers in the British military who would bring undoubted leadership skills to bear at the most senior levels within the police, including in the future for the role of Metropolitan Police Commissioner?
Minister.
I don't know whether I would think. I suspect we're some way away from not having a warranted police officer as the chief in the Metropolitan Police, but maybe not. We are very much open to looking at both how do you get some of our police leaders on secondment out into other sectors that are similar and get some experience come back, and also how do we look at direct entry where the roles are similar. A lot of people in policing have very different views about the correlation or not of the army, but there was some very interesting work done as part of this review, and I would recommend that he has a look looking at what the army does. The new rank of senior constable is very interesting, and the suggestions that they are making about the very senior police is also very interesting, and I would urge him to read the report. And although, as he says, some of these things are kind of well known, actually there's a huge amount of nuance and detail in this report that is well worth reading.
Tom Rutland.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her statement and indeed my local police officers for their work. Trust in policing is absolutely essential, and that trust and confidence has been tested too many times in recent years. So does the Minister agree that strong ethical leadership is fundamental to rebuilding public confidence in policing, and that the Leadership Commission's report provides an important opportunity to ensure that officers at every level are better supported to deliver the high standards that the public rightly expect?
can I thank my honourable friend? He's absolutely right, and the report is really strong on this, the importance of good ethical policing, so that we can reset our police leadership culture around high performance, cutting crime and keeping people safe. And on top of that, preparing us for the challenges that lie ahead. As we know, the force has not been forward-looking enough in the equipment that we've provided, the training that we've provided to look at the new forms of crime going forward. We also have a very young force. As of March last year, I think 1/3 of our whole police cohort had been in for less than 5 years. So building that experience, but through an ethical framework, is very important.
Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The findings of this report find structural issues within police forces with fragmented and inconsistent systems that do not make the most of our police talent. If you're an officer and you see cronyism, nepotism and abuse of power around you, you will not be putting the future of your career at the top of your mind and trying to break through that system. So with a view to an impending government reorganisation, whichever Home Office ministers are in place under the new Prime Minister, can I ask how will the Minister ensure that the proposed police reorganisation ensures that strong systems are in place to ensure effective police leadership and development and to break us out of the situation that have been developed?
Minister.
Can I thank him for his question? The reform that we have set out more broadly to just this report today is in many ways not contested by, there are some aspects of it that is, but others that aren't. So setting up a national police service, there is agreement, I think, across political parties and across policing that is the right thing to do. Having more of a focus on the sort of hyper-local, the local area, and making sure the public can expect that those acquisitive crimes that go unsolved, are responded to in the way that they expect. The area that Lord Bernard Hogan-Howe is looking at the moment, which straddles, as he rightly says, two different prime ministers, is looking at what's the layer in between, and there are different ways to approach that, and we are working through all of those. But the fundamental premise that if we don't reform policing, we will not end up with a force that can face the future in the way that we need it to, I don't think anyone would disagree with.
John Slinger.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I very much welcome this report, and I want to put on record my respect for the senior leadership of Warwickshire Police, with whom I've engaged, and also in the spirit of the comments of the Leader of the House, I would like to say that the Conservative Police and Crime Commissioner is also a good man, and I've had good relations with him regarding policing. Every senior police officer, indeed officer of all ranks that I've dealt with, very much wants to be scrutinised and wants to work to the very highest of standards. And so would my honourable friend agree with me that no police officer of any rank should fear the improvements that are set out in this report to leadership, because they absolutely want to serve the public in the best way possible.
I think my honourable friend has hit the nail on the head in terms of no police officer should fear this. These reforms, what's suggested in this report, are there to support officers to be able to, and staff, to be able to move through the force in a way that gives them the skills and the training that they need to do the job that we have asked them to do, and that is at its core what we are trying to do. And I would just say, in the spirit of his remarks about his Conservative Police and Crime Commissioner, that we made a difficult decision to remove Police and Crime Commissioners. That was a hard thing for Police and Crime Commissioners to hear for obvious reasons, and they have continued consistently to work with me, to work with the Home Office, to help with the reforms, to keep giving their ideas, to keep giving their time, and I am very grateful to them for that.
Thank you. Would the Minister agree with me that the leadership malaise outlined in this report can be in big part attributed to the lack of clarity from this place and from the government about what we expect of the police? And whilst this report is welcome, in paragraph 90, the definition of police leadership runs to almost 2 pages. Would she agree with me that in essence is about 2 things? First, cutting crime, Too often the leadership of the police are focused on being all-purpose social workers trying to solve every problem of society, leading to the extraordinary situation where social media is policed more aggressively than shoplifting or burglary. And secondly, having officers' backs. Too often, police officers fear acting because they'll be hung out to dry if they make the wrong call. And I'm afraid we saw exactly that this weekend in the extraordinary scenes at this Pride March, where there was explicit anti-Semitism directly attacking Jews, with the police standing back and watching. We have to achieve a cultural change. Would you agree with me in those objectives?
Minister.
I agree with him that the police have a duty to police without fear or favour, and that needs to be absolute, and that everybody is equal under the law. And I agree with him that I suspect over the years there might have been political decisions made that might have made that job harder for the police to do. But I don't agree with him in his sort of analysis of what good leadership is. There's many different ways to cut crime, and there's many different ways to have officers' backs. I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that he's hit the nail on the head. Of course, we expect our officers to cut crime, and we expect our officers to keep people safe. We can all agree on that. That is what we need people to do. The question is, how do we do that, and how has leadership been so poor over the years that we are not achieving that outcome? Now, it may be that decisions made in this place are partially to blame, it might not, but it cannot be right that, for example, only about 500 officers and staff will start a centrally delivered national leadership programme this year out of 140,000 officers and many thousands more staff. That cannot be right. That cannot be designing good leadership when we're not training people on how to do it.
Alex Mayer.
Deputy Speaker. Page 39 of the report says that the college is hampered in its quest for reform by the constant attempt to try and reach consensus. In light of that, what steps is the Minister taking to ensure that the governance of the National Police Service will be fit for purpose?
Minister.
Can I thank her for the question? The National Police Service will set those consistent standards and will ensure that we have a national workforce strategy that sets out exactly how many different people we need and in what different roles. The report shows multiple areas where there's a compliance culture in forces, there's risk aversion in forces, people don't want to speak out for fear of consequences, there's a resistance to new ideas. All of these things suggest a culture where people are not being trained, not being supported, and not being allowed to do the fundamental job which we ask them to do, to cut crime and keep people safe. So the National Police Service will be able to set those standards at a national level, and it will be able to ensure there is consistency across all the forces and not the inconsistent approach that we have at the moment.
Robert Jenrick.
A white man on a night out in Birmingham is assaulted by two black men. The police intervene and they arrest the white man, the victim, and they allow the two black lads to flee the scene. They then call the victim a dick and they hit his head against a police car whilst they're sticking him in it. They then misrepresent what happened at the event, saying that it was a fight when actually it was an assault. And then they say absolutely nothing is wrong. Then the footage goes viral, as ever, and the police are forced to change their tune. Footage the police actually tried to suppress. Are three simple questions for the police minister. One, does she consider this to be another appalling incident of two-tier policing? Number two, will she haul the acting chief constable
Order, I'm on my feet. Mr. Jenrick, one question is normally enough, and I've given you the privilege of two. Minister. No, Mr. Jenrick, you know better. Minister.
There is no room in policing for anything other than the police to do their job without fear or favour. And that involves treating everybody equally under the law. Where the police are trained, where they have good leadership, where they are given good support, we believe we can ensure there will be better outcomes for the citizens that we are all here to serve. That is the point of the leadership work that has been done over many months. It's the point of our reform programme. Where things go wrong, of course, we must shine a light on those things. And there has been a huge amount of work over the last few years in terms of policing wearing, for example, body-worn cameras, publishing that evidence so that people can see for themselves, being quicker to speak publicly about what's happened in certain incidents. All those things are important, transparent changes that we are making to our police. But at its core, we need to make sure we are trying to bring people together through the reforms that will give people the policing that we all need.
Mr Vince, you've moved. No wonder it's so quiet in this part of the chamber.
Madam Deputy Speaker, this is the closest I'm ever going to get to the front bench. Madam Deputy Speaker, having spoken to police officers across my constituency of Harlow, I know the two things they want to do is keep my constituency safe and also, if you won't mind me paraphrasing a new Labour manifesto pledge, tackle crime and the causes of crime. Can the Minister outline on the back of this recent review what she's going to do to ensure that we take away the barriers so police officers can do their job in protecting my community of Harlow but the country safe?
Minister.
I think my honourable friend, the member for Harlow, would look very fine at this dispatch box, and I hope he gets to be here and has the privilege that I have had in this role. I would say to him, he's absolutely right, we need to strip out all the bureaucracy, all the nonsense that the police have to do. All of us who've been out on response with police, or who've been out with our neighbourhood police, or who've spent time with sergeants will see just how much bureaucracy, form filling and time wasting that they have to spend. And we are trying to rip all of that away through reforms and through technology so that the police can focus on cutting crime, keeping people safe, which is what they go into the force to do and what we all expect them to do. And that's what I want to see for the people of Harlow as well as the people across the whole of this country.
Dr Andrew Morrison.
Speaker, Lords Blunkett and Herbert have done a good job, but can I counsel against introducing a new police rank when most organisations, large organisations, are stripping ranks out and trying to compress their hierarchies? Would you agree with me that the number one thing that needs to be done is to improve the quality of top leadership? Yeah. And their lordships made that point very clearly. In 1839, Captain Samuel Meredith, Royal Navy, was appointed as the first Chief Constable of Wiltshire. And can I ask her to just give some consideration to my right honourable friend, the member for Sutton Coldfield's point about allowing people from other uniformed services, armed forces and other uniformed services, to aspire to top ranks within our police force. It would break down groupthink, and I think add a great deal, particularly in relation to middle grade senior people within the armed forces who I think would have a great deal to offer.
Great point. Minister. On his last point, I mean, there is a suggestion here of targeted direct entry schemes at those levels. So I think there is an opportunity for that. What I would say to him about the, and I'm not, we haven't as a government yet properly reviewed this and come back to it. But the new rank of senior constable, I would just say they make a very compelling case because the vast majority of our police are constables, the vast majority, about 113,000 are constables. And it is often said that there are people who naturally sort of step into leadership roles before, and indeed may never become sergeants, but people who are fulfilling that function but aren't sergeants, and that has been a gap which has been recognised through the work that has been done, and I think it's something that we should look at. There are far fewer people in the top rungs, and you have this big cohort where there is no other role other than constable, and I think this is something worth looking at.
Vicky Slade, final question.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Dorset is about to get its fourth Chief Constable in just 8 years. And whilst I wish Amanda Pearson well with her retirement, those I spoke to who were involved in the recruitment panel said that the only potential candidates are the Deputy Chief Constables or the Assistant Chief Constables, that in a place like Dorset, you tend to get someone who's either internal or about to retire. And in almost every case, there's only one candidate. So given that situation, how will she look to introduce fresh ideas and a culture free of nepotism, bias and toxicity from such a small cohort and really get the leadership that we need?
Minister. The Honourable Lady speaks to one of the problems I highlighted earlier, which is that fewer than 3 applicants in the main apply for a Chief Constable role, and many end up being filled by an internal candidate. And it cannot be right, the point that she made, that a force such as hers will only be filled by somebody internal or someone thinking about retiring. I mean, it is a brilliant job. I mean, challenging, yes, but brilliant, definitely. And we should have many people aspiring to that role. And there is a huge amount in this piece of work that I, again, thank all of those who've contributed to it, including lots of people who've given much of their time to help and support and think these things through. There is much in here that will help us get to a point where, as we all want it to be, when a chief officer role like that one comes up, there are multiple people who want to apply.
That is the end of the statement on Police Leadership Commission report. I'll give the front benches a moment or two to shuffle over. Okay, now if we are ready for the Civil Service Pensions update, I call the Minister. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I want to provide the House with an important update on the administration of the Civil Service Pension Scheme. Capita were awarded this contract in November of 2023. They had 2 years of transition to prepare, and their senior leadership gave me explicit personal assurances ahead of the handover that they were fully capable of managing the workload, and indeed that they were ready for a successful transition. Indeed, the Chief Executive of Capita promised that technological improvements would create a flagship use case for the largest AI-enabled pension scheme in the country. It is clear that non-delivery of technology has been a fundamental part of Capita's inability to deliver. The reality is they were completely unprepared. Their system was overwhelmed, and it resulted in a backlog that skyrocketed to a staggering 120,000 unresolved cases. Now, in response to this, I intervened immediately and established the Cabinet Office Pensions Recovery Task Force. And Capita committed to 2 critical recovery targets: an end of April milestone to clear the inherited arrears, and an end of June milestone, by which point they promised a complete return to standard contractually required levels. Capita missed their own April milestone, and indeed the end of June deadline has arrived, and I regret to inform the House that they have failed to meet this milestone as well. So 7 months on from taking over operations, too many pension scheme members still face unacceptable delays after years of dedicated public service. Now, since my last statement on this, thousands of quotations have been issued and pensions put into payment. Capita had committed to clearing the quotes backlog by today, but I'm afraid the reality remains very different. As of the end of June, there are still over 6,700 quotations outstanding for past retirement dates and over 4,100 bereavement cases where Capita could take action. These are the most harrowing stories, Madam Deputy Speaker, affecting devastated scheme members and grieving families. So my officials have forcefully escalated these systemic back-office failures directly to Capita's senior leadership, demanding immediate investigation and resolution. And I have to be frank with the House as well. What progress has been achieved is because of the significant additional capability provided by the Cabinet Office Pensions Recovery Task Force, over 140 officials that I have surged into this. But let me also say to the House, public money will not fund Capita's failings. We will recover every single penny of these surge costs directly from Capita, and I will not remove a single member of this team until this service is permanently fixed and fully restored. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, across core areas of pension payments, quotations and complaints,
the operational reality remains deeply concerning. And whilst the speed of quote issuance has accelerated over the past month, it still leaves over 6,700 outstanding quotes to be processed as of the end of June for past retirement dates. Turning to parliamentary correspondence, the volume of MP complaints remains too high at over 1,900 outstanding constituent cases. I do understand Capita resolved almost 700 last week, but another 500 or so complaints were raised, so this remains, I'm afraid, all too current an issue. When I last reported to the House, the figure stood at 1,500, and to see that backlog having grown is frankly completely unacceptable. Capita has clearly failed to effectively manage the correspondence, to the extent, again, I've had to ask the Cabinet Office Pensions Recovery Task Force to step in. Indeed, the situation has been so faltering that my honourable friend, the Parliamentary Secretary, has indeed written to Mr Speaker about the matter. So because of Capita's persistent failures, alongside a wider, completely unacceptable failure in their overall MP engagement, which is demonstrated, I have to say, and it was reported to me by members across the House, even a poorly coordinated MP drop-in session back at the end of May, which again meant that I had to intervene again. And I ordered the Cabinet Office Pensions Recovery Task Force to take direct operational control and establish virtual surgeries for MPs and caseworkers running every weekday, and I hope that has provided at least a direct route for parliamentary offices to at least try to secure updates. Now, since I launched that initiative in May, we have delivered over 250 virtual surgeries, supporting over 150 members across the House. I turn now, Madam Deputy Speaker, to steps I'm taking to protect scheme members. I have no doubt that members across the House will agree with me that the service Capita has provided has been dreadful. So we need to take further robust measures. First of all, I will continue to apply the most stringent commercial levers. We are executing robust, continuous action with immediate financial consequences. We've already hit their bottom line by withholding £9.9 million in payments, because the government will only ever pay for what is successfully delivered. I find, I have to say, this failure remarkable, given the personal assurances provided to me by the Chief Executive ahead of the transfer. The assurances have not been met, core outputs are deficient, and in my opinion, they're failing to even make basic functionality work. Now, I know many across the House are calling for the immediate termination of this contract and it to be insourced. And let me just say to the House, for me to just terminate it right now would obviously cause severe disruption to the payroll. So I have to manage this so the payroll is being operated effectively. What I can't do is create an immediate catastrophic operational vacuum. I can't instantly replace a complex pension scheme overnight. However, I say this to the House. I have instructed my officials to bring together a broad range of stakeholders and experts to consider, in line with this government's strategy, how scheme members can be best served in a long-term, durable delivery of this scheme. So let nobody think across the House that I am or the government is accepting the status quo. This episode highlights the severe limitations of outsourcing the civil service pension scheme. And I say openly to the House, if I could insource this operation today, I would. But it is government policy nonetheless to insource in line with our manifesto commitment to deliver the biggest wave of insourcing of public services in a generation, and this pension scheme could be a prime candidate for insourcing in the future. And that future is being actively shaped by the government's announcement on the 17th of June of a new public interest test to end outsourcing by default. From April 2027, all contracts over £1 million in value must be assessed for in-house viability before renewal, and departments exceeding £100 million in annual spend must develop 5-year in-sourcing strategies. This framework builds the exact long-term capability we need, shifting our focus from short-term pricing to service quality and operational resilience. And to ensure full accountability, we're executing our contractual right to deploy independent auditors immediately to conduct a technical review of systems, data integrity and compliance with statutory duties. And we are also beginning the process to appoint a remedial advisor at Capita's expense to force rectification directly on the ground. I am not ruling out further interventions, Madam Deputy Speaker, but we do need to build the unvarnished evidence base that will serve as a strict prerequisite for further formal escalation, including potential litigation or step-in remedies should performance fail to improve. Now, the House will receive a further update in October on the findings of that independent audit, the performance of the remedial advisor, and the longer-term structural options being considered, including meeting our manifesto commitment and bringing this scheme in-house. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, let me finish by saying this. Public servants who dedicated their working lives to this country deserve absolute financial security and unwavering dignity in retirement, not corporate failure, empty promises, and certainly not sign in the sand I am drawing today. I will continue to apply commercial pressure, ensure full accountability, and we will find a way forward that delivers for the people who deliver for this country. And I commend this statement to the House.
Shadow Minister Mike.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for advance sight of his statement. Nobody in this House should be in any doubt about the anxiety and hardship being felt by retired public servants and grieving families left stranded by this operational collapse. We're talking about more than 6,700 outstanding pension quotations, more than 4,100 unresolved bereavement cases. These are not mere statistics. They represent vulnerable individuals left facing severe financial distress. But let us be completely clear about where the responsibility for this ongoing execution failure lies. The Minister can try to look backwards to November 2023, all he likes, but the critical transition phase, the data quality integration and the actual system go live occurred on this government's watch, and more specifically on his watch. The timeline of unheeded warnings is damning. Throughout 2025, both the National Audit Office and the Public Accounts Committee explicitly flagged that Capita was missing critical transition milestones and IT delivery targets. Yet despite these clear red flags, the Cabinet Office chose to override the warnings, accepted flawed assurances and pressed ahead with the December go-live. The contract management failure belongs entirely to the current front bench. Alarmingly, despite the establishment of the Minister's flagship pensions recovery task force, the situation is deteriorating in key areas. The Minister has just admitted that the backlog of MP complaints has actually grown significantly under his watch, going from 1,500 cases to more than 1,900 outstanding constituent cases just since the end of April. Barely 9 weeks. It's getting worse. And worse still, instead of focusing purely on immediate operational rectification, the Minister is using this crisis as an ideological springboard to flip to default insourcing. Now, I'm agnostic as to whether the scheme is provided in-house or externally, but there is little in this government's record to suggest that it is capable of running this scheme any less incompetently than the current operators. Retired civil servants do not need a lecture on procurement ideology. They need their pensions sorted today. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Minister must answer 4 specific questions. First, given that the Public Accounts Committee explicitly warned of Capita's IT system unreadiness last October, what independent technical verification did the Cabinet Office conduct before ministers allowed the December go-live to proceed? Second, the Minister noted the 140-strong government search team is costing significant resource. While he intends to recover these costs from the 9.9 million withheld from Capita, will he guarantee today that any remaining funds will be legally diverted into an immediate compensation scheme for those affected and the grieving families who have suffered real financial detriment? Third, the Minister expressed deep frustration at Capita's wider public sector footprint. Now, we have the Procurement Act 2023 fully active, which established a centralised debarment list specifically to stop failing legacy suppliers from winning further public work. So will the Minister commit at the dispatch box today to formally referring Capita to the Debarment Review Service for investigation, or will he allow them to continue bidding for other contracts whilst he waits until 2027 to implement his insourcing reviews? And if the threshold isn't met in this case, where will the Minister consider it appropriate to use those powers he has? And finally, given the Minister's conclusion that Capita have always been unsuitable operators of this scheme, can he tell this House why the current government chose to award Capita the new DWP contract, not in 2023, but this February? Madam Deputy Speaker, public servants who have dedicated their working lives to this country deserve financial security and dignity. They've been let down by corporate failure, as the Minister says, but they're also being let down by this government's failure to manage the contract when it matters the most. It is time for the Minister to stop blaming the past, stop pitching future ideological tests, and finally fix the operational reality on the ground.
Mr. Simmons.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm quite astonished by the Shadow Minister's contribution. The House should be in no doubt. The previous government signed a 10-year contract in November 2023. That is the situation we were left with and what I've been grappling with throughout. And the idea that I have put ideology above operational urgency is utter and total nonsense. I have intervened at every single opportunity strongly, and I have held Capita to account on its milestones time and time again to the tune of £9.9 million in a way the previous government never, ever did. And I say to the honourable member, the Shadow Minister, the one point he did make where I do have a lot more sympathy with him is around compensation. And we have introduced a process to pay interest in respect of pensions paid by Capita from the 1st of December 2025, where full benefits are paid more than 1 month after retirement. The interest rate applied will be based on the Bank of England base rate plus 1% for the period of the delay between retirement and payment. Indeed, that information has formally been published on the Civil Service Pension website, and members will have the opportunity to ask for other losses to be covered as well as part of the complaints process. As for the rest of his comments, I think you'll struggle to find anyone who's been as robust as me holding Capita to account.
Clive Betts.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. On the Public Accounts Committee, and Sir Geoffrey Clifton-Brown, the Chair, has...
Order. We don't reference colleagues by their names, by their constituencies, obviously the Select Committee, but you've already done, so dive into the question.
Dive very deeply into the question. The Chair of the Committee sends apologies. We're in a committee meeting at present. In looking at the situation on a number of occasions, and we have a joint session with the Minister on Wednesday with PACAC Select Committee. Okay. It's been absolutely appalling, the individual cases we've heard. We've got 2 on Wednesday. We'll relate to Capita and to the Minister. That widows who've been waiting since last year to get their pensions sorted out. This is not acceptable. Let's point 2 issues for the Minister to reflect on. When the previous government let the contract, I think we're in a situation where procurement couldn't properly take account of the past record of companies. And I understand the government's now changed that. Because if you looked at Capita's past record, both in the teachers' pension scheme, previously on the civil service pension scheme, they've not run one scheme properly. This should have been taken account of before the contract was let. But I'll just say one other point where the spokesperson of the opposition did have something, I think, relevant. This scheme was falling apart last year. The National Audit Office looked at it, and clearly it was going wrong there. So I just say to the Minister, did he start to look then at alternatives and start to put it together at that point, an in-house provision that could eventually take over?
Simmons.
Thank you. And my honourable friend talks about them. The cases are harrowing. He is absolutely right about that. He's also right to say that there were certainly huge issues. I'm sure we'll cover this on Wednesday with my CSP, the previous provider. But as I say, the previous government had decided in November 2023 to sign this contract. That isn't to say of course, that when it came to the autumn of last year, I wasn't just seeking specific reassurances, we were also looking as well at contingencies. And I'm sure it's something that he and indeed the right honourable gentleman will cover before the joint committee, the Grand Committee, on Wednesday.
Spokesperson Lisa Smart.
Much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm grateful to the Minister for advance sight of his statement. The failure of Capita to meet the 30th of June deadline is deeply disappointing, but sadly not surprising. But behind it sit 1.7 million current and former civil servants who simply want the peace of mind that the pension they have earned through decades of public service will be handled competently, fairly and with dignity. Capita's repeated failures are causing real distress and uncertainty for people who deserve better. And that includes several of my constituents, Sue from Romley, Tracy from Offerton and Christopher from Marple included. Public Accounts Committee did indeed warn that Capita risked not being ready to take over full administration back in December. It raised serious concerns about weak contract management and poor oversight. And those warnings have now come to fruition as thousands of retired civil servants have experienced delays or complete failures in pension payments since Capita took over. So how will the government restore confidence for the million-plus current and former civil servants who simply want reassurance that their pensions will be administered competently? What assessment has been made of the systemic failures in the administration of this scheme, and what lessons have been learnt for future contracts of this kind? How can the Minister ensure that this failure is given sufficient weight should Capita have the brass neck to bid for any future government contracts in this or wholly unrelated areas? The Minister has rightly called the thousands of unresolved bereavement cases harrowing. These are grieving families denied closure. Can the Minister commit today to ordering Capita to prioritise all bereavement cases as a matter of particular urgency? And could he guarantee a specific date by which this specific backlog will be zero?
Minister Thomas Simmons.
Yeah, I'm grateful to the Honourable Lady, and just to take her final point, yes, bereavement cases are being prioritised, but Capita's current working assumption is that the remaining backlog of over 6,700 past retirement quotations for past retirement dates and the 4,100 actionable bereavement cases will be systemically cleared through the rest of July and August. And I hope this House will hold them to that timetable. More broadly, she's absolutely right in terms of learning the lessons from it and robustly holding Capita account. That's why the House will be aware. I took the decision to end, for example, their contract on the Royal Mail pension scheme. So the House can be assured I will not hesitate to take robust action. But to the point that the Honourable Lady makes, which I think is a central one, I'm also very conscious, contrary to what the Shadow Minister says, always of the operational position week to week, to absolutely ensure that I'm still driving the improvement of this pension scheme to the level it should be at.
Dame McKillian.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is a real mess, I'm pleased the Minister has acknowledged, but there are a couple of practical things that could be delivered. There's no MP hotline, and there's a long and complicated process for MPs and their staff to go through the other hotlines. So could that perhaps be resolved, because that would make things a lot quicker? And when emails are sent, the same AI-generated generic response is sent repeatedly back, which is making no progress. So there's just toing and froing, which is wasting time. And there could be perhaps clearer guidance about what MPs can pass on to the constituents of ours who've got challenges. And finally, postal delays are a real issue in my constituency, and I know in others, particularly in London, but I'm seeing nodding from around the country. Could there be more use of email to at the very least get out the statement, even if there is eventually paperwork to be signed? But most organisations now manage to do paperwork via email. Could not Capita sort this one out?
Yeah, I mean, look, and I'm more than happy to take on board what my honourable friend has said in terms of streamlining the MP interaction with this service. I know that my honourable friend has passed on many of these points directly to Capita and indeed raised their behaviour directly with the Speaker's office. But in terms of broadly what my honourable friend is saying, I'm more than willing to look at it.
Simon Hall.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Minister for his statement, and through him thank his officials and the Surge team in particular, who are trying to clear up this mess of Capita's creation. I'm sure the Minister will share my bemusement at Capita's stance. It seems to have no emotional intelligence whatsoever
to understand the very demonstrable harm that is being done to constituents the length and breadth of this country. Nor does it seem cognizant that His Majesty's government happens to be customer number one as far as Capita's balance sheet is concerned. Are they unwilling or unable to face into the situation as it currently presents itself and really put their shoulders to the wheel and sort this out? Or does he fear that they have just given this up as a bad job, are just awaiting the contract to be taken from them, and will just soft pedal between now and when that time occurs?
Minister.
As ever, the chair of the Select Committee, I think, makes very sensible points. And I make very clear from this dispatch box that they certainly should not in any sense be soft-pedalling. They have specific contractual duties that I have been holding them to and will continue to hold them to. And to his point as well, away from the commercial and money aspect of this, hugely important, obviously, though that is in terms of public money, he's right to highlight the emotional impact, because we have people here, we talk about bereavement as the Honourable Lady, the spokesperson of the Liberal Democrats did. These are people in a very vulnerable position in their lives, seeking to access money that they themselves paid in.
To help colleagues, more colleagues get in, the question is to be short and just be one question. Paula Barker.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Like other members across this House, I also have constituents who have faced unacceptably long delays. A lady who is terminally ill, left waiting for months. A man due his first payment in December 2025, now shockingly being forced to wait until 2027, who is in severe financial hardship. And also a lady whose brother died in service in 2024, unable to settle his estate due to the delay. We have heard the Minister talk about the missed deadlines, but yes, in February, Capita was awarded more contracts across 4 government departments. Minister, it's frankly shocking that the government is unable to pay the pensions of its own civil servants who have spent their lives serving the public. So when will the government finally take the civil service pension scheme back in-house rather than rewarding failure? And will he assure the House today that no further government contracts will be awarded to Capita?
So, firstly, as I've said, Madam Deputy Speaker, in line with the government's policy of looking across contracts of higher value, as I've set out in my statement, I do think this contract is a prime candidate for outsourcing. And indeed, this government has also introduced the public interest test, which I hope will most certainly give a different dimension, a different approach to procurement and to insourcing, which is in line with the manifesto commitment that she and I campaigned for.
Gaga Mahindra.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. One of my constituents, Caroline from Vickmansworth, has been waiting over 6 months to receive the documentation required to retire. Capita publicly stated that all outstanding requirement quotes would be issued by the end of June 2026. However, this deadline has passed and Caroline is still waiting. What advice can the Minister offer Caroline as to what she should do in order to receive this essential documentation?
I'm very sorry to hear about Caroline's case. If the member were willing to write to me directly with the details, the Parliamentary Secretary will gladly look into that case.
Catherine McKinnell.
The family of a terminally ill constituent contacted me in desperation last month. They'd been trying to resolve the pension issues of their family member since January. She died yesterday. Her pension still unresolved. Can the Minister be more specific for that family about what will be done to resolve this issue? It is too late for my constituent, but her family have been through enough.
Minister.
I'm very sorry to hear about her constituent, and tragically to hear about her constituent passing away only yesterday. Madam Deputy Speaker, I would be glad if the member were able to write to me about that particular case. I think that is one certainly the Parliamentary Secretary will personally look into because of the nature of what has happened. But for that family, and indeed every other family who has an interest in this scheme, we absolutely have to restore the level of service that they rightly expect.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Sadly, it's not just Capita that is missing deadlines, it's the government too. I raised a constituent's case in ministerial correspondence in mid-February and only received a response from the Parliamentary Secretary on the 30th of June, 4.5 months later. My constituents want a solution, and they want a swift solution. So given the April deadline has been missed, the June deadline has been missed, what confidence can they or this House have the August deadline will be hit?
I mean, with regard to his first point around, we will look specifically into why that was the case. It shouldn't have taken 4.5 months for the Honourable Gentleman to have a reply, and myself and the Parliamentary Secretary will take that back to look into the correspondence team why that has happened. Secondly, with regard to his point about confidence in the new July and August deadline being missed, what I think is absolutely critical, and this is why I am specifically now looking at a range of options, because we have to be in a position where this service is being delivered properly.
Katrina Murray.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I thank the Minister for the statement today. New cases are still coming into my office, whether it's tales of failure to get through on the telephone, lack of online access, and they remain common, but most common is the financial distress. My case team are worried, keep hearing about people being about to lose their house because of the interim interest-free loans made available in January were welcome, but for those who are still waiting settlements, will the government consider further payments?
Yes, first of all, I think the loans, the interest-free loans that they introduced earlier in the year are important, but I know they are not suitable or indeed the choice of every beneficiary under this scheme. But secondly, as I indicated, I think in answer to the Shadow Minister a moment or two ago, I also think that compensation is very, very important as well. And I reiterate to the House too, I have surged significant resources into this scheme, but I am absolutely determined it won't be the taxpayer who picks up the bill for it.
Thank you
very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I welcome the statement today, and my constituents, whenever we've come to the government, you have reacted quickly, and Capita appeared to be moving quickly. But this week, a woman that I've been representing since March and who's been pursuing Capita for more than a year over her husband's death in benefit service told me this week that they are, and this is a doozy, refusing to accept a Scottish extract of divorce. And they're demanding that she get an absolute decree according to the English and Welsh courts. Now, the thing about that is, that's going to take so long, it will take her through, she's prepared to do it, but it will take her past the deadline, after which her children will have to pay tax on the death and benefits. So, can the government give her some reassurance that she's not going to be pursued for tax, and that something will be done to tell Capita that a Scottish divorce extract is actually valid?
Minister.
Well, quite, Madam Deputy Speaker. On this, I understand, and I'm grateful to the Honourable Lady, because I know she has been, I think she's had a few virtual surgeries, I know she's been in contact with my office. I think she's got a number of ongoing cases, actually. I think I was looking, I counted 7, actually, before I was coming in to deliver the statement today. I think the Honourable Lady's met the Parliamentary Under-Secretary previously, but on this particular issue, the Parliamentary Under-Secretary will be more than willing to do that again and to highlight this particular issue around Scottish divorce law to Capita.
Mary Kelly-Foy.
I've heard from dozens of my constituents across the City of Durham who've been impacted by either delayed or missing pension payments, and that number grows every day. A recent disturbing case sent us around a chap who sadly has been diagnosed with early onset of Alzheimer's at just 46 years old. So, ill health retirees should never be left without that vital support that they need at the most difficult moments of their lives. So can the Minister please reassure this House that Capita will clear existing backlog as a matter of urgency, prioritising ill health, bereaved families and those facing financial hardship?
Yes, they should absolutely be prioritising bereavement cases. Indeed, people in the position that my honourable friend's constituent finds himself in at just the age of 46. As I've said, Capita have set out this working assumption around clearing this backlog in July and indeed in August, and she can rest assured they'll be held robustly to it.
Gregory Stafford.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I currently have 11 unresolved constituency cases in my constituency, and like him, those numbers are going up. Those constituents deserve certainty under these unacceptable delays. During Cabinet Office questions on the 25th of June, I raised these failures with the Parliamentary Under-Secretary, who assured the House that all levers were being used to ensure Capita met its end of June deadline. Can the Minister tell us what those levers were, given the fact they appear to be attached to nothing, given that Capita has still failed to meet that deadline? And what levers is he going to pull when the August deadline is inevitably not met as well?
Yes, well, he'll be aware from my statement. I mean, £9.9 million has been withheld from Capita, and I will continue where milestones are not. No, well, he makes a valid point, actually, which is, and that is precisely why I am now looking at a range of options whilst continuing to prioritise operational performance in the short term. But he's right, this is where we have been driven to under this contract, is to look at this range of options. We've had deadlines that I'm afraid have repeatedly not been met.
Ms Webb. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm sure it goes as no surprise to anyone in this House that the deadline was missed today on top of the previous deadlines, and I don't think anyone has faith in Capita delivering this, and I know many in my constituency and across Blackpool and the Fylde Coast and in my neighbouring constituency in Blackpool North and Fleetwood, we see cases come week after week to our surgeries. So can the Minister outline when this government could bring this back in-house and how quickly that can be to ensure that we have a transition, because enough is enough. Too many constituents in my constituency and many across this country are suffering, and this needs to be resolved.
Yeah. So, looking forward, Madam Deputy Speaker, the government has already announced its new public interest test to end outsourcing by default, and from April of next year, all contracts over £1 million have to be assessed for in-house viability before renewal. And of course, departments exceeding £100 million in annual spend must also develop 5-year insourcing strategies. So we are moving swiftly to deliver our manifesto commitment.
Speaker, my constituents Scott and Pamela McBride from Peterhead are victims of this shambolic burgh. They retired in April 2020 and they're still waiting on a resolution. They came to me in February. I'll keep it simple, Minister. If I write to you with the details, can your surge team help me with one of these surgery appointments to sort this out?
The simple answer is yes, and I'm sorry to hear about what's happened with Scott and Pamela.
Boy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I recently met a woman who had spent her career fighting fraud for the DWP. If she had behaved in the way that this company are behaving around her pension, she'd have been fired on the spot. It's one rule for ordinary working people and another for these outsourced companies who behave so terribly on the taxpayers' money. In Darlington, we have a Capita base with over 1,000 employees. Capita recently announced they could no longer afford to pay the real living wage. How much profit are they making on this £200 million contract that they're failing to deliver?
Well, certainly, Madam Deputy Speaker, I haven't hesitated to use commercial levers to withhold millions of pounds from them where they've not delivered the performance that they should have done. And I also, my honourable friend puts her finger on a very important point as well. It is for Capita just having a sense of self-awareness about their own conduct versus the consequence of it for a lot of very vulnerable people.
Alex Shalbrook.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker, like all of us, I've had several constituents raise heartbreaking issues and the fact they're getting into real financial duress. So if I can just slightly change, because I'm sure if I just look at what my constituents will be viewing today, they'll be thinking, well, what's going to change? So I ask the Minister go away and look at what compensation could be given to people and actually taking it out of the profits of Capita to say that all missed payments will be given to the people who are in financial difficulty. Everybody gets what they should have got on the date they should have got it, straight out of Capita's profits.
No, I mean, on the principle of compensation, I think the honourable gentleman actually has a very, very valid point. And indeed, as I set out, I think, a moment or two ago about some of the arrangements that are in place for that already, particularly around interest, where money should have been paid that weren't paid on time. There's also a second principle here, which is the taxpayers of the United Kingdom will not be paying for Capita's failure.
John McDonnell.
Can I register my interest as the chair, non-pecuniary interest as the chair of the PCS Parliamentary Group?
I'm taking it as read that when the Minister refers to the stakeholder group, it will include PCS as trade union. I'm also taking it as read from the tenure of the questions so far that insourcing will be top of the agenda of that review. But can I ask him, in all rationality, how is it that Capita have been awarded a £320 million contract to administer the pay of 250,000 civil servants?
Minister.
I mean, to my right honourable friend's first point, yes, of course, it includes PCS, as he knows. And in terms of being awarded this contract in the first place, it's a very valid question. I have to be fair to say that the previous pension provider certainly was not providing a sufficient level of performance. But as he will have heard from my answer to the Shadow Minister, this was a contract that was signed in November 2023, and it's in the context of having inherited a long-term contract. I've been trying to deal with this since.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. One of my hard-working caseworkers attended one of the virtual surgeries mentioned, but every single update they received was wrong. Lump sums, quotes, paperwork and complaint responses were all said to have been sent out, yet not one case had actually moved. My constituents feel lied to and my staff disrespected. So will the Minister tell the House what further action will be taken to hold Capita to account for these false assurances?
Minister.
Quite simply, that shouldn't be happening, and if the Honourable Lady would be willing to write to me with precisely the information that was given and what the correct information was, the Parliamentary Secretary will look into that.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for coming to give this important update. But I'm honest in that I think many of our constituents will be watching with a lot of alarm, a lot of concern, a lot of anger and frustration, because they are thinking, how would this situation change? My constituent wanted me to raise his case. He said, I turn to you as a last resort for help in a moment of personal crisis and a right to family life. For the past 6 months, I've been trying to get the Civil Service Pension Scheme to issue me with the letter confirming my annual and monthly pension entitlement. I'm 70 years old, a retiree with medical condition. I reside 50% in Brazil and the rest here. I'm a UK taxpayer. I'm a retired member of the FCDO, having served for almost 38 years in various diplomatic posts. This is not a way to treat hard-working members of staff who've given so many of their time and life to our government. Can the Minister assure me that Capita will be held accountable for this failure, including the fact that heads should roll?
Minister.
My honourable friend is absolutely right that it's been totally and utterly unacceptable, and she's absolutely right too that they have been and will be robustly held to account. That is why, of course, I've appointed now the audit to look at the future of this scheme, but also, as well, the remedial advisor, which, by the way, is being appointed at Capita's expense to force rectification directly on the ground. It's two things here. It is the immediate operational issues, but also the future of the schemes we looked at too.
Blake Stevenson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Capita's failures have caused significant hardship to retiring civil servants across the country. And the Minister is right that the immediate priority should be to resolve the hardship caused to all of our constituents. But looking forward, is it also important that the government, and I mean all governments, not just this government, gets much, much better at managing and overseeing third-party contracts to stop this and similar issues happening in the future? Time and time again on the Public Accounts Committee, we're assessing departmental oversight of third-party contracts, and the commercial management, frankly, to my mind, is just not good enough. Could the Minister outline what the Cabinet Office is doing to improve commercial management throughout the whole of government?
Minister.
So, look, and I'm grateful for the tone then, in which I thought it was a constructive question the honourable gentleman asked. And, look, that is why I think one of the reasons the government's introduced the new public interest test to end outsourcing by default, and that will mean that reassessment is going to happen from the start of next year. I think it's very, very important, and I think it's important as well, as I think the honourable gentleman very fairly concedes, we need to look back over a few years across different governments as well.
Questions are far too long. Too many colleagues will be disappointed unless questions are kept short. Kim Johnson, show us how it's done.
Thank you so much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I really welcome the Minister's statement today and his acknowledgement that Capita has failed and failed miserably, but not for the first time.
failing 1.7 million silver surplus for some of them in my constituency. So I'd like to ask the Minister what due diligence was undertaken and how much profit are they making when they're not paying the living wage, and should you now consider sanction them more than the 9.9 million? And will you please work with unions to...
Gosh, long question and use. It's not my responsibility. Minister, over to you.
Yes, we will continue to work with the trade unions and other stakeholders, and my honourable friend can be rest assured, yes, it's correct that £9.9 million in milestone payments has been withheld, but I will not hesitate to continue to use all the commercial levers for poor performance.
I welcome the statement very much. I just want to follow on the question from the member for Bromsgrove just now. Yes, ministers must take responsibility for these contracts, but ultimately Whitehall fails to deliver value for money on behalf of the public. It's not enough to say that the government plans to insource more contracts. They can't insource everything. So what is the government doing to ensure that Whitehall gets better value for money when it does procurement and also project management?
Minister.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair to the honourable gentleman, I know he's looked very carefully at a number of these things. I would say, first of all, the point of the public interest test is to end outsourcing by default. But he's also right, there is an additional issue here, which is a cross-governmental issue to look at management of contracts. It's something that I've certainly been thinking about looking at in the Cabinet Office, and he's correct. It's something we need to look at across the board.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Angela from Great Gar worked for the Civil Service for 42 years. Despite this long and loyal service, she was looking forward to retirement, which became a nightmare when she could not get her pension from Capita for 6 long months, causing huge distress. Will the Minister commit to holding them to account every single day, and will he make sure that we remember this if they ever apply for public contracts again?
Yes, I'm very sorry to hear about the experience of my honourable friend's constituents, and she can be assured we will continue absolutely to hold Capita robustly to account every day.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Minister set out for the House the robust accountability measures that he has in place. And whilst I appreciate it's very difficult for him to ensure that he gets the response he wants from Capita, can he please ensure that constituents of mine like Keith Wyville, when they contact their former employer, the Cabinet Office, are not simply given the brush off and told to raise the issue with Capita, but at least have set out for them the actions that the government is taking?
Yes, so I'm very sorry to hear about what's happened to Keith. We obviously have, as the honourable member will know, the Pensions Recovery Task Force, but if he can specifically tell me the date and how exactly that happened with Keith, I'm more than happy to look at that.
Mr. Matters.
Deputy Speaker, my constituent logged into the pension portal this morning. It told him that he'd only been employed by the Civil Service for 1 year, not the 35 that he'd actually been employed for by an agency that didn't actually exist when he started working for the Civil Service, and it still can't tell him what his annual pension value is. So that's after a software upgrade at the weekend, by the way, so God knows what it was like before then. But this just shows, doesn't it, Madam Deputy Speaker, what a shambles the system is. I really welcome what the Minister said about the public interest test, but don't we also need to make a competence test a key part of that, so these companies who are serial offenders don't get any public contracts again?
Yes, I'm very sorry to hear about what's happened with his constituent, and I would say to him, he's absolutely right. Competence and delivery under these third-party contracts is absolutely central, and we need to hold every person who has been awarded these contracts are actually delivering for the public to make sure they do so to the standard they're expected to.
Go, Franklin.
Madam Deputy Speaker, my constituent Anita was widowed suddenly in December 2025 and Capita have failed to calculate her lump sum and pension payments. She is living in desperate hardship. She's exhausted all her credit cards. There are no friends and family left who can support her, and she's not even been able to scatter her husband's ashes. So I would like to ask the Minister, he has insisted that bereavement cases are prioritised, but I would suggest the evidence is otherwise. What is the Minister doing right now to ensure that people like her are not living in hardship? They need urgent action.
Yeah, and look, I'm very sorry again to hear about her constituent. Firstly, if her case isn't being prioritised, I think we would want to see that individually so that we can take it up. Secondly, I'm not sure whether her constituent has applied for a hardship loan or not, but clearly it's that type of situation that I introduced the hardship loans for earlier in the year, and certainly if she can write to the Cabinet Office with the details, we can also look at eligibility if a hardship loan was something her constituent wanted to do.
Mr McAllister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the Minister for his statement and appreciate all the Government's work to resolve this inherited issue.
However, the system is inadequate and it's causing serious problems for many within my Western Bartonshire constituency, which currently sits with a higher than average number of outstanding cases. Capital's communication is terrible. My constituents are left in the dark. Vital documents and quotes are repeatedly lost, or either that or it's a deliberate delay tactic. Capita build up expectations, set deadlines and time again fail to deliver. So when do we envisage that all of my Western Bartonshire constituents will finally get their pensions paid?
Minister.
Yes, and grateful to all of those public servants in his constituency of Western Bartonshire and indeed across the country who frankly deserve better. As I indicated a moment or two ago, on past retirement quotations of past retirement dates and the actionable bereavement cases, Capita's working assumption is that will be cleared during the rest of this month and indeed next month, and collectively we must hold them to account for that.
Speaker, a constituent of mine submitted a request for over a year for the proposed retirement date, but still waiting, and so sadly it was little wonder that the June date had been missed. The Minister explained, and something my constituents will thank him for, the significant resource that the government has now tasked at eradicating this backlog. But in advance of the August deadline, can I ask what additional resource in terms of staffing or funding is Capita allocating to this task?
Minister.
Yeah, no, it's a very good point, actually, it's being made by the Honourable Gentleman. I mean, I stand ready to continue with the surge resource. I have very frequent updates, and I give consideration as to, A, what additional resource might be required from me, but also, he's absolutely right, we certainly don't neglect either the resource and prioritisation that Capita itself is giving, and it's hugely important they stick to their word.
Bill Esserson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Paul and Susan Robinson worked for the Health and Safety Executive for over 40 years each. They haven't been able to claim for their retirement since they finished last year because they've been living off their savings and off the small loan that they have had. They are typical of dozens of my constituents who contacted me. But the Minister talked quite rightly of his anger at the missed deadlines. What confidence does he have? In fact, how can he give us confidence that we won't be back here again in a few months' time with another deadline having been missed?
Minister.
Yeah, and it's precisely because of that, Madam Deputy Speaker, and that concern that I am looking to be able to come back to the House within very short order to look at a range of options for this.
Callum Miller.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me declare an interest as a former civil servant and a future civil service pensioner. Many constituents in my constituency are angry about this situation, like Gary, who's been waiting more than 6 months. He's now received a pension it's wrong, or like a widower who has not received anything yet. I'm glad the Minister is angry, but let me ask him this. If a senior civil servant had been responsible for this scheme, would he now have sacked them? And what is he doing to ensure the Chief Executive, who has told him so many lies, loses their job?
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm grateful as somebody who has indeed had years of service for the public previously. I pay tribute to what the Honourable Gentleman did before he entered the House. In terms of holding people to account, he can rest assured that I've been doing absolutely that, right from last autumn, indeed through this year, and indeed doing it financially with Capita as well.
Newbury.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. A constituent of mine in Cannock Chase who served 44 years in the civil service contacted me in May and said that despite assurances given to ministers that call wait times were down to a couple of minutes, that day she waited 1 hour and 40 minutes before giving up. Would the Paymaster General agree with me that civil servants who've served our country for decades are entitled to a far better standard of service than the woeful one Capita's providing?
Minister.
My honourable friend is absolutely right.
Saoirse Eastwood.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I also have to declare an interest because my husband is a civil servant and currently paying into a pension. Would the Minister agree with me that this is probably one of the best examples that we have of the social contract falling apart? People who have literally worked for the state now being unable to be paid by the state. I really welcome your statement about the insourcing. You have said that it's important that a taxpayer will not have to foot this bill.
I have not said anything. Quickly end your question.
There has been a cost to the taxpayer in people's lives. What can you do to restore confidence in this system?
What can I do to restore confidence, or the Minister? The Minister, right? Good. Minister.
No, I mean, to say to the honourable lady, when she talks about the cost there's been in people's lives, she's absolutely right, and it goes beyond the monetary in terms of what's happened when people are at their most vulnerable. But we absolutely have to restore, as a priority, a contractual level of service, but then, as I say, look at a range of options in the medium term.
Blake.
Mr Evans applied for early release of his civil service pension on terminal ill health grounds in November 2025, but sadly passed away in May of this year. It is still not resolved, despite repeated representations from my office. Cabinet has failed inexcusably. What actions can be taken to ensure that Mr Evans' family receives the pension and payments owed without further delay, to hold Capita to account, and will there be interest paid on back payments?
So, in terms of compensation, yes, there is provision around interest, and I'd be very grateful if she could just write to me about that specific case, and we will look at it.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased to hear the Government accept that part of the issue here is successive governments' obsession with outsourcing by default. But can the Minister provide us some reassurance that when assessing the merits of insourcing this particular contract, they won't do so in isolation, but will also take into account the wider benefits of building state capacity so that the Government's able to execute its core functions with confidence?
Minister.
Yes, absolutely, and that's why it's so important for the public interest test that we look right across government at the different contracts. So I agree.
Ms Cadbury.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister. Time and again, our constituents have been failed by these outsourced companies, and it's not just Capita and it's not just government services. So in response to the member for Bromsgrove, what else is the Minister going to do to ensure the other parts of the public sector, particularly government agencies, local government and so on, can learn from the aspect that he's now putting in place in future on outsourced contracts?
Minister.
No, my old friend is absolutely right, and I think that's why the introduction of the public interest test to end outsourcing by default is so important for systemic change.
Madam Deputy Speaker, my team are dealing with 18 civil service pension scheme cases. One of them is for Sheila from Glastonbury, who took partial retirement earlier this year to care for her 92-year-old mother. She's made over 15 calls to Capita, each time reassured that her case has been prioritised, but she still hasn't had any correspondence at all, and she's got no pension to draw on. So after years of public service, she deserves better. So how is the Minister intend to restore confidence for people like Frasula, who simply want access to the money that they've worked hard to earn?
Minister.
Quite simply, Madam Deputy Speaker, the only way to restore confidence is, frankly, to get this service to the level it should be and to the level that, frankly, her constituent deserves it to be.
Josh Penton-Glynn.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I've had 14 constituents contact me about this and raise their cases. Only 3 of them have been resolved. The unresolved ones include bereavement cases, which we were told would be prioritised. I went to the drop-in for MPs. I sat there for 40 minutes and then left because nothing had happened. It beggars belief that this company has ridden roughshod over people who've been public service for years. So can the Minister please tell me what will it take for us to take that contract off Capita?
Well, Minister.
I mean, the point my honourable friend makes about the MP drop-in is a very good one. That is why, again, I felt that I had to intervene directly, because even that was causing a problem. And to his second point, he can rest assured wherever contractual performance falls below the level required, I will take action, and I have. And we are also looking, as I say, about, in the context of our policy on insourcing, that this contract is a prime candidate.
Madam Deputy Speaker, my constituent Jamie Dalgleish served 25 years in the submarine service, followed by 23 years in the Ministry of Defence Police. He retired last year, but is still waiting for his monthly pension to start. Such is his financial hardship that at 65 years of age, Jamie has now taken a civilian job back with the MOD police, cleaning out the dogs' kennels for minimum wage. He has been failed by Capita. Minister, will the Minister please take Jamie's case directly to Capita and find a speedy resolution for this shocking injustice?
Minister.
I'm more than happy to do that for his constituent, Jamie. That's totally unacceptable.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My constituents have been treated appallingly by Capita. Some of them have died waiting for their pension. This is inevitable consequences of outsourcing contracts done on the cheap. So can I welcome the Government's decision to hold Capita to account at last? I ask the Minister, can you ensure that no more government contracts will be awarded to Capita, and explain why, given the dreadful performance, anyone thought it was sensible to award them the Synergy contract? Minister.
Yeah, I'd say to my honourable friend, who I know has had many cases and has spoken extremely powerfully on many, many occasions about the way her constituents have been affected by this, that this is why that introduction last month of the public interest test, ending outsourcing by default, I think is going to make such a difference going forward.
Gerald Jones.
Gerald.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Minister for his statement and for the work that he's doing to bring this to a resolution. I have a growing number of cases from constituents in Merthyr and Aberdare. Obviously, we know that the response from Capita is appalling. Correspondence has taken weeks, indeed months, to get through. And today, just today, going on into the surgeries that the Minister has set up, a meeting between my caseworker and Capita failed to provide an update on an individual case, despite us giving more than a week's notice of the background. The response is continuing to be shockingly poor from Capita. So can I ask the Minister to specifically look at those surgeries to see they are properly fit for purpose, because they're not delivering at the moment?
Yes, I'm certainly happy to do that. We have, I think, task force members now on each one, but where members are not getting the information that they require, please do escalate it to me.
Madam Deputy Speaker, in one of my remaining 9 open cases, Dr Carol Furlong lost her husband in 2015. She was told in October, after a long battle, that nearly £15,000 would be paid within 28 days. Madam Deputy Speaker, she still hasn't received a penny. Can the Minister please assure the House that Capita has sufficient resources in place to deal urgently with cases causing financial hardship, and will he confirm that claims involving bereavements will still be treated as a priority?
Yes, they should absolutely be being prioritised, and my honourable friend can be assured I will continue with that surge resource until there comes a point where I'm satisfied that the contractual standard can be met. I'm not at the moment.
Topical, Crichton.
Topical. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My constituent, Carol Campbell, is a Marine Coast Guard team leader in Stornoway. These are civil servants who do not just serve the public, they save the public. She has seen the June deadline come and go. She sees us shambles. I know Carol. She has given a lifetime of service. She tells me at 63, I'm loath to continue working through another Hebridean winter, doing 12-hour day shifts and night shifts. But currently, I don't feel I have any other alternative. What steps is the Minister taking to ensure that Capita and its Chief Executive is held to account for failing these lifesavers?
Minister.
Yes, I'm grateful to Carol for her service, and she can be assured I will robustly continue to hold Capita to account. I don't know if in her particular circumstances a hardship loan would have been appropriate, but if he writes me with the details, I'm more than happy to look.
Tom Rutland.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Too many of my constituents are seeing delays to receiving their civil service pensions because of Capita's failures. In some cases, this is causing serious hardship, and I'm doing all I can to assist them in accessing their hard-earned pensions. So can the Minister outline what steps he's taking to ensure correspondence from members in this place advocating on behalf of their constituents to Capita is being dealt with quickly?
No, I mean, my old friend puts his finger on it. That is indeed why the Parliamentary Secretary escalated it to Mr Speaker. So serious was this problem. My honourable friend can be assured that we will continue to hold Capita to account robustly on that.
Dixon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Minister for his statement? The Minister may recall that at a Westminster Hall debate on the 4th of February, many of us raised cases. I raised 4 Dartford residents still unable to access their civil service pensions. 2 remain completely unresolved and 1 has only been recently resolved. Does the Minister agree with me that our civil service pensioners deserve so much better than this, and that of the tough measures that he's announced today, and I thank him for those, taking the contract away from Capita must be firmly on the table?
Minister.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely they deserve better. Constituents, public servants across the House represented here in the Chamber deserve so much better, and he can be assured that the independent order will be looking at a range of options.
Danny Beale.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I've had several constituents failed by Capita who, with the support of my team, have been battling to get the pensions they are owed and deserve. For some, the June milestone has come and gone, frustratingly, and just last Friday I met Barbara, whose husband passed away in January, and
On top of that grief and sorrow, she's still battling to get her late husband's pension, being asked the same documents over and over again from Capita. Does the Minister agree with me this is completely unacceptable, and can he assure me and the rest of the House that every single option is still on the table, including bringing the contract back in-house?
Minister.
My honourable friend is absolutely right. That situation is totally unacceptable. People at vulnerable moments in their lives shouldn't have to battle in that way. And he can be assured we will be looking at every method to ensure that people get the level of service they deserve.
Final question, Mark Stewart.
Very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I place on record my thanks to the Pensions Recovery Task Force, which I know he deployed. They've been working with my team in my constituency to resolve at least one of my constituents' cases, so I'm grateful for that. I'm now being contacted by civil servants who are due to retire, who are really worried they're going to be swept up in this too. What reassurances can you give them?
Minister.
No, it's a good question. I think the reassurance is, firstly, we will continue to prioritise operational delivery day to day. So if there are people who retire in the very near future, they have that. But secondly, they can be assured that we are looking now in the medium term at the best, most effective way to have a proper service level.
That is the end of the statement on civil service pensions. I'll give the front benches a few moments to shuffle over. Colleagues are settled. We now come to the allocation of time motion. Minister to move. The question is as on the order paper. As many in that opinion say aye. Aye. Absconding no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
National Security, State Threats Bill, consideration of Lord's amendments.
I'd like to move. Now. I can inform the House that nothing in the Lord's amendments engages Commons financial privilege. We will begin with the government motion to agree with Lord's Amendment 1, with which it will be convenient to consider the other Lord's amendments. I call the Minister to move the motion. Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The first duty of any government is and will forever be to secure this country and keep all of its inhabitants safe. It's a mission that has challenged us relentlessly, but in recent years it's grown and evolved. The threat posed by foreign powers will be known by all here. Physical threats against individuals and property, theft of trade secrets, attempts to interfere in and influence our democracy, cyber attacks targeting both the state and the private sector that disrupt critical infrastructure and compromise sensitive data. As the House has heard many times before, the source of these threats has come predominantly, though not exclusively, from three countries: Russia, China and Iran. The threats from each present differently, but those threats are very real and they are evolving. The bill before us will strengthen the government's ability to disrupt hostile intelligence services and their proxies by adapting counter-terrorism tools to tackle state-based security threats to the UK. In developing this legislation, we have worked closely with the police, with security and with the intelligence agencies. The bill gives our operational partners the powers they need, and it does so in a way which reflects the differences between state and non-state actors. As Jonathan Hall himself has said, this bill, and I quote, does the job. As the bill progressed through its stages, the government listened carefully to the arguments that were made in relation to legitimate humanitarian assistance, as well as concerns expressed by NGOs and the International Development Committee. The government's position remains that the bill should not criminalise legitimate humanitarian aid work or the important work of journalists and diplomats. It remains... Of course.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way, and I welcome Amendment 1 to 6 to clarify the bill. However, as the bill stands, journalists could still face prison sentences of up to 10 to 14 years for working with even approaching sources in hostile governments. Will the Minister consider pausing this legislation so we can go back to the drawing board?
I thank my honourable friend. I don't agree with her interpretation of the bill at all, and I think the threats that we are facing mean that this bill ought to be on the statute book sooner rather than later so we can begin to deal with them. As I was saying, the government's position remains that the bill should not criminalise legitimate humanitarian aid work or the important work of journalists and diplomats, and it remains our view that this bill does not have that effect. However, to avoid a potential chilling effect, the government felt that it was better to accept amendments to the bill to put that matter beyond doubt. That's why the government supported amendments 1, 2, 4 and 6 tabled by the noble Baroness Northover in the other place. These amendments, yes, of course.
Thank you for giving way on that point, and I'm pleased that she's accepting the amendments, and this hopefully will give some comfort to journalists who at the moment are in an incredibly precarious situation in every war zone, and usually somebody accuses them of being terrorists for what they're reporting. What support will the government practically be able to give to journalists or journalist unions that are faced with these threats, because they are very real and the number of journalists that are being killed around the world is rising year on year?
I thank the right honourable gentleman for his question. We are actually very, very confident that the bill as it's written does not place journalists in any jeopardy. In fact, these measures allow us to act against those who are conducting harmful activity in the UK, including targeting journalists here in the UK because of their attempts to expose activities in other regimes. The right honourable gentleman makes a more general point about the jeopardy that journalists put themselves in war zones, with which I would agree. Their news reporting is some of the bravest that happens, and we all support free press and the ability of journalists to be able to report in war zones. But I would say respectfully to him that these things are slightly different, and he's combining the two issues together. We are convinced, Madam Deputy Speaker, that this bill does not and will not put journalists in any more jeopardy in this country, certainly for reporting. So the noble Baroness tabled amendments 1, 2, 4 and 6 in the other place. They introduce a new defence into the offences at new sections 17B and 17C of the National Security Act 2023, specifically to cover legitimate humanitarian aid activity. This means that NGOs that have to engage with a designated body in order to carry out legitimate humanitarian activity will benefit from the same protections under the bill as do UK diplomats. The government also supported amendments 3 and 5, which were tabled by the noble Lord Anderson. These amendments were based on the advice of Jonathan Hall KC and also had the support of Lord Carlisle. They add a reasonable excuse defence in new section 17C for obtaining, accepting or agreeing to accept information from a designated body. This means that where a person has a reasonable excuse for receiving information from a designated body, they benefit from a defence. This might include, for example, a journalist conducting an interview or a charity receiving information on the location of landmines. The government did consider the case for exempting humanitarian NGOs from the offences, but we were advised by our operational partners that this would provide a loophole that hostile actors would seek to exploit, which in turn could make the NGOs themselves a target for infiltration. And in fact, that's the case I made to this chamber during committee stage. I'm grateful to the other place and the International Development Committee for their engagement on this bill and for the constructive amendments which have helped strengthen the bill and broaden its support. This bill represents an important new addition to our toolkit to address the growing threat from foreign powers. And as I said during committee stage, my officials have worked very closely with operational partners in the creation of this power and the accompanying offences. They're fully supportive of the bill. It closes a gap that they've been explicit that it provides them with vital tools capable of addressing the sharpest threats that they are tackling. Madam Deputy Speaker, I move the amendments.
The question is that this House agrees with the Lords in their Amendment 1, and I call the Shadow Minister, Matt Vickers.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Government's decision to allow alterations to this bill will come as a surprise to many who followed it through its earlier stages. As colleagues in the other place observed, this came as a surprise because, throughout the interregnum, the Government repeatedly informed the official opposition that it was unable to make further policy decisions. That position even extended to measures confirmed as Government policy, such as passport seizure powers. Given that even fundamental issues relating to countries such as China could not be addressed then, it's surprising that we're considering further amendments to this bill now. Nevertheless, we are where we are, and today we're considering the Government's amendments on humanitarian activities. I understand the intention behind them. Nobody wants genuine humanitarian organisations carrying out vital work in difficult parts of the world to be caught by legislation never intended to target them. But we also have to recognise the reality of the threats that we face. As the independent reviewer of terrorism legislation pointed out recently, hostile states are willing to hide behind legitimate activity. Just as they may exploit legal or journalistic cover, they may seek to exploit humanitarian cover. That is why the amendment he suggested was narrower than the one before us today. My concern is that the Government's wording is capable of broader interpretation, particularly around conduct said to be for the purposes of carrying out humanitarian activities. That risks creating uncertainty and opportunities for abuse. What is striking that this is not the position that the Government took a short time ago. During report stage, the Minister made clear that genuine humanitarian work would not be prejudicial to the safety or interests of the United Kingdom. Indeed, when rejecting amendments tabled by the Honourable Member for Rutland and Stamford, she argued that the prohibited purpose test would protect legitimate conduct without creating loopholes for hostile actors. If this was the Government's position then, what has changed? We would be naive to assume that this defence could never be exploited. We've seen hostile states attempting to use charitable organisations as vehicles for influence and interference. The Chief Exec of the Charity Commission has warned about those risks, and ministers themselves have highlighted concerns about Iranian-backed charities operating in this country. Members have worked hard to expose those threats. As we strengthen our powers to tackle hostile state activity, we must be careful not to create new opportunities for hostile actors. This bill already contains a higher threshold, or safeguards as some would call them, that create greater protections for those who support state bodies directing acts of terror, for example the IRGC, than for those who support the terrorist groups the IRGC funds and directs, such as Hamas and Hezbollah. This threshold, we believe, will make prosecutions far less likely, as the extra hurdle and burden of intent is too high, and necessarily so. In addition, any prosecution requires the consent of the Attorney-General, providing a significant safeguard against inappropriate cases. That makes me question whether these provisions are necessary. I appreciate the Government's intentions, but our first responsibility is to ensure that this legislation is robust. This bill exists because the threats posed by hostile states are real and growing. If we're giving our police, intelligence agencies and security services the powers they need to respond, we must ensure those powers are not weakened by loopholes. For that reason, we remain concerned that these amendments, however well-intentioned, risk creating opportunities for hostile actors to evade the measures this bill is designed to put in place.
Sarah Champion.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise to welcome the Lord's Amendments 1 to 6 and to support the progress being made regarding the implications of this bill on the vital work of the humanitarian sector. I place on record my thanks to Baroness Northover, Lord Alton, Lord Anderson, Baroness Hellig and Baroness de Souza for all their work on this in the other place. I would also like to pay credit to the courageous NGOs operating on the front lines of a global crisis, who I know are following this bill carefully to understand how it may impact on their work. With them in mind, I would like to express my regret that measures covering the humanitarian sector do not go further to provide a robust, full legal protection. As Chair of the International Development Committee, I wrote to the Home Secretary, the Home Office, on this matter on the 17th of June, as the sector was facing a terrifying landscape of legal uncertainty. Under the original drafting of the new offences, particularly around assisting or obtaining material benefit from designated body, humanitarian actors were at risk. In conflict zones, where state-linked or designated actors hold territorial control, neutral humanitarian organisations are often required to engage in dangerous circumstances. This sometimes means that they must negotiate access, pay routine local utilities or permits, and provide medical care to all sides, working in accordance with international humanitarian law. Under the National Security State Threat Bill, humanitarian workers could have been prosecuted. As it stands, political reassurances alone would simply not be good enough to prevent the catastrophic chilling effect happening across the sector. For example, driving banks to de-risk and forcing NGOs to pull out of regions where millions rely on UK-supported aid. And so, I welcome these amendments that provide a statutory defence as a significant step forward, and thank the Minister and her department for their full engagement on this. However, Madam Deputy Speaker, we must be honest about what a defence is and is not. A defence does not stop an organisation from being caught by the offence. It means that an aid worker or an NGO could still be investigated. They could still be prosecuted. They could still find themselves in a criminal court, having to shoulder the immense legal, financial and reputational burden of proving that defence. The government can, and I urge should, go further. A true exemption takes impartial humanitarian actors out of the scope of these offences entirely. It removes the legal risk from the table, protecting organisations from the threat of proceedings altogether. So while I welcome these amendments today as a step in the right direction, I urge the Government to monitor the operational reality of these measures closely and consider taking further steps beyond this bill. Madam Deputy Speaker, I would like to make 3 specific requests to the Minister. That explanatory notes, prosecutional guidance and any industry guidance issued to regulate entities provide clear, comprehensive and consistent direction on the treatment of legitimate, impartial humanitarian activity. Those materials should make explicit that humanitarian organisations acting in accordance with international law must be afforded appropriate protection in the application of legislation. They should provide practical guidance on how the statutory defences are intended to operate and the factors that decision makers should take into account when assessing whether those defences are engaged. Given that humanitarian actors would otherwise be required to rely on the availability of a defence only after an investigation or prosecution has been initiated, it is essential that the accompanying guidance minimises legal uncertainty and reduces the risk of legitimate humanitarian action being deterred or disrupted. Clear and authoritative guidance will be critical to ensuring that investigators, prosecutors, regulators, financial institutions and other relevant actors apply the legislation in a manner that is consistent with Parliament's intention and does not, inadvertently, impede the delivery of impartial humanitarian assistance. To ensure that these materials are both legally effective and operationally workable, humanitarian organisations should be meaningfully consulted during their development. Those with practical experience of delivering assistance in complex and high-risk environments are best placed to identify areas of ambiguity, anticipate unintended consequences, and ensure that the guidance reflects the realities of humanitarian operations. Such consultation will help to ensure that the guidance provides a genuine legal certainty and appropriately safeguards legitimate humanitarian action. Subsequent guidance regarding on how these statutory defences are intended to operate in practice must provide a clear, comprehensive and consistent direction on the treatment of legitimate, impartial humanitarian activity. These materials must make explicit that humanitarian organisations acting in accordance with international humanitarian law must be afforded appropriate protection in the application of this legislation. I thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Got spokesperson Will Forster.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Liberal Democrats have supported the principle of the National Security and States Bill for some time. We know why it must pass, and we know why it must pass quickly. At present, our country is suffering from coordinated attacks from foreign states. Their actions subvert our democracy, intimidate the public and erode our values. The number of state threat investigations by MI5 have surged by a staggering 48% in the last year alone. Those figures are a stark reminder of the scale of the threat that we face. This is not an isolated spike, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a front line of an expanding and evolving threat the United Kingdom has from both foreign governments but also hostile foreign actors. Chief among them is the increasingly emboldened Iranian regime, which is aggressively asserting itself to undermine our national security. Since the start of 2022, our security services have responded to 20 Iranian-backed plots that present a direct and potential lethal threat to British citizens and UK residents on our own soil. Let us be clear about who Iran is targeting. They are targeting dissidents. They are targeting media organisations and journalists who have the bravery to report on that regime's violent oppression. I've spoken to constituents who have fled Iran that now live in Woking. I know they would support this bill. Critically, they're also targeting, in Iran, they are targeting here the Jewish community that live in our country. We cannot allow that to happen. And I'm pleased we, for once, have cross-party consensus on an issue. However, it has been over a year since Jonathan Hall, KC, first recommended these powers contained in the bill to tackle state-backed and state-linked threats. This government and this parliament has been too slow to listen to his concerns. We welcome this legislation, creating the power for state-backed entities to be designated under National Security Act 2023. At the second reading in this place, my Liberal Democrat colleagues, including my honourable friends, the members for Cheltenham and the member for Esher and Walton, raised strong concerns that the offences in this bill might inadvertently capture the activities of humanitarian workers. Tackling state threats whilst also protecting those who provide vital assistance and support to some of the planet's most vulnerable people is not and should never be mutually exclusive. I therefore highly commend the amendments tabled by my Liberal Democrat friend and noble colleague, Baroness Northover, as well as Lord Anderson in the other place. And they are now here, those amendments are now here in the Commons. These amendments protect those that carry out those humanitarian work that I know colleagues have talked about, that we never intended this bill to capture. I'm pleased and relieved the government is supporting those amendments. I'd like to pay tribute. Briefly.
Well, thank you ever so much for giving way. But doesn't you think there's something in this that we've never considered properly some of the inadvertent effects of the legislation that's been passed here? What we've had is very useful amendments introduced in the House of Lords. But surely when we're drafting legislation like this, we're considering issues as important as this. We get this right in the first place. We shouldn't have to rely on hastily drawn up amendments at the last stages of a bill in order to put it right.
I want to thank my honourable friend for his intervention. I'm pleased that my colleagues in the other place have created and drafted these amendments and the government have supported them. Earlier today, we were talking about the Immigration Act from 1971. That the Parliament never had an intention to protect someone who we've stripped him of his British citizenship. We want to deport him. He's committed heinous crimes. There is a risk that because of potentially badly drafted legislation in 1971, we can't all do what we want to do now, which is deport him. The intention of legislation is so important, and I'm pleased that we've managed to ensure that amendments have put some meat on the bones of the government's original legislation to protect vital humanitarian workers. Tackling state threats whilst also protecting those workers is so important, and therefore I want to highly commend the amendments tabled by my colleagues in the other place. I do want to pay tribute to them particularly. Baroness Northover, for her work who's worked with the government on these amendments, deserves our praise. But I also want to thank other colleagues in the other place as well for their work on this bill. Humanitarian workers, Madam Deputy Speaker, often work in extremely challenging and unstable areas. They need to know the law has their back when they're putting their life at risk. To provide essential aid, they have to work with a wide variety of local groups. Without these new legal protections, they could easily be penalised for simply doing their jobs. Sometimes this is landmine clearance or paying a fee to access a particular zone. We must ensure our laws don't criminalise aid workers. The amendments by my honourable friend Baroness Northover, Lord's Amendments 1, 2, 4 and 6, provide a defence for those carrying out humanitarian activities. These amendments ensure that humanitarian organisations do not face significant additional barriers to deliver their invaluable work. If this bill passes today, and I very much hope it does, the government needs to work with urgency to bring forward secondary legislation to finally designate the IRGC that the Liberal Democrats and I have called so before. As the summer recess looms, it's clear that these regulations must be made before the House rises on the 16th of July. Please can the Minister, when she winds up, give me and the House that reassurance. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Mr Stewart, normally when you're called last, you're under a time limit, but now you've got over an hour. Mark Stewart.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The whip is making a strange gesture at me, which suggests that maybe I don't have 60 minutes to contribute. And I do think it'll be of reassurance to her and to you, Madam Deputy Speaker, that I only intend to speak very briefly on this bill. Now, I did contribute at each stage when it was coming through the House last time, stage 2, second reading, and then consideration of the amendments and third reading. And I was convinced by the government's argument that an exemption already existed within the bill as drafted, that NGOs could take advantage of, that humanitarian organisations could take advantage of. So I came to the House today keen to listen to the Minister explain the reasoning behind why the government wants to accept these amendments. And I also wanted to hear the reasoning from my honourable friend, the member for Rotherham, who I know has contributed between each stage of this bill and had thoughts on why that exemption wasn't enough. And having listened to the reasoning, I am convinced of the need to accept these amendments today. It absolutely makes sense. But I do have some thoughts and some follow-up questions for the Minister that I'll go through now. So on the first two amendments, Amendments 1 and 2, that are all about, again, creating exemptions for humanitarian support, NGOs and the like. Amendments 1 and 2 directly affect the part of the bill that's all about assisting designated threats. Now, assisting a designated state threat should bring with it grave consequences, but at the same time, we absolutely shouldn't do anything that risks legitimate NGOs stopping their engagement, stopping their involvement, stopping their important work in some of the most difficult regions in the world. It's clear that there needs to be space for them to operate. But we know that nefarious state actors will seek to exploit any loophole, any advantage they can to inflict harm on this country. So on Amendments 1 and 2, I do want to ask the Minister specifically if she thinks that the amendment is slightly too loose, or if she's confident that designated state threats could not take advantage of the amendments as they are now worded, so that they can continue to carry out their actions through other bodies. That's the specific question I have for the Minister on that one. On Amendments 3 to 6, I have fewer concerns. It's absolutely right that there should be an exemption for humanitarian bodies to share information with designated state threats when that information is related to, say, the clearance of a minefield. That absolutely makes sense, and of course that exemption should exist. So I have fewer concerns about that. I would be very grateful to the Minister if she could answer my first point, though. The final thing I will say, Madam Deputy Speaker, and one of the reasons why I am so keen both to accept the amendments today and see this bill go through its final stage and receive royal assent, is that it's absolutely essential that we designate the IRGC as the threat that they are to this country. I am under no illusions about government policy. No announcement is going to be made at the dispatch box today, and rightly so. But I wanted to take this final opportunity to spell out that the IRGC is a threat to the British Jewish community in the UK. And if we don't take action to prescribe them now, or in this case, designate them now, we are risking the safety of our fellow citizens. So let's accept these amendments, get this bill passed and protect our communities.
Minister, to wind up, as I said, an hour and 15 minutes is yours. Minister Damon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. With the leave of the House, I am grateful for the contributions of all right honourable and honourable members today. I think that the honourable member for Stockton West was worried that somehow we had changed the bill so that it would make it less effective. The honourable member for Rotherham still made the case for having an exemption rather than a defence for humanitarian assistance. And again, I just wanted to confirm that in our view, the bill as originally written would have excluded humanitarian assistance completely because of the primary purpose rule. But we felt that there was some merit in the argument about the chilling effect of not having a defence. Yep. And that is why, in the other place, we accepted the amendments that we're discussing today. But that's belt and braces. And so nothing's changed. We are trying to accommodate potentially legitimate worries and chilling effects that might have an effect on the operational effectiveness of some NGOs, even though the law itself would not have caught them. So I hope...
I'm very grateful for my right honourable friend for giving way. I think if the Minister is able to give some assurance that within the guidance we'll be able to see that in black and white so that the defence is laid out for all to see.
Yes, I mean, if she knows her pepper and heart, I've just put it on the record in this House, but obviously I'll take a close look at the guidance as it's developed. The honourable member for Woking, I think, made a powerful speech, particularly about the threats and the rising level of threats that we are facing, which is why this bill needs to be on the statute book as quickly as possible. And my honourable friend, the member for Leeds South West, asked about the designated threats defence, and again the answer is the same. It's the chilling effect, Madam Deputy Speaker, that we want to try to be much more certain about so that it doesn't affect the operational... I'm happy to give away. Yeah.
I thank the Minister for giving way. Just to raise the point, though, from the member for Leeds South West and Morley, it's clear to see that this new piece of legislation could allow hostile states to set up shell charities or hide behind humanitarian cover. In purely operational wording, does the British state have the ability to actually identify if that's happening and put a stop to it?
I don't want us to go into very specific examples, but I can assure him that we keep a very close eye on proxy actors and state actors by proxy and what they're doing in our country. And we believe that designation, which is what this quite narrow bill before us today will allow us to do, will make it much clearer that we know what they are doing. It will make for a harder operating environment for those who wish us ill, who are directed by state actors. And that is what this legislation is intended to do. So against a backdrop of growing threat from foreign states and their proxies, including through espionage, interference, sabotage, threats to life, this bill will strengthen the ability to disrupt hostile intelligence services and their proxies by adapting counter-terrorism tools to tackle state-based security threats in the UK. It creates a new power for the Secretary of State to designate organisations involved in foreign power threat activity, backed up by new criminal offences of supporting, assisting or obtaining benefits from designated bodies. I know there's been some concern both in this House and in the other place regarding potential unintended consequences, but I would like to reassure the House that the bill was never intended to and does not criminalise genuine humanitarian activity by NGOs or journalists or other legitimate activities. We've listened to the arguments and it's right to put that matter beyond doubt. These amendments do that. We've worked closely with operational partners and I'm satisfied that these narrow amendments do not weaken the bill. This bill will enable proxy organisations to be treated in practice like foreign intelligence services, making it easier to prosecute those acting on their behalf. Overall, this manifesto commitment will strengthen the overall national security framework so that the UK becomes a more difficult operating environment for foreign intelligence services and state-linked proxies. And with that statement, Madam Speaker, Deputy Speaker, I commend these amendments to the House.
The question is that this House agrees with the Lords in their Amendment 1. As many of their opinions say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Division, clear the lobby. The question is, as on the order paper, as many in that opinion say aye. Aye. No. No. Tenants for the ayes are Imogen Walker and Mark Ferguson, and tenants for the noes are David Simmons and Andrew Snowden.
Order, order.
The ayes to the right, 394. The noes to the left, 85.
The ayes to the right were 394. The noes to the left were 85. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Unlock. With the leave of the House, I call the Minister to move that this House agrees with the Lords in their amendments 2 to 6. The question is that this House agrees with the Lords in their amendments 2 to 6. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. With the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. I'll now give a few moments for the front benches to cross over. Number 3 on environmental protection. I call the Minister to move the motion. Minister.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to be here on this hot and sultry evening. And despite our late nights or early mornings, whatever we decided to do in order to get over the football, I hope I can entertain the House with this vital piece of new legislation. I beg to move that the environmental permitting, waste controlling or transporting and relevant functions of primary authorities Amendment England Regulations 2026, a draft of which was laid before this House on the 20th of May 2026, be approved. I'd like to acknowledge the important work of the Secondary Legislation Scrutiny Committee in their review of this statutory instrument. Their scrutiny is a vital part of our legislative process, ensuring that the policy intentions behind our secondary legislation are clear and well-founded. As members across the House will know from their inboxes and will have seen from themselves, waste crime blights our constituencies. Criminals who dump waste illegally in our streets, our fields and our woodlands show contempt for our communities and for us, creating eyesores that damage our environment. In 1989, under the Control of Pollution Amendment Act, a light touch registration system was set up for those who transport and deal in waste. It has remained pretty much untouched since then. And as a result, it has been exploited by waste criminals, leaving the public with a huge clean-up bill. Enforcement, sadly, is only reactive. This is a system that is not fit for purpose with anyone or anything. A dead dog called Oscar, fish, or even a cow called Bovine being able to register on the system. This stops today. This Labour government is scrapping the broken waste system that the Conservatives left behind. Today, we are introducing stricter checks and requirements, closing the loopholes long exploited by illegal operators. And the objective of this government's Waste Crime Action Plan, published in March, is to stop waste crime at its source and to bring pride back to our communities. We are cracking down on the waste criminals, dragging the regime into the modern age and improving waste traceability. These regulations bring those in England who control and transport waste within the scope of the 2016 Environmental Permitting Regulations. They repeal the current carriers, brokers and dealers registration, which is now over, finished, kaput and no more. These regulations introduce tougher checks for waste controllers and transporters. Permitting will now be required for those who control and transport waste, bringing the system in line with site-based waste activities. Those who apply for permits will undergo strict background checks, including tax checks, identity checks, and criminal records checks. They will need to demonstrate that they are technically competent to do the job. The Environment Agency will be responsible for managing applications for and ensuring compliance with this new permitting system. The fees introduced for permits will also mean that the Environment Agency will be effectively resourced for its compliance work.
Will the Minister give way?
I will.
Thank you very much for giving way. My constituents in Rushcliffe have experienced the consequences of waste crime very recently. In April, there was a fire at the Havenware Industrial Estate, 8 years after a previous fire, and this particular fire raged for 7 days and caused significant health impacts for the local community. Would my honourable friend maybe go further and think about how the different agencies with responsibility when it comes to waste should be working more effectively together? Because although the Environment Agency was involved with this particular incident, it also thought responsibility lay with the County Council and other agencies, and I really think they need to all come together so that there is proper accountability.
I thank my honourable friend for his intervention. He is absolutely right that there is sometimes a slight pass the parcel. The system that we inherited was a bit of a pass the parcel. Who's the landowner? Who's the local authority? What's the size of the dump? What's the size? Is it permitted? Is it not? And what that means is that waste criminals can fall between the cracks, and what it means is that there is effectively impunity. But as I've described, with a paper-based, well, we've introduced a digital waste system, but the issue with this is that you can only do enforcement under the current system reactively. You cannot do it proactively. And so this issue about introducing identity checks, do these people actually exist, or is it a dog or a cow? Do they have a criminal record? Are they fit and competent people to actually manage the waste? All of these things really matter. These are dangerous materials, as he has just described, and I'm afraid piling them high, not moving them on, and then, you know, sadly a fire, whether deliberate or accidental, comes along, and the profits are privatised, and the costs and social and environmental consequences are socialised in all of these environmental crimes, whether that's dumping or burning. I will.
In my previous role as Lancashire's Police and Crime Commissioner, the often connection between sites such as this and organised crime gangs was well documented, and as the honourable member just outlined, this is often multi-agency, but it's important we don't forget the role of the police within that as well, who quite often even simply have to escort other agencies to these sites to protect them from the people who are operating them.
Well, I thank him for that intervention. He makes a very good point, because the idea that we can send Environment Agency officials along to deal with what in some cases are serious organised crime groups is simply for the birds. And people say, oh, well, there's not prosecutions, the penalties are too light. Often, this is just one part of a multifaceted criminal enterprise. It's just another wing of the business empire. And so actually we need to get better at looking upstream, looking at the tax checks, looking at the web of companies behind it, and basically doing the Al Capone method and actually getting them on tax evasion, you know, and prosecuting that part through the Proceeds of Crime Act. But there's a wider point here, which is we cannot expect council officials who've been, you know, denuded and stripped of funds over the last 14 years to suddenly become waste crime enforcers. Often there may be only one or two trading standards and compliance officers in post in a local council, and this is a sort of sophisticated crime that requires a lot of multi-agency working together, and we are now doing that, and we do have someone from the National Police Chiefs Council who is tasked with that work, and we're doing a review of particularly local authority competence in this area. No, I'll give way to my friend.
Thank the Minister for giving way. As I'm sure she's aware, and touching on the point that she's just made about organised crime, modern slavery can be a real issue within the waste crime sector, and we've had some powerful debates on this in this chamber in the past. I was looking at the Waste Crime Action Plan and the fact that people will be held to account and be given community service and so on. I'm reassured by what she says that she will be trying to reach further up the chain, because often these people that are being caught in the act will be ones that are being exploited or forced to carry out such activities. Does she agree with me that we do need to go further up the chain?
Well, I agree. What I would say to my honourable friend is that we need to take action at every level. So for the person who does a job for their friend on the weekend, transporting a little half a skip of old kitchen waste, and then suddenly ends up on a lay-by in a farmer's field or blocking a lane. Those people are now going to face up to 9 penalty points on their licence to make them think twice before they do a job for their friends. So they may be sort of, you know, on the periphery of some of this criminality, but we have to stop that, and we have to look right the way along the chain. And anecdotally, what I often hear is that when those sort of small-time crooks are apprehended, they're only too pleased to pay the fixed penalty notices for the council, only too pleased to be led away with it, because often they can be the front end of what is a much, much larger serious and organised crime group. So what does this all mean? So the Environment Agency is finally going to be effectively resourced for this compliance work, and the move to permitting means the Environment Agency can suspend and ultimately revoke permits where conditions are breached. They can also prosecute, and those found guilty will face fines or up to 5 years imprisonment. These regulations will mean the public should have more trust in the people they hand their waste to. We are requiring waste controllers and transporters to include their permit number on advertising, whether this is a Facebook ad or a branded van. I will.
I thank the Minister for giving way, and I very much support the proposals that are being outlined. One of the groups of people most impacted by waste crime is farmers, and I have a farm in my constituency where more than 200 bales of DIY waste was dumped on the land at an estimated cost of £250,000 to remove. And I welcome very much the discussion around fines. Would the Minister agree that we need to be looking at whether those fines can go towards the cost of the clear-up to a greater extent and actually match the scale of the crimes that are being committed?
Absolutely right, and what we are doing, we are acutely conscious of the issue that farmers face in this area. There are some really innovative, there's really innovative work going on in this area with drones. I did meet one tractor who's told me that one farmer who told me that his neighbour turned up with a tractor to block the lane of the as the criminals were trying to make their exit. So they kind of caught them in a trap and then called the police. So that was a very happy outcome in Hertfordshire. But of course, we can't have eyes on the ground in every field and every back lane. So we are working with insurers to see what we can do so that this type of crime is properly covered under farmers' business insurance as well. These regulations will mean the public should have more trust in the people they hand their waste to. So you'll be able to look up these operators and ensure that they have a valid permit. This reform is one of a number outlined in the Waste Crime Action Plan. And it's nothing new, Madam Deputy Speaker, because it was first announced 8 years ago by the party opposite in the 2018 Resource and Waste Strategy. It was consulted on back in 2022, and the government gave its response in 2023. It is this government that has delivered it. We have introduced digital waste tracking, replacing outdated paper-based methods for monitoring waste movements. And we will be tightening the waste permit exemption system by getting rid of exemptions abused by those dealing with end-of-life vehicles, tyres and scrap metal. And we will be enabling the Environment Agency to tighten up on exemptions abused in other parts of the waste sector, including the use of waste in construction, preparatory treatments, the treatment of waste wood, manual treatment, burning of vegetation at the place of production, storage in containers, and storage in a secure place. Taken together, this strengthens the regulatory framework and the Environment Agency's ability to prevent, detect, and tackle the waste criminals. I will.
She's been very generous in taking interventions. One of the things that I came across in my previous role, but also in meeting people in the industry in the filed constituencies, that often the Environment Agency turns up and regularly visits those businesses that are already abiding by the law and keeping good records, because those records are easy to inspect and the companies are easy to deal with and often issue fines, etc., for small misdemeanours, whilst the actual criminal operators who are flagrantly breaking the law, often evade any inspections whatsoever because they're difficult to deal with and often aggressive. And actually, the regulatory framework is important, but that culture of going after those who are flagrantly breaking the law rather than just checking people's paperwork is really important as well.
Well, under this system, checking the paperwork is all they can do. So that's the problem. And the other thing is the Environment Agency is not funded by legitimate operators under the managing public money rules to actually go out and seek criminals out. And we did consult on that during digital waste tracking. There's an issue with actually saying to the legitimate operators, oh, give us we'll add another tenner onto your licence so we can go after the criminals. That's not allowed under Treasury rules. So there is this kind of chicken and egg. I mean, I've heard those anecdotes as well, but the bottom line is if you're controlling or transporting waste, you should be registered, the registration should be clear for all to see, and we ought to be able to check you are a true person on the system and that you have nothing in your background that would make us hesitate about whether or not to issue that licence to you. I just want to come back on the multi-agency response. So we do have the action plan. We're working with the Environment Agency, who are the national lead for waste crime, alongside, and these are the other agencies, HMRC, so going after the tax, the Home Office, going after the issue of vulnerable workers and exploitation, police forces locally, local authorities, and doing coordinated cross-government action on this. So we are going to monitor the effectiveness and improve metrics so that we get this much better multi-agency waste crime response. I give way.
For giving way, and further to the point for my honourable friend, the member for Fylde, the Minister was just talking about metrics, and could you just say a little more in terms of organised crime? In assessing the effectiveness of these changes, what are the key metrics that she would apply in terms of prosecutions relating to organised crime?
I think it's, well, he's tempting me, but I think it's a bit too early to say. What often happens is that these prosecutions take a long time to piece together. The company may, we've all seen the pattern of the company goes bust. It may owe HMRC a vast amount of money, sometimes in the tens of millions of pounds. So I don't want to get into like 1, 3, 5, 7. I don't want to be setting out those targets, and I don't think we're at a stage to talk about that. But what I would say, and what I can tell the House and reassure the House is that in terms of the risk appetite of granting permits to people that may be questionable, my risk appetite is very high, and I'm very happy to be taken to court by people who think that they may have been denied a waste permit unjustly. And so far, there have been no cases against us or the Environment Agency in terms of refusing a licence. So we're tightening up the system all the way along it. But I don't want to get into metrics. We know the sites where we have problems. There are new ones, we see new ones happening, and the thing is to stop the proliferation of these sites, many of which are simply illegal sites. They're not permitted in any way, shape or form, and that is where our difficulty comes in. I will briefly.
Thank you very much. I just want to go back to the case that I mentioned earlier. Just for her reference, there will be a 2.5-month delay between the Environment Agency wanting to take action and managing to get the court order which will prevent the individual from getting access to the site where there was the second illegal fire within 8 years. So can I just put on her radar the importance of sorting out the court so that immediate action can be taken when problems are identified?
Responsible for many things, from forests, international biodiversity, peat and trees, but I'm afraid the courts are slightly out with my jurisdiction. But I will pass that on, and of course we are working with our colleagues on the issues around sentencing. Just on the metrics, the EA operates, as he knows, as a former Environment Secretary, a risk-based intelligence-led approach that directs the greatest effort towards the highest harm illegal operators. So I would just say that is, giving them, strengthening this regulatory framework and their ability, alongside these reforms, we are providing those responsible in the Joint Unit for Waste Crime who tackle this waste crime with the tools they need to stamp it out. And I was very disappointed to read the Times' leader today on fly tipping, I thought it was a little unfair. This government has actually doubled the Environment Agency's waste crime enforcement budget by committing an additional £45 million over the next 3 financial years. So the budget in 24-25, I believe, was £10 million. We've added £5 million on this year, and then it's going to be an extra 15. So, you know, I think taking it and essentially doubling it means more boots on the ground, more drones in the air to expand enforcement activities and tracking down those waste criminals. Since March, we have had, I believe, 18 waste crime prosecutions. And I want to acknowledge the strength of support in the legitimate waste industry for this reform and their patience over the years as it has been developed under his watch and various other previous government watches. These regulations are a significant change. They level the playing field for all operators. They will protect communities and the environment from waste criminals. And as I said, as part of our plan to stop waste crime, this is a really important part of it. Let me just conclude by saying these regulations also bring the Environment Act 2021 within the scope of the Primary Authority Scheme by adding it to Schedule 3 of the Regulatory Enforcement and Sanctions Act. For those who may be unfamiliar with it, the Primary Authority Scheme allows businesses with operations in more than one area to work with a single local authority that provides consistent, tailored advice on meeting their legal obligations. This can cover areas such as environmental health, trading standards and fire safety. Extending the scheme to include the Environment Act 2021 is important because it will enable primary authorities to support retailers in understanding and meeting their responsibilities under the forthcoming deposit return scheme launching next year, helping to ensure a more consistent and effective approach across the country. I do, Madam Deputy Speaker, recommend this statutory instrument to the House.
The question is as on the order paper. I call Shadow Minister Appa Brandwith.
Hear, hear.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We recognise that the current system for regulating those who transport and control waste needs to be updated to ensure the waste sector has a regulatory framework that delivers the safe and responsible management of waste and reduces opportunities for criminal activity without being unduly burdensome to the businesses in the sector. The impacts of waste crime are significant, causing damage to our environment and natural habitats, imposing a cost to the taxpayer of nearly £1 billion per year, and undercuts legitimate businesses as well as undermining public confidence. I'm pleased that the government is attempting to tackle it at source through this SI. However, I do have some concerns as to how it will be implemented and function, which I'll address shortly. Before I come to that, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to note the responses to the consultation were broadly supportive of a proposal to move from registration to permitting, as this SI outlines, with 73% of respondents agreeing that the current CBD regime should be brought under environmental permitting regulations. The concept of proportionate regulation, where higher risk activities receive greater scrutiny while genuinely low risk operators can benefit from exemptions, is one that makes sense and we would support in principle. However, recognising the need for reform does not mean burdening legitimate businesses with ever increasing costs. Madam Deputy Speaker, I do want to raise some concerns with the Minister today in a constructive manner in the hope that the Minister can reassure the House that they have struck the right balance between stronger regulation and the burdens being placed on businesses that are already under considerable pressure as a result of the costs and consequences of other policies brought forward by this government. Over the appraisal period, businesses will face almost £187 million in permit fees, more than £50 million in familiarisation costs, significant application and audit costs, and well over £190 million in additional training and technical competence requirements. The government is banking on the fact that these costs, which are very significant, will be outweighed by the benefits through reductions in waste crime and by creating a fairer marketplace for legitimate operators. However, as the Minister will know, the impact assessment showed an overall negative net present value from this policy of £340 million over the appraisal period. That is substantial. Even given the potential for a conservative estimate of reduced waste crime and other potential non-monetised benefits and wider social benefits, there is significant uncertainty.
So in the current economic climate, can the Minister reassure us that there will be appropriate monitoring and evaluation to ensure that these significant costs for businesses do not escalate further and to check that the benefits are fully realised? In particular, how will the government monitor the cumulative impact of these new requirements on smaller operators? We all want to drive criminals out of the sector, but we must ensure that we do not inadvertently make life disproportionately harder for responsible businesses. Madam Deputy Speaker, businesses are already trying to deal with the consequences of this government's policies, from the jobs tax to increased costs to ever more burdensome regulations. With this backdrop, it is entirely reasonable to ask whether businesses have been given sufficient time, support and clarity to prepare for these significant changes to the waste sector. Can the Minister provide further detail on the guidance that DEFRA and the Environment Agency intend to publish ahead of commencement? And what assurances can the Minister give about the resources in place so that any permit applications will be responded to and actioned promptly? Madam Deputy Speaker, while we welcome the intention to strengthen enforcement, what confidence can the Minister give the House that enforcement activity will be genuinely targeted at rogue operators rather than becoming an additional bureaucratic burden on compliant firms? Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Government intends to evaluate these reforms through the wider Resources and Waste Policy Programme, with reporting due in 2029. Given the scale of these changes and the costs involved, will the Minister commit to providing Parliament with earlier updates on implementation, compliance costs, and whether the anticipated reductions in waste crime are actually being achieved? Given the Government's familiarity with a U-turn, we may need to revisit this SI sooner rather than later if it is failing to work for the sector. Madam Deputy Speaker, if this SI is implemented well, it should protect the environment while enabling responsible businesses to thrive. We support the objective of modernising an outdated regime and strengthening action against waste crime. But we also believe ministers must recognise the cumulative pressures facing businesses and ensure that implementation is carefully managed. It is in that constructive spirit that we will continue to scrutinise the implementation of these regulations, holding the Government to account to ensure that these reforms deliver the environmental benefits ministers promise without imposing unnecessary burdens on the businesses that are working hard to comply with the law.
Trickett.
Can I welcome the robustness and energy which the Minister has brought to her task? It's very, very welcome. And of course, the Shadow Minister inevitably wants to revert to some kind of light touch. But frankly, what we need to do is to make sure that communities that we represent are adequately protected, if necessary, by criminal action, as the Minister envisages. Let me just then describe briefly the small village of Southampton, my constituency, which, like many other places in Britain, consists of hard-working people, fair-minded, play by the rules, and expect to be able to live a satisfactory life. Many of them have saved hard to be able to borrow a mortgage and buy a house or to rent one. This is a peaceful community made up of law-abiding, fair-minded people. But close by, there is what's called the Ash Pit, which many, many years ago was given permission under licence to do some recycling there in order to eventually return it back to arable land. Now, when those people who lived there bought their houses or moved in, they had more than a reasonable expectation that that work would be finished within a 10-year period. It's now running into 17 years and it still hasn't been satisfactorily resolved. And I think that is a great misfortune. Let me just, so I will come to the Environment Agency in a minute, but let me just quickly describe what has been happening at the so-called Ash Pit, because various authorities, including the appeal inspector for the planning inspectorate, the EA and other agencies, the council, have all indicated that what's happened on that site is completely unacceptable. Noxious materials have been placed in there. The site was meant to have 50,000 tonnes to be stored at the facility. 50,000 tonnes is quite a lot, as you might imagine. But it was discovered that actually there was almost 250,000 tonnes on the site. And much of it is of material which is not inert, it's noxious. And it is a problem. Not only that, but because of the scale of what's being dumped there, whenever it rains, what happens is water which is polluted and quite often quite seriously dangerous, then runs into the watercourses and into the local streams like Frickley Beck. Dust and waste is everywhere, and they then escapes from the site whenever there's even a small breeze. And let me come to putrefaction, which I'm sure we don't want to think about, but briefly, the level of putrefaction, if I can say it, on that site is quite extraordinary. And what it creates is well, I'll call it an odour. In Yorkshire, we'd probably say a horrible stink. And it can spread in large distances. So we have had situations where several hundred houses have been affected by the horrible smell. I was a witness to it the other day. When it rains, it's awful. When the wind blows, it's terrible. And when it's hot and the wind's blowing, it really is really horrible. The other day I spoke to a gentleman, a long-term resident in Southampton. He's come up to his birthday with a 0 at the end of it, so it's an important one. 30-odd members of his family he wanted to bring to sit in the garden in the projected heat wave which was due to come, only to say in the end they couldn't do it because the effect of what had been left on the site was so horrible that you couldn't enjoy his birthday. And I think lots of people tell me they can't have the windows open in summer. They can't have the doors open to let a bit of fresh air in because of the problems which are created by that site. A site which is 5 times larger than it was intended to be, and is running up to 7 years beyond the original approval, the original licence. Now, I spent a long time on this because those people are decent people. I'm sure we all do the same for any community that comes to us. Large numbers of people have been involved. And quickly we latched onto the Environment Agency. And now I have to say, first of all, that the officers who work for the Environment Agency are genuine, hard-working, knowledgeable people who understand the impact of a site such as this. They told me this is probably the worst site in the whole of the north of England, although there are other sites as well which are competing for that award. But let's put that to one side for a minute. The thing which became clear fairly quickly was that the Environment Agency was understaffed, under-resourced, and lacked the powers to begin the process of enforcement. And that left me worried because people pay their tax, they pay the council tax as it nowadays, and so on and so forth. And yet we were able to get action. Eventually we persuaded the Environment Agency enforcement people to begin to take action. The site was then refused permission to continue, but what happened was they simply abandoned the site, or appear to have abandoned the site. So no work has been done there for some time. The area is putrid, and it's grossly unfair that people who live decent lives should be left in the situation where they are. Now, it seemed to me, and it's now been confirmed by the Minister, and I welcome her comments, that the idea of a light touch regulation, which was how it was first envisaged by the government of the party opposite, simply isn't working to allow the EA to take enforcement action which is necessary when such activities as this are taking place. It's not the only one obviously in the country, but I think it's worth raising as a case to justify what's being done. I noticed that that DEFRA said that the powers which existed were reactive rather than preventative. Well, it's too late when you're reacting. You need to be there at the beginning in order to prevent some of these things taking place. And so the idea of a much more proactive operation by the EA will be very welcome throughout the country, I'm quite sure about that. Now, the idea that these activities should be dealt with by a light touch, and the Shadow Minister saying, well, we've got to be a bit careful, we don't want to overregulate these things, will create a bitter laugh in the communities which I represent and over the country who are suffering the same kind of problem. We want action. We don't want action when it is inappropriate. Obviously we don't. But in so many cases it is appropriate and action must be taken. That's why I welcome the decision to proceed. Now, I just want to make two final points. The first is, when a licence is being granted under the new procedure, if things begin to go wrong and an operator has been licensed, is it possible, does the Minister envisage that the EA can then intervene and remove the licence if a satisfactory resolution doesn't arise? Because being preventative will not always work. It's quite clear there will be some problems which will emerge. And then my second point is this, and it was raised to me the other week, last Monday, by the planning inspector, because we were having a planning appeal on this site. And the planning inspector went way beyond his brief, and he said to me, will you ask the government, and he thought I was the government, well, of course, I'm a member of the governing party, what are they going to do about those operators who deliberately take millions of pounds of profit from a site and then abandon it at the last minute, declare themselves as in liquidation, and then what happens then is either we get this putrefaction which I've just described, or else the taxpayer has to pick up the bill. And that is happening all over the country. Now, possibly the planning inspector abused his position, but I felt slightly intimidated. But I said there was a debate today, and I said I will put this question to the Minister. How does she envisage a situation like that where we'll call them a cowboy operator, has taken millions of pounds in profits, left the place in a state, and then got into liquidation or even gone to live abroad, as has been reported to me, in order to avoid the taxpayer picking up the funds for all this? These are quite serious matters, but let me just finish with this point. Those people that I've described will welcome today's debate and today's action. What they want to see next is really action across the country, and in my patch too, we want to see some progress so that this site fails to continue to be the kind of horrible mess which it currently is.
Democrat spokesperson Sarah Dye.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd like to thank the Minister for setting out this instrument, and the Liberal Democrats support this SI. For too long, the system regulating who can transport and manage our waste has relied on a simple registration scheme, unable to identify scarcely any distinction between reputable operators and rogue ones. This simply cannot continue. Replacing carrier, broker and dealer registration with an appropriate and robust permitting regime is the right call. Distinguishing waste controlling, waste transporting and waste controlling transporting activities means regulation can finally be risk-based rather than a one-size-fits-all free-for-all. Giving the Environment Agency the power to check before granting a permit rather than after damage is done is exactly what the Liberal Democrats have long called for. Therefore, we back this instrument, but supporting it doesn't mean we will accept it as a job done, because permitting who is allowed to move waste does nothing for what happens when criminals move it anyway. Madam Deputy Speaker, earlier this year, a space outside the red brick building alongside a key gateway into Glastonbury was blighted by a mountain of fly-tip waste. No single body was able to take responsibility or wanted to take responsibility for its clean-up, so local residents stepped in and raised £1,500 towards the clearing of this eyesore. And after a full day of volunteers shifting rubble by hand and a local firm sending a biohazard specialist to safely handle and remove what had been dumped there, it was finally cleared. Now, although this is a great example of people power coming together to solve a problem that could not be done otherwise, it should never have been necessary for local people to be forced into having to intervene. So this is what enforcement failure actually looks like on the ground. It's not an abstract statistic, but ordinary people left to clean up after the criminals simply because nobody else would. And the scale of the problem stretches far beyond Glastonbury. In Somerset alone, council figures show that 3,000 fly tipping incidents were reported just last year, and across England there were 1.26 million reported incidents. However, just 1,377 of those initiated prosecutions. The average fine was a meagre £539, while fewer than 0.2% of incidents ever saw the inside of a courtroom. Now, this is just the start of the problem. A BBC investigation at the end of last year identified 517 active illegal waste dumps across England. 11 of them are what investigators call super sites. The largest is in Northwich, which holds an estimated 280,000 tonnes of illegally dumped waste. Now, this is not fly tipping, it's industrial scale, organised crime, and it's happening in plain view. Now, just 13 custodial sentences were handed down for fly tipping offences in England last year, while a massive 35% of waste crime now is attributed to organised criminal gangs. So much so that the former chief executive of the Environment Agency called waste crime the new narcotics. So while this SI fixes the front door, it's silent on who actually brings to justice, and it must be the criminals committing the serious waste crime. A permit regime does have the ability to stop a rogue operator registering, but it's never going to stop a criminal gang that wasn't ever going to register in the first place. And why would they, when they are currently making their millions in the knowledge that there is ever any fear of being caught? So can the Minister answer what assessment has been made of how this new permitting framework will actually improve detection and enforcement against the organised gangs already operating illegally outside any system the government could permit them into? Now, the Liberal Democrats have set out consistently what genuine reform looks like. Not more law stuck on the statute book. While the powers to fine, seize vehicles and imprison for up to 5 years already exist, they are barely used. So what is required is proper resourcing and coordination to actually use them. That is why we call on the government to go further. First, raise each fixed penalty notice for fly tipping to £2,500, so the penalty finally better reflects the profit being made. Second, the National Crime Agency or the forthcoming National Police Service must be given clear and unambiguous responsibility for investigating serious organised waste crime. There must be no more gaps in coordination between local police, the Environment Agency and our hard-stretched local authorities. Third, we must introduce rewards of more than £5,000 for information leading to the successful prosecution of the criminal gangs behind sites like that of Northwich. And fourth, we must establish a single national reporting route for rural and waste crime. One number, one point of contact, with an automatic triage to the correct enforcement body. Because the system as it stands right now gives a farmer, let's say a farmer in Somerset who finds waste dumped on their land, no clear direction whether to call the council, the Unitary Council or the Environment Agency or indeed the police. Now this confusion is actively suppressing reporting, and with it comes the lack of enforcement. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is a genuine and welcome step, and risk-based permitting is well overdue. So the Liberal Democrats will vote for it today, but my constituents in Glastonbury and Somerton and rural communities, the length and breadth of the country, need to know that criminals are not able to act with impunity, illegally dumping waste across the country. So I hope the Minister will confirm that today's reform marks the start of that reckoning and not the conclusion of it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Julie Minns.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for her opening remarks. This is a well overdue and welcome attempt to curb what is a problem that's blighting a number of communities, and I would just like to acknowledge the comments from my honourable friend, the member for Normanton and Hemsworth. I
worry slightly that we're at risk of entering into some sort of terrible British waste tip competition, but I definitely would challenge him that the one that I'm experiencing in my constituency of Carlisle would probably rival the one that he described. No one particularly relishes living next to a landfill site. However, my constituents in the village of Rockcliffe, a couple of miles to the north of Carlisle, have done so largely without issue for decades. And I'm particularly glad that the Shadow Minister, the Honourable Member for Epping Forest, is in his place, because he will be able to testify to the fact that bar the odd incident over those 4 decades, having been the member that represented Rockcliffe before his move to Epping Forest, he will know that the Hespin Wood site was largely compliant. However, that changed last year when the site was sold. And in less than 12 months, the new operator, Celicia, has in no short order turned a once compliant site into a towering mountain of fetid and quite probably non-compliant waste. Debris from the mountain has been blown onto the adjacent M6 motorway. The heap dominates the skyline. The liquid runoff trickles into a beck that runs through adjacent farmland. And the smell is stomach churning and can be smelt on the other side of the city, over 10 miles away. If I may, Madam Deputy Speaker, I will just read some of the comments that the villagers of Rockcliffe made in response to the BBC when they were asked about it a couple of months ago. One said that the odour was so dreadful he could almost taste it. He couldn't get away with it, even with the windows shut. It woke him up at 1 o'clock in the morning once, and I was tasting it, not just smelling it. Another said that she had become more and more concerned as the landfill had grown in height, and she was especially worried about the fact that the pupils at Rockcliffe Church of England Primary School could see the mountain when they played outdoors. Another local resident said that her migraines, she believed, were linked to the smell. And what she said was, migraine sufferers can be sensitive to smells, and I'm realising now that that's what's triggering it. In response to the BBC, Celicia said that they were one of 4 operators on the site, and they did not believe that it was their landfill site that was causing the problem. Well, what I would say to that is that the other 3 operators on that site have been there in the same period, and the only thing that has changed at Hespin Wood has been the takeover and management of the site by Celicia. I would also offer, as further evidence to this point, that the people who live at the nearby sister site, another Celicia site at Flusco at Newbiggin, in the constituency of my honourable friend, the member for Westmoreland and Lonsdale, have, over exactly the same period, experienced an increase in the problems to the point where the Environment Agency has now suspended operations on the Flusco site. Thanks to action by the Environment Agency at the Hespin Wood site, the site has temporarily, it would seem, stopped accepting new waste, a point, however, that local villagers somewhat doubt. But the bottom line is that the actions of Celicia and other rogue operators need a new approach, and that's why I welcome these new regulations. For too long, our landfill sites and local communities have been targeted by rogue operators. Driven by the evasion of landfill tax and disposal fees, waste crime has evolved into a highly profitable and organised enterprise, as we've already heard this evening. It undercuts legitimate businesses, pollutes our soil, and leaves taxpayers, again as we've heard, with staggering clean-up bills. The current system for registering waste carriers, brokers and dealers is broken. It relies on a basic tick box exercise with minimal background checks, a vulnerability that criminals have systematically exploited. That's why I believe that these regulations represent a massive regulatory shift, dismantling the old registration model and pulling these rogue operators directly into the robust environmental permitting regulations framework. When these laws take full effect, they will tighten the net on waste criminals at landfill gates in 3 distinct ways. First, operators will no longer just be able to sign their names on a register. They will have to actively prove they're fit to handle waste. The Environment Agency will enforce strict background checks, as we've heard, mandatory identity verification, criminal record screenings, and technical competence assessments before a single permit is issued. If you have a history of illegal dumping, you will and you should be locked out of the system entirely. Second, on transparency, bad actors frequently use anonymous white vans and misleading online adverts to trick the public and smuggle illegal loads into disposal sites. Under the new regulations, operators must prominently display, as we've heard, their unique permit numbers on their vehicles and in all advertising. This simple change turns each one of us into an enforcement officer and gives us the ability to target and identify rogue traders who will be instantly visible. And third, as we've heard, heavy penalties. Previously, it was unacceptable that illegally transporting or brokering waste carried no custodial sentence. Draft regulations changed that, introducing a maximum penalty of 5 years imprisonment for those who flagrantly break the law and ruin people's lives. Furthermore, the Environment Agency has been granted expanded decisive powers to instantly revoke permits and issue immediate enforcement notices to freeze rogue operations on the spot. As the residents of Rockcliffe know, non-compliance and waste crime is not a victimless nuisance. It's an assault on our environment and on our economy, and it's an assault on their homes. By transforming how waste is controlled and transported, these regulations ensure that only legitimate, heavily scrutinised operators can move material through our supply chain and through our communities. I welcome the closing of loopholes and the crackdown on criminality in the waste sector, and I look forward to a day when the likes of Cilicia are forced out of the waste sector altogether.
Josh Newbury.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Cannock Chase knows all too well the impact of waste crime, fly tipping in particular. Residents of Norton Keynes and Little Worley in particular find that our country lanes, easily accessible from Walsall and Wolverhampton, are blighted by illegal dumps, often huge, often dangerous. The Minister, I know, is passionate about tackling these vile crimes, and she is right to say that the current system is simply not fit for purpose. I'm glad that she highlighted the case of Bovine, the Chevrolet Cross Cow owned by Anne Maidment, the director of the CLA in the South West, which, although humorous, highlighted the stark holes in our system as it is. I very much welcome the robust new system that will be in line with much of the rest of the waste sector. The public have rightly been calling for background checks and competence checks so that we can have confidence in those who we trust with our waste. On that point, I'm always reminded of an elderly constituent who came to me when I was a district councillor in Norton Keynes. She'd contacted a waste carrier, she'd checked his licence to make sure, as she saw it, he was legit, and she'd handed over her waste and her money. A few weeks later, she was contacted by the council as her waste had been dumped along with that of others not 3 miles away in a rural part of our community. She was distraught and told me that she would never have been intentionally careless with who she gave her waste to. Thankfully, in the end, she was able to help identify the criminal who exploited her, and he was prosecuted. But many of our constituents end up paying the price under the current system. I'd like to pay tribute to the Environmental Protection team at Cannock Chase District Council. I saw firsthand the brilliant work they do as a Cabinet member. They are more effective than many Tory-controlled neighbouring councils, so I hope that the new Reform administration continues Labour's long-standing backing for their work and that local government reorganisation brings others up to their top-notch standard. These regulations will give us the structures we need to root out waste criminals from sole traders all the way up to organised crime groups, who are increasingly, as we've heard, moving into waste crime as a whole business model. I welcome stronger powers for the Environment Agency, particularly the ability to revoke permits, which I hope will act as a powerful disincentive, something that we have been lacking before this government came to office. And I'm particularly happy to see the requirement for the visibility of permit numbers on vans, for example. This weekend, I met with business owners who run high street shops in Hensford and Rugeley to discuss various issues with illegal practices on the high street, and the Minister won't be surprised to hear that amongst those was waste crime. One told me of a business which regularly dumps their waste out the back in black bags, probably including electrical waste because they sell vapes, and they're picked up by an unmarked van and go who knows where. Meanwhile, their businesses have fully compliant bins because they take their responsibilities seriously, and they want to know that others who don't will be hauled over the coals. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is not just about fly tipping at beauty spots in protected landscapes like Cannock Chase and idyllic hamlets like Little Worley, but also our high streets and town centres. Wherever waste crime occurs, these regulations will be another plank in the government's strategy to crack down on this vile criminality so that our constituents can see the back of these blights on our communities.
Minister to wind up.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'll be brief and try not to detain the House for too long, but what a rich and insightful debate we have had. Let me begin by addressing the question of costs raised by the Honourable Lady who speaks for the party opposite. So let me just tell her that legitimate waste businesses are highly supportive of these regulations as they raise standards and level the playing field across the industry. There is a tiered approach to the new permitting regime, and that will ensure that those carrying large amounts of the most at-risk type of waste will be distinctly identified and charged accordingly. Now, if we do the maths, Madam Deputy Speaker, and, you know, I stopped doing maths with O-levels quite a long time ago, 186 million over 11 years of appraisal period, offset against businesses incurring costs from increased tax, i.e. they'll be brought into compliance and begin paying tax, 183 million. So yes, they will have to pay more. The ones that don't pay anything at the moment are going to be paying their tax. One of the reasons they've moved into this space is because by taking so-called soil or taking mixed household waste and charging you £125 for landfill and then moving it on somewhere else and saying, oh, actually, it's only really soil, they're making a £120 profit on every tonne that they take. And you do the maths, 300,000 tonnes here, 100,000 tonnes there. Pretty soon we're talking tens of millions of pounds from one illegitimate landfill site. So I'm not crying any tears about that, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I think, actually, outside of this place, our constituents are going to be cheering and clapping. And as I've said, the legitimate companies know that they're being undercut by the rogues and the criminals. And why shouldn't they have to learn how to do this? We've heard talk of vapes, of industrial waste, of all sorts of stuff turning up in these sites. We're just saying it's absolutely fine. Anyone with a pair of gloves and a van can just come along and do it. No, that was the old ways. We are into protecting the environment and protecting people as well. And we also are interested in protecting businesses. And so the actual sort of note with this says that businesses will benefit from reduced waste crime to the tune of £159 million. So net, most businesses I do hope will be better off. There are exemptions for charities, but we do not exempt small and micro businesses from complying based on their size, because we have heard about all the small and micro businesses that are in this space, which would undermine the policy and undermine our risk-based approach. Some of these businesses pose a significant waste crime risk. So, we will be rolling this out. She asked about monitoring and review. We do have a resources and waste policy programme evaluation, which is an independent programme to assess the impact of the major reforms that we're bringing in. That will report in March 2029. But of course, as with anything, if stuff isn't working, we will take action, we will listen, and we will act. Now, I just want to return to my friend, my honourable friend for South Elmsall, because I obviously know his neck of the woods very well, having served as one of the 4 MPs for Wakefield until 2019. And he is right that our constituents have the right to the peaceful enjoyment of their home. And I was really saddened by the story of his constituent, unable to celebrate his birthday party with his family in his own home, ashamed of where he lived, of the constituents waking up with migraines, tasting the smell. It's absolutely disgusting. The kids feeling sick at school. So mineral processing has significantly exceeded its permitted waste volumes, and it's resulted in approximately 320,000 tonnes of misdescribed inert waste containing biodegradable fines. They're the little bits that are chipped down. So the site permit has been revoked, but the waste remains. Now, we've heard the persistent and worsening odour concerns, and with the recent warmer weather, and again warm weather coming on, there have been 18 reports over 24 hours on the 24th and 5th of June. There is increasingly dissatisfaction with this persistent impact. So EA is monitoring the site, and it has installed an additional air quality and odour monitoring facility to provide further data. EA is also carrying out proactive odour monitoring in the area, requiring the operator to submit an odour management plan to address odour pollution. They are also studying air quality impacts using mobile monitoring facilities which are installed in the area and handheld gas analysers, and they're continuing to inspect the site and recording permit breaches when they find them. They are also monitoring the water quality in Frickley Beck, because we do not want these persistent potentially organic pollutants ending up in our water supply, only for us as taxpayers and bill payers to be responsible for clean-up further down as they enter the river. And we're acting also on intelligence received around vehicle movements at the site, working closely with partners including colleagues at UK Health and Security Agency and Wakefield Council. So the site permit has been revoked. The site is no longer operational, and questions around how do we prosecute those who've left, the misdescription of waste, the first thing we have to do is bring them into this regime so we're not reacting when the crime has already been done. I don't want to say it's a crime, but the accidental overloading and breach of their permit conditions. Wouldn't want to prejudge anything there, Madam Deputy Speaker. I have had a long and very interesting conversation with my friend for Carlisle about the issue with Hespinwood, Silesia's sites at Hespinwood and Flusco, and the issue around the landfill gases there. And these, as I say, are horrible gas that they too, same model, breach the permitted waste, massive overdumping at that site. And my honourable friend for Cannock Chase tells the story of his constituent aghast to be dragged into this and criminalised, potentially criminalised, by an innocent act of trying to do the right thing and trying to get her waste dealt with properly. I want to thank everyone for their valuable contributions to this debate. I have issued statutory guidance to councils on how to use their powers about seizing and crushing vehicles, because we're aware they have the powers, they may not feel confident about using them. And I would also say that we are working with Crime Stoppers to get the public as part of this army of people to tackle waste crime. If you do see something suspicious, do please report it on 0800 555 1111, I think is the correct number, but I will check that. I've done that from memory. This legislation is a vital piece to tackle waste crime. It's long overdue for those moving and controlling waste, and I want to thank all my departmental officials in the box, James Cruddas, David Reid, Freya Ballard and Lena from my private office. This legislation is widely supported by our stakeholders, highly anticipated by our constituents inside and outside this House, and I want to thank all those working at the Environment Agency and police forces across the country to tackle these waste criminals, to tackle this new form of organised crime. I beg to move.
The question is as on the order paper. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. I'll just give a few moments for the front benches to move along. We now come to motion number 4 on payment scheme. I call Minister to move the motion. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I beg to move that this House consider the Infected Blood Compensation Scheme Amendment Regulations 2026. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, before I begin the debate, I do want to pause and reflect on the reason why we are once again here today. Thousands of people had unimaginable suffering and hardship inflicted upon them through the use of infected blood. There are thousands of individual stories, and, Madam Deputy Speaker, in recent years I've had a solemn privilege to listen to many of them, of how lives were upturned, changed, and in some cases tragically lost. And I know many members across the House, as they always do in these debates, very movingly share their constituent stories. And it's important that we across the House keep those at the forefront of our minds. And it's essential too, Madam Deputy Speaker, that we base our work on these stories and that the compensation scheme reflects the experience, the lived experience of those who it seeks to bring justice to. I'd also like to briefly update the House on the delivery of compensation. Since the Compensation Service opened in 2024, the Infected Blood Compensation Authority, or IBCA as we refer to it, has contacted all infected people registered with a support scheme to start their claim, and by December of last year had opened their service to all cohorts, including to affected people. They have made offers of over £2.7 billion and paid out over £2.1 billion. And that's in addition to the £1.4 billion that's already been paid in interim compensation. I will, of course, give way to my honourable friend.
I thank the Paymaster General for giving way and for his speech and the way that he's framing the debate about those victims of this scandal, and that's really, really important. Can you confirm the number of interim payments of £100,000 that have been already paid out?
No, I'll be delighted to write to my honourable friend with the absolute up-to-date figure on that, but he's absolutely right to draw attention to the importance of progress. And I know members across the House, as they always do, welcome that progress, but I also acknowledge, quite rightly, the House holding me to account, and indeed IBCA to account, on the speed of compensation, that we always want to see swifter delivery of compensation. Now, with each new cohort, I will give way.
To the Minister for giving way. I think he is right to point out that although we welcome, and I think across the House we welcome the work and the diligence not only of himself but also the previous government in relation to the scheme and the work that needs to be done, but there's absolutely no doubt that there's still too few who have received compensation, and as of the 2nd of June my understanding is just over 3,000 out of potential 30,000 victims had as yet received compensation. Can he update us in relation to the amendments today, what he is doing to ensure that more people get the money they need as soon as possible?
Yeah, and the figure that the Honourable Lady refers to, I thank the Honourable Lady as well, because when I was first in this role back in 2024, we worked closely together on this when she was in her previous role. But what happens is that IBCA starts small. They use a test and learn approach. Now, with the infected, that did work very well because you reach a point where if you imagine a graph that is time and numbers of payments, you go into an exponential bit where the graph goes up very, very rapidly. Now, that is where we now need to get to with the affected cohort. And indeed, IBCA are taking that same approach. They are starting small, and that allows IBCA to learn what additions to the claim service are needed, and it also allows them to open the service to more people as the service is built around specific needs. Now, that does mean, I completely accept, that the numbers are initially lower, but I certainly expect with the affected cohort, as with the infected cohort, you will get that moment when the numbers will rise exponentially as progress is made. Now, as well as ensuring, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the victims of this scandal receive compensation as swiftly as possible, we must deliver compensation packages that reflect their experiences. Now, the Infected Blood Inquiry's additional report, published in July 2025, made clear the importance of ensuring that the community of infected and affected people are at the centre of every discussion regarding the infected blood scandal. It's always been this government's priority to deliver a compensation scheme that truly recognises the hardships faced by those who are impacted, and to do so whilst also acknowledging the extraordinary resolve of this community in continue to tell the stories of their experiences and their fight for justice. And the regulations before the House today, Madam Deputy Speaker, are a direct product of what we heard in the consultation. I will certainly give way to my
honourable friend. With regard to the community, there are still concerns about the regulations that are before us today. He knows that the regulations were laid on the day of the backbench business debate that we had here on the 18th of June. And so that gave no opportunity to take on board the points that honourable members were making on behalf of their constituents who still would like to see the, let me say, tweaked, the compensation scheme tweaked. Through his ongoing dialogue with the community, does he accept that there must be opportunity for that tweaking to take place in response to some of the concerns from the community?
So, with regard to my honourable friend's first point, of course, this is what we have before us is based upon the consultation, extensive consultation with the community. And of course, the laying of the regulations, I hope honourable members and right honourable members will also see the timing of this debate is designed so that we can speed up payments as quickly as we possibly can going forward. That's why I'm sure the House will appreciate done all I can to get this debate in and scheduled before the summer recess. I will, and then I will come back to my old friends.
I thank the Minister for giving way again. He's been very, very generous with his time. It strikes me when we have victims of these sort of scandals, and sadly this isn't the first one that we've discussed, I think obviously of the Horizon Post Office scandal, that we are talking about people who are put in this position through no fault of their own and don't necessarily have degrees into how to deal with accessing this compensation scheme. So I wondered what support he is giving those people who are looking at claiming consultation, for example, having some sort of caseworker to support them.
No, my honourable friend, the member for Harlow, is absolutely right to raise this. That's why I've always been clear, both about the individualised caseworkers and the personalised approach of IBCA, but also the importance of legal and financial support so that people can make informed decisions as to what they want to do going forward with the compensation. Just to come back to the point that was raised by my honourable friend. What I have sought to make sure here, following on what Sir Brian Langstaff said, is to introduce a proper mechanism for feedback from the community so that whatever the issue is within these regulations, it can be elevated to the appropriate place, whether it is to me or whoever the Minister is, or indeed to IBCA, to IBCA's board, to the chair, the chief executive, whoever it might be, that then has the power to deal with that issue. And I think, as my honourable friend and I have discussed before, I think that mechanism, that ability to look at the scheme is really important. But the other point I would just add to my honourable friend, I think as he and I have discussed previously, is many of the issues being raised aren't always to do with the structure of the regulations. It's also to do with their implementation. And I think it's really important that where there are issues of implementation, and indeed honourable and right honourable members raise them to me, that we do, where necessary, make those adjustments. And I should also say too, I will give one moment. Also there is, and I think my honourable friend would acknowledge this, a diversity of views within the community on certain issues too. But what we have sought to do is to try to ensure that we're making the compensation scheme reflect the views of the majority. Now I will summarise those, but before I come to that, I'll give way to the honourable gentleman.
I thank the Minister for giving way. He's been very, very generous. I have met with people in Wokingham affected by this scandal, and it doesn't just affect the person that is infected. It affects their family as well. And my constituent is absolutely adamant that the scandal's effect on their spouse must be recognised. So would the Minister agree with me that the government should give some clarity on whether spouses of those infected should receive their own separate compensation?
Yes, and on obviously affected people, certainly. That's why the scheme is designed both for infected and affected people. And of course, that isn't just spouses either. Of course, that includes children, it can include siblings, it can include... And I'm also very proud the scheme includes carers. actually, as well. And I think that we think about those who were infected, the awful injustice of it, but we also remember the effect on their families and those around them. And I think he makes a very powerful point. I will give way to the Honourable Dwayne Joe, and now will give way to my honourable friend.
On that very point, and first of all, I acknowledge the huge amount of effort and attention and concentration the Minister has put into this. And therefore, I'm slightly surprised that the Haemophilia Society, who are great champions for this community, do say that, in their opinion, care provided by family members is not being fairly compensated. The scheme does not currently enable carers, they say, to make an adequate claim for the full impact of the care they've provided. It does not sufficiently reflect the financial and personal sacrifices made by those who've delivered that care over decades, and they particularly reference children and their educational sacrifices, for example. Now, I know there are no easy answers to this, but has the Minister had an interaction with the Haemophilia Society, who are very well placed to represent the affected community?
I mean, as the right honourable gentleman can imagine, whether it's the Haemophilia Society, but many other charities, obviously, over the past 2 years I've interacted with. The scheme does include carers. I think it's very important they should. I'll obviously, and I'm perfectly willing to look at exactly what the Haemophilia Society is saying about the precise package with regard to carers, but the fundamental point is that carers should be recognised, and they are within the scheme. And I will give way to my honourable friend.
Thank you. I thank the Minister, Madam Deputy Speaker, for giving way. I was very interested in his answer to my honourable friend, the member for Elton, that notwithstanding that there are regulations and there's been a lot of work to set out the rules and scope of this compensation scheme, that there is an opportunity for people who are affected or infected, indeed, to go all the way, I think the Minister said, to the Chief Executive, the Chair, all the different bodies involved, even to the Minister if necessary. Could he set out in some detail what the parameters of that are? Because that could be riding roughshod through a carefully developed scheme, even if it has, not everything's perfect. Well, how far could that go? Because there could be a risk that lots of people feel that they have not been fairly treated and take it all the way up to the Minister, which puts this Minister, or indeed a future Minister, in an invidious position.
No, it's a fair point from my right honourable friend. And when it came to this particular recommendation from Sir Brian Langstaff, what I was concerned to do was to ensure two things. That, number one, there was a proper structure for the infected blood community to be able to put forward their views. And what I didn't want it to become, frankly, was a glorified postbox. What I didn't want it to be was just a grand correspondence scheme where letters come in and then there's replies being sent. What I wanted was a proper mechanism of sifting so that the very particular nature of the complaint can go to the right place, so that the appropriate person can look at it and see if it can be dealt with. But to the broader point, which I think my right honourable friend is alluding to, is also really important, obviously, to have stability in the policy to be able now to continue to drive forward compensation. And, my honourable friend, the member for Eltham, who does a fantastic job chairing the all-party parliamentary group, is quite rightly raising to me about where there are concerns. I want a proper mechanism for those concerns to be dealt with, but also, this is why I've pushed so hard to make sure that we have this debate before the summer, to also make sure that we are collectively doing what we can to push forward the speed of payments as quickly as we can. I've always been, I should say as well, very grateful to all the opposition parties, actually, who've always facilitated that when, I've brought regulations. This is the fourth time I've brought regulations before the House.
Will my honourable friend give way?
I will give way to my honourable friend, then I will better get on to regulations.
He's been very generous. I thank him for giving way. It was my sombre privilege to work with him on this whilst I was in the, while I was a minister in the Department for Health, and he's talking about the driving forward of the scheme. Could the Minister outline what work he's done with our devolved governments, Scotland, Northern Ireland and Wales, on driving forward the final compensation scheme?
Yes, and it was a privilege to work with my honourable friend in government, and she was excellent to work with on this. And I'm very grateful for all that she contributed in government, because there are, of course, a number of Sir Brian Langstaff's recommendations that I've been dealing with the Cabinet Office, but there were also, as my honourable friend knows, the Department for Health had responsibility for a number as well, which I know she drove forward very well. And she's absolutely right to talk about work with the devolved administrations. And again, I think I've been lucky over the past 2 years to have worked very constructively with the devolved administrations on this, trying to ensure and recognise this is a pre-devolution scandal. But obviously now, in terms of measures that we are taking in terms of seeking justice, we live now in the post-devolution age, and to reflect that, it's been really important to work with governments across the United Kingdom, all of which I have to say have been constructive in the time that I've been working on this. I will turn now, Madam Deputy Speaker, to the regulations. Regulation 3 introduces a new level 2B award as recommended by the inquiry, so that people who suffered from the side effects of interferon treatment receive an additional injury award, as well as a further financial loss and care compensation to reflect the impact on their lives. Following the consultation, the regulations also make sure that people who receive more than one round of interferon will be properly compensated for each of these rounds of treatment. Regulation 4 removes the 25% deduction applied to past care compensation for people who choose to receive support scheme payments for life. Following the consultation, the regulations make sure that people receive past financial loss compensation based on whichever of the two ways to calculate the award is most beneficial financially for them. Now, I chose to do this, Madam Deputy Speaker, to recognise that selecting only one way of calculating this award would mean some people's expected awards would reduce in size, which is not the intention. So by running both calculations and giving each person whichever is the highest amount in their personal circumstances, we ensure that everyone gets fair compensation for this award. Regulation 5 makes provision for a 50% uplift to the core autonomy award for those infected under the age of 18, calculated based on the highest severity of infection they experienced during childhood. Regulation 6 amends the eligibility criteria for the unethical research award so that everyone treated for a bleeding disorder before 1986 will receive an unethical research award. And these regulations also introduce a new unethical research award for children. Now that means that people who were treated for a bleeding disorder in childhood will receive an uplifted award. These regulations also increase the amount of compensation that all eligible people receive for this award. It's one of the most shocking aspects, frankly, of this scandal. I don't think any amount of money could ever truly make up for the heinous experimentation that happened, and particularly where that took place on children. We've listened to the feedback received through the consultation, and as a result, people who attended Trelaws will receive £60,000 rather than the £25,000 proposed in the consultation. Other children will receive £45,000, and those treated in adulthood will receive £30,000, tripling the amount they currently receive. Regulation 7 ensures that everyone who is eligible for the special category mechanism or an equivalent payment through the infected blood support schemes, or IBS as they are known, receives additional financial loss and care compensation. Following the consultation, Madam Deputy Speaker, these regulations ensure that everyone in this position has the award backdated to 2017, when the SCM award was first introduced, regardless of when they were assessed. Living people who are not assessed as eligible for SCM can also now apply for it through IBCA, including those who were previously unsuccessful through their application to the infected blood support schemes. Regulations 8 to 9 make changes to the exceptional loss award under the supplementary route. These regulations introduce a compensation uplift of £60,000 for people who had entered or had an offer to enter a career that generally would have paid 10% more than the gross national median average earnings as determined in 2024 at any point prior to retirement age, were unable to progress in this career due to their infection. That award is on top of their core route financial loss award. Now, we also heard in the consultation that some people are concerned that they will not be able to access the exceptional loss award if they do not have historic pay slips. Now, the government will work with IBCA to ensure that all relevant evidence can be used to help someone show they are eligible for the exceptional loss award so that this is not a barrier. And I have said this repeatedly from this dispatch box. I want the scheme to be as sympathetic and unburdensome to applicants as possible. And indeed, on the occasions I visited IBCA, I have to say I've been very impressed by the culture that is being imbued there in terms of taking a can-do approach when people are ringing and trying to find appropriate historic documents. I think that is particularly important, Madam Deputy Speaker, for two reasons. Number one, because these events often happened long ago, but secondly, we know from Sir Brian Langstaff's report that there's evidence of deliberate document destruction. So for both those reasons, I think there needs to be that sympathetic approach. I will certainly...
Madam Deputy Speaker, there have been occasions in various roles I've had in this place where we've looked at documents and that a government has a document destruction plan. For example, a year after death, the DWP will destroy your one's records, and that has been a problem when there's been problems with pensions. Although, obviously, this Minister today is focusing on the regulations around this, what he said is very interesting in that context of document retention and other schemes that need to pay out that require proof of things. For example, immigration, where you might need to prove you've been in the country, your doctors and school records. And I wonder if there's any thought going on in the Cabinet Office or by him about how lessons could be learnt from how IPCA is applying this in this case that could apply to other bits of government and other compensation schemes, so we don't lose the learning now for the next time, as inevitably, sadly, things will go wrong with government.
I think my honourable friend is absolutely right, and I think there are certainly lessons to be learned. And I think that applies here, but I think it also applies, sadly, to a number of the other historic scandals that we've been dealing with in this House over recent years. I think she makes a very powerful point, and honourable gentleman want to come in as well.
Thank the Minister again for giving way. It's very clear that the Minister agrees that the infected blood scandal is a tragic disaster and a failure of public service. The government needs to ensure this never happens again and strengthen any accountable measures that they can. Does the Minister agree with me and many of the survivors that there must be a duty of candor on all public officials that is robustly enforced?
Yes, I do, and I think that the Hillsborough Law, which is something I've given a great deal of personal time to over the last couple of years, I think that it is, and it's been before this House, I think it's not far away at all, and I hope that over the next few months we will certainly see that and start to see that duty of candour rolling out. And I would just say this, I think that law is a landmark law, and I think putting the law on the statute book will make a huge difference, will be a hugely significant moment. But it's also important that we drive forward the cultural change that requires. I will give way.
I'm very grateful to him for giving way. The cultural point is really important because all the scandals that we've seen within the NHS have this point of cultural failure where cover-ups have occurred and defensiveness has occurred and people have been badly let down. The health bill is going through Parliament at the moment, and one of the concerns that we have is that the abolition of Health Watch and HSIB won't help progress that cultural change. I wonder if he would urge his counterparts in the Department for Health to reconsider those abolitions.
Well, I think that the points I'm making around duty of candour, which I think overrides all these other points, is what Sir Brian Langstaff was referring to, which is that he called it institutional defensiveness. What Sir Brian Langstaff said was the problem was when awful things happened, people put either personal or institutional reputations above the public interest. And I think it's that cultural change that we need to drive forward. I will, because I'm conscious of time, Madam Deputy Speaker, return to the regulations. Regulation 10 introduces a 50% uplift to the core injury award for some affected people. That includes eligible bereaved partners and children and siblings who themselves became affected under 18 years of age. Eligible bereaved parents will also be able to receive this award in the tragic circumstances where their child passed away while under the age of 18. I know some members have raised concerns about the eligibility for this award in previous debates, and I want to assure colleagues that the rest of these regulations, the decisions we made on this award directly reflect what we heard through the consultation about the specific impacts of the scandal on children. Regulations 11 and 12 are unrelated to the public consultation and relate to the transfer of responsibility for making support scheme payments from the infected blood support scheme to IBCA. to maintain consistency with the support schemes, the value of someone's support scheme payments are uprated every year in April at the rate of CPI the previous September. These regulations therefore account for the next CPI uplift taking place in April 2027, and IBCA, after IBCA takes responsibility for making those support scheme payments from the existing infected blood support schemes. So, Madam Deputy Speaker,
would you give way briefly on those
of course
detail? Thank you. I really appreciate him giving way. Thank you. I thank the Minister for his kind words earlier. Could he clarify if co-infected people will be able to make a compensation claim for each round of interferon that they had, or whether those are being lumped together? Thank you.
No, it's per round of interferon treatment. I'm pleased to provide that clarification to my honourable friend, and I again repeat my thanks to her for her work. I will do one more and then I'll go on.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Minister is extraordinarily kind. Just to be absolutely tidy, could I make a plea on behalf of those families where the member is deceased, but the estate still has, if you like, a claim? There is sometimes, possibly wrongly, an impression that these people are put to the back of the queue. Could I have an assurance that that would not be the case?
Certainly, every single situation is a priority. Now, the honourable gentleman will be aware that IBCA does, and IBCA is operationally independent. It does come up with a priority set of cohorts, which is publicly available, but the deceased estates absolutely are a priority. You can certainly have that assurance. And indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker, the regulations are a result of listening, as we have been doing through the public consultation, to those impacted by this terrible scandal. We want the scheme to reflect the hardships and the suffering faced by those who had their lives upturned by no fault of their own, and we are always keen to balance this with ensuring the scheme can be delivered as quickly as possible. I am pleased with the progress we've made on the compensation scheme, but this debate is not about the government's work today. Rather, I think, as has always been the case actually in these debates, it's about the House coming together to put the voice of the community first.
The question is, as on the order paper, I call Shadow Minister Mike Wood.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to start by thanking the Paymaster General for bringing forward these important regulations, and also saying thank you to the former Minister for Public Health for the valuable work that I know that she did when she was in office. This debate takes place in the shadow of one of the gravest injustices in modern British history. The infected blood scandal caused unimaginable harm, lives lost, families devastated, careers destroyed, potential never realised, children robbed of parents, and many victims forced to fight for decades just for recognition and to be heard. Compensation is not a gift from the state, it is a duty owed to those who were failed by the state, and that duty must be delivered with urgency, compassion and fairness. And these regulations make a number of amendments to the Infected Blood Compensation Scheme Regulations 2025. Many of the changes appear to address concerns that were raised by victims, families and campaigners about the structure and adequacy of the scheme, and particularly, obviously, those contained in the additional report. And so we welcome the government bringing forward these amendments to address those lessons that have been learned from the early stages of the compensation scheme, to fill in some of the gaps, and of course to implement the recommendations from Sir Brian Langstaff's additional report. However, the addition of this instrument also underlines the importance of getting the scheme right. Victims and their families have already waited far too long. They must not be required to navigate repeated technical changes, uncertainty or delays before receiving the compensation and recognition that they deserve. The regulations also amend the method for calculating past and future amounts for certain awards, including financial loss awards, and so I would be grateful if the Minister could set out clearly how the government will ensure that these changes are properly communicated to victims and to families, so that people understand how their entitlement will be calculated and whether they may be better off as a result. I think the changes are sensible, and by necessity, of course, the regulations can appear rather daunting. Even, you know, my degree was economics and law. I'm reasonably comfortable with legal text and with algebra, but looking at the page at first glance, you do wonder what language some of it is written in, and so it's obviously important that that is communicated in a way that can be properly understood. His Majesty's opposition also welcomes the changes to the autonomy award for those infected as children. The fact that some people are infected at such a young age, with consequences that shape their entire childhood and adult life, must be properly reflected in the scheme. And this is not simply a question of medical impact. It is about lost childhoods, lost opportunities, and the lifelong trauma experienced by those who are infected when they're at their most vulnerable. There are also changes in relation to unethical research practices, which we have discussed many times in this chamber, and so we greatly welcome seeing the increase in the relevant award amounts and the extension in provision to those who receive treatment for bleeding disorders before 1986. And given the seriousness of this issue, can the Minister confirm how the government will identify those who fall into this category and what evidence he expects them to be expected to provide so that the process does not become another source of distress for victims and their families? We also note the creation of a new severe health condition category for qualifying chronic hepatitis associated conditions based on support scheme categories. Again, we'd welcome clarity from the Minister on how he expects that to work in practice, and particularly how the government will ensure consistency across England, Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland. The amendments to affected injury awards are also significant. Families were not bystanders to this scandal. Partners, parents, children and siblings lived with the consequences every day. Many provided care, endured bereavement, suffered stigma and experienced profound emotional and financial harm. The scheme must continue to recognise that the damage caused by this scandal extended far beyond those directly infected. And so whilst these technical changes matter greatly, the central question remains delivery. Victims and families need to know when they will receive compensation, including as a result of these new regulations, how quickly claims will be processed, what support will be available to them to navigate the scheme, and how the government will ensure that truly no one is left behind. And so I ask the Minister to address the following points. Firstly, what is his intended timetable for payments under these new regulations, and how many people does the government expect to receive compensation in the coming months? Secondly, how confident is he that the Infected Blood Compensation Authority has the staffing, the expertise and the resources it needs to process claims under these regulations quickly and sensitively? Thirdly, of course,
for giving way, and this is a friendly intervention because his response has been very supportive, and I think we all would recognise the cross-party consensus in getting this right. Last week, the Prime Minister, as you will be aware, gave a formal apology to those women who were impacted by the forced adoption scandal, and some of the evidence that we got as a select committee was about just the way that they were treated when they were trying to get the record. So would he recognise the importance when these front-facing organisations are there to support victims of these sort of scandals, that they are sympathetic, they are supportive, because that's really, really important.
I couldn't agree more, and I think for these for infected and affected victims and their families who for many years were not listened to, were not heard, were not believed faced officials who were denying what all of the evidence later proved to be the case. I think it is particularly important that they now feel that they are being treated with respect and sensitivity. So, thirdly, Madam Deputy Speaker, will the Minister clarify further, as I asked earlier, how the government will communicate these changes, these broader changes to victims and to their families in plain English, rather than simply relying on the legal and technical language in the draft regulations? And finally, what appeal or review mechanisms will be available where individuals believe that their reward has been calculated incorrectly or does not reflect their full circumstances? The opposition strongly supports these regulations, which build on work that I think has proceeded through this House with support across the Chamber, and in turn continues with work that was begun before the last election. And we recognise that they contain changes which many victims and families will welcome. And I think we're all clear, and I'm sure the Minister will agree, that our responsibility as Parliament, and of course his as government, does not end with the passing of statutory instruments. It ends only when victims and their families have received whatever we can do to deliver not only the recognition, the justice and the compensation that they have waited decades to secure. This scandal was defined by delay, denial and institutional failure. The compensation scheme must not be defined by the same failings, and these regulations are a strong and positive step in ensuring that that is not the case. But the government must now deliver these with urgency, with transparency and with humanity. It is the very least that victims and their families deserve after all this time.
Clive Efford.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to start by paying tribute to the Paymaster General for getting us to this point where it's time to move on, but notwithstanding that, there are still concerns, as I've mentioned already, and I hope they will be taken on board as we go forwards, because as the Paymaster General set out, the community out there are concerned about the pace of payments being made, particularly now that we're into the affected claims. And it is time for test and learn to move us on, and to make sure that those payments are made as soon as possible. But I would urge that ongoing dialogue that he referred to when he made his original statement in response to the inquiry report, that continues, and that those people's voices are heard. And I'm grateful for the meeting that he gave me following the backbench business debate, where I raised all of the issues that I raised in that debate, and I'm grateful that he's going to come back to me about that. But I won't go through all of them again today. I'll give other honourable members the chance to speak, but it is important that those issues are taken on board. He's referred to the pace of payments, and so have I. That's very important, but evidence as well. We have to take note of the fact that so many of the people infected and affected have had to campaign over 40 years or more to get to this point and to get to justice. And the likelihood of them having evidence and pay slips and all sorts of evidence that they were living with their parents at the time that a sibling was infected, or it is not possible for people to provide that sort of depth of information now so late on, and we've got to be considerate in the way that we approach that. On unethical testing, he and I have debated this and discussed it, and we differ on this issue. I have to say I feel very strongly, along with those people who were children who were deliberately infected. I mean, it's a sobering thought that, sobering fact, that they were deliberately infected by the state that should have been there to care for them. And they feel that the compensation, it's not about the money, but it's about the degree of recognition within this scheme of just exactly how badly treated they were. And I think that the level of payments for that should be much higher than they are. With that, Madam Deputy Speaker, I think I'll finish my comments and say I really welcome these regulations now. It's very important that we move on as fast as possible now we have them in place. And again, I congratulate the Paymaster General on all the work that he's done.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Ian Sallon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I want to thank the Minister for his continued commitment to improving the compensation scheme and keeping the House up to date on its progress. I know he takes this matter really seriously, and I hope we'll continue to see him to do so after the summer recess. Madam Deputy Speaker, we Liberal Democrats welcome many of the changes being made today, as we also welcome the previous changes made in April. The infected blood scandal is the biggest treatment disaster in NHS history, and such a disaster should never be allowed to happen again. The suffering inflicted on infected and affected people was, and still is, immeasurable. And it was compounded by a cover-up that no amount of compensation will ever truly make up for. But it can go some way. And after all this time, it must happen quickly, fully and fairly. Unfortunately, the experience of too many of those impacted is that this is not currently happening. And today I would like to draw attention to some significant omissions still in the legislation, and I hope the Minister will take these on board in his efforts to achieve justice for everyone impacted by this scandal. And I will share some stories from my own constituents, if I may, but by way of example. The first is the lack of a dedicated care award for living affected persons. One of my constituents infected with hepatitis C 30 years ago has repeatedly raised with me her concern about elderly affected carers who are still alive and providing care. 3 decades on from her infection, her mother continues to live with her and provides care daily. Yet there is no separate pathway for her to claim compensation for this. Now, to possibly preempt the Minister's response that care awards can be applied for through claims made as an infected person, I would argue that this method only works if it is performed at pace. We know that the speed of compensation is not what it should be, and my constituent tells me that, and I quote, "It is painful to contemplate that she may not receive compensation in time to meaningfully support or repay her elderly mother after a lifetime shaped by infection." So I would be interested to hear from the Minister what consideration the Department has given to calls for a dedicated care award paid directly to eligible living affected persons, and why, while simultaneously promising to speed up compensation, he's continuing to only compensate carers through this complex existing pathway. Also missing from the regulations are measures to remove the impossible evidentiary demands currently in place, such as requiring victims to produce non-existent records, forcing elderly and grieving parents to go through complex online verification processes, or parents of children who died as a result of infected blood products being asked to prove that they lived with their child at the time. Again, by way of example, I have a constituent whose father received blood transfusions following a severe car accident in 1989. He contracted hepatitis C and subsequently died from leukemia in 2007. The records of his treatment across 2 hospitals have been destroyed, and his daughter has reached a complete impasse trying to claim compensation for this incredibly traumatic series of events. Now, I appreciate that some of this was only raised with the Minister very recently, but I do wonder if he might tell the House what steps he has taken to urgently investigate those reports and what steps he is taking to ensure that no victim is re-traumatised and prevented from being served justice by having to provide impossible evidence. I've also raised my constituents' concerns about disparities in compensation for different diseases several times before. One of my constituents has lived without his mother for 25 years after she died from hepatitis C in 1998. And he questions why claiming in her case involves complex severity bands, whereas claiming for a living infected person with HIV is done through one single band. Can the Minister clarify whether he is still considering where there may be broader structural differences within the scheme and how they might be addressed? And the final broader point I would turn to is that there are very few accountability mechanisms in place for infected and affected people to genuinely hold both IBCA and the Cabinet Office to account. Both of those have been responsive when I pass along letters from my constituents, but it does beg the question why they weren't so responsive when the constituents made contact themselves. Victim and patient voices matter, and they must be listened to at every level. We Liberal Democrats would mandate integrated care boards to include patient voices at board level through organisations such as Healthwatch, and we share the disappointment of many impacted by the infected blood scandal that the government has consistently, it seems, listened to the advice of the technical expert group over the lived experience of hundreds of victims. We need to end that culture of cover-up exposed by the infected blood inquiry and other scandals by immediately introducing that legislation to impose a statutory duty of candour on all public officials, and establishing a patient safety task force to improve data sharing, analyse patient risk, and coordinate safety responsibilities. So I would just ask the Minister for an update on the progress of the Hillsborough law and stress once again the urgency of getting it through this place. And in closing, I pay tribute to every victim of this awful scandal and reiterate calls from across the House for IBCA to work faster to ensure justice is served for all. Thank you.
Tom Hayes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. On behalf of constituents that I'm proud to represent, I want to ask the Paymaster General questions of justice. I want to ask whether the infected blood compensation scheme is delivering the justice that Sir Brian Longstaff's inquiry promised everyone who has suffered one of the greatest scandals in our nation's history. And before I do, I want to thank the Minister for our discussions about this topic most recently, just a couple of hours ago. This is something that I have raised on the floor of this House before, and I will keep raising on behalf of my constituents. And tonight, I want to represent one family in particular. And although I am raising the experiences of one family in my constituency, their experiences are identical to those of so many up and down our country. Jane Yvonne Fitzgerald was infected with contaminated blood following the administration of a single unit of blood during a non-emergency procedure. She did not consent to the risks she was exposed to, and according to the inquiry, many patients like her should never have had these transfusions in the first place. She endured decades of illness, repeated hospital admissions, invasive procedures, severe psychological trauma, and profound threats to her sense of dignity. Her experiences of care fell short of expectations. She suffered litres of fluid being drained from her abdomen on one occasion in what was effectively a hospital broom cupboard. On another occasion, she was sent home despite being in excruciating pain because no bed was made available. And on that same day, her abdomen ruptured. When she sought support, she was told there was nothing physically wrong with her. The only psychological support she was offered was alongside alcohol and drug dependency groups, when she had no addiction. The state had failed to protect her. They failed to care for her mental and physical health. And then, when she died 10 years ago, her family have felt that justice have evaded them. Under the current compensation scheme, because Yvonne died before surviving long enough to make a claim under today's framework, her compensation is deemed by her family to be around £300,000 less than someone in otherwise similar circumstances who remains alive today. The scheme, in her family's view, creates a perverse outcome whereby dying from infected blood can result in less compensation than surviving with it. The younger someone was when they died, and the earlier they died, the greater the financial penalty imposed upon the family. In some cases, the disparity between deceased victims and survivors, I'm told, can approach £1 million. Can the Minister explain to my constituents why? The technical expert group recognised that severe psychological harm and exceptional suffering could be evidenced through historical records and expert opinion, yet many deceased victims cannot access enhanced awards because they died before modern assessment mechanisms existed. The inquiry recognised that affected family members suffered direct and profound harms and recommended a supplementary compensation route. Yet that recommendation has still not been implemented. On behalf of my constituents, I asked the Paymaster General why the recommendation of the Infected Blood Psychological Service that affected individuals should receive individual assessments has not yet been adopted. The current approach also produces unfair outcomes. My constituent, Rueri Fitzgerald, moved back into his parents' home to help save it when his father was considered too old to obtain a mortgage. He gave up his own first-time buyer status and put his own future on hold to care for Yvonne, his mother. He cooked, he cleaned, he accompanied her to countless appointments, witnessing firsthand the effects of her poor health. And his mother died before she could see him marry. She never met his two children, her two grandsons, and he is living life in that knowledge. Under the current scheme, he is entitled to substantially less compensation than estranged relatives who played little or no role in her life or her care. And he wonders why the scheme compensates people according to broad family categories rather than recognising the harm individuals have experienced. And there are further concerns. Widows' support payments made under the previous schemes are now deducted from compensation awards for many claimants, while those who settled earlier are unaffected. Compensation is not routinely uprated for inflation, meaning delay steadily erodes its real value. And the question asked to my constituency is this: surely compensation delayed should not become compensation diminished. Madam Deputy Speaker, this debate, as we've heard from all of the contributors, is about trying to remedy what went wrong and trying to ensure justice. Justice cannot depend upon whether somebody survived long enough to satisfy an administrative process. Justice cannot depend upon the year someone died. Jane Fitzgerald endured years of suffering caused by failures of the state before losing her life, and her family believe that the current scheme treats her life as though it were worth less because she died before the compensation framework caught up with the truth. And so in closing, I put the following questions to the Minister. Will the government review the disparity between awards for deceased victims and survivors? Will the government establish a route for recognising severe harms suffered by deceased victims through historical evidence? Will the government implement the inquiry's recommendation for a supplementary route for affected family members, including individual assessments where appropriate? Will the government end the deduction of widow support payments and ensure compensation keeps pace with inflation so that delay does not diminish justice? For Jane Yvonne Fitzgerald, for her whole family, and for every family whose loved one was taken from them, this debate, the proceedings in this House, they offer us an opportunity to ensure that a promise is honoured, a promise that justice is given to all.
Thank you so much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and once again I'm very grateful to the Minister for giving us that update and introducing the regulations again this evening. He does it with real sincerity, with guile and with grace, and I think we're all grateful to the way that he engages with all of us across the House. I don't know how many of these statements or urgent questions I've attended in the course of the past 15, 20 years. I seem to be spending an awful lot of time with the honourable gentleman from Eltham and Chislehurst attending the debates, the all-party groups that he has so assiduously chairs, writing the letters to various ministers, getting the responses, taking that to constituents, letting them down again, perhaps even giving them some sense of encouragement. I'd like not to be doing it anymore. I'd like just for things to work. I'd like to think that
everybody that I've represented and got to know within the community were feeling positive and good about what's happening, feeling satisfied that things were moving on, that people who deserve these payments were securing them, that they didn't have to worry anymore, they didn't have to be anxious about their own domestic or personal situation. They wouldn't have to be concerned about those that they care for or love or live with, that things were just being done. It would be great to be in that position. Now, we always like to hear from the Minister, and it's great and it's good that he gives us constant updates about all this. But wouldn't it be something to get to that place, to get to the place of resolution, get to the place where people are satisfied with the progress that's being made and the payments that are being made? Now, we had a very good debate a couple of weeks ago that was referenced by a couple of the people around the House this evening. I thought it was really, really good. I thought lots of very important and relevant points and issues came from that debate. And that's why I was just a little bit surprised to find that the regulations were laid the very next day. And I thought, surely what we should have done was take that opportunity to pick up some of the things that had come forward, because the themes were quite consistent across the House. There were several concerns that were regularly raised, and I think the Minister got a very clear impression about what the priorities were, about those of us who work with the community and who raise these at a regular basis. I think it all came loud and clear. So what I don't get, and maybe the Minister can explain this to me, maybe it was always part of the timetable that the regulations were going to be laid on that particular date, but surely we should have had time to reflect. Surely we should have had time to sort of go through all the various points that came up from members from right across the House before we made this final progress and laid these regulations. Because there were important things that came forward in that debate, and we've heard some of them again today, and I'm not going to repeat them because I've said them so many times to various ministers who've sat behind that dispatch box. But the key ones, I think, the ones that really need to be progressed and to look at and to be resolved, is the pace of the payments. Now, we know the affected are being looked after. We know that, and it looks like we're making real progress. And the Minister's right to refer to the sort of structure and process that was used about that, and it's worked. And I think we're all satisfied that things have moved on quite significantly and payments have been made. But it's to do with the affected. And I think we just need to see a little bit more dynamism, a little bit more energy in ensuring that these payments are going to get made to these people who are desperately waiting when it comes to this thing. The issues around interference, I don't think, have been properly addressed with these regulations. I think we're all happy and satisfied that we've got the new 2B payments, but there's a huge case to be made for further levels of payments, particularly around 3B or 4B awards that I think the community have been asking for quite consistently. And the government and its expert group seem to have ignored the huge amounts of real-world evidence regarding the debilitating, enduring impact of interference treatment. I likened it in the debate a couple of weeks ago to something akin to chemotherapy, and I think we should start to think about the interfering damage that's been done along that same basis and take it as seriously as that type of treatment. And I think we welcome the increase. I think the Minister says 60k. I'm pretty certain that was the figure for families which have been subject to research and medical trials, which I think is from, I think the previous figure was 25,000, has got to 60,000. I think that's a significant rise, and I think that's something that's to be welcomed. But there are still a few questions and issues around some of these payments and the inclusion of some people in the groups around unethical research. And again, it comes back to this date of 1986. I think I heard the Minister say something in regards to that particular date, but my impression and understanding is that that still seems to be a pretty rigorous cut-off point for anybody who's considered. And even though in the report itself there was reference to damage that had been done beyond that date. So maybe the Minister could just clarify that a little bit for me and satisfy me that that particular group will be addressed for any cases that have come after 1986. And it is disappointing that there's very little reference to the significant problems regarding estate claims, despite a number of meetings and correspondence with the Cabinet Office on this issue. And I think I've heard again from several honourable members that it was a feature that did come up in the debate, and that's just about the evidential hurdles that so many people are being impacted with, about the fact that records don't exist and it's really difficult to prove certain documentation when that no longer is there because of historical issues or just because of the fact it had been lost, mislaid or perhaps destroyed. And we heard a little bit just about the government's own role and facility in this, where a number of records that have been kept by various departments are no longer available for people who need to access them in order for their claims to be progressed. And I think, again, as a couple of members have made, we cannot forget the thousands of bereaved families who continue to wait for their compensation claims to begin, causing great anxiety and distress. But the most important thing, I think, is the scaling up of the claims process to end this unbearable period of limbo that people are still having to endure. The numbers of the affected remains too low, and now is the time for real progress. And I think we're looking for a commitment that the government will reflect on some of these issues that were highlighted, perhaps think about coming back again, having considered some of the things that have been raised consistently in debates and statements over the course of the past few weeks, and maybe get an update just about how the government are going to actually raise this. And I suppose it won't surprise them that I'm going to raise the issue of the duty of candour. I think that's the most important missing detail in all of this. The thing that I think really profoundly needs to be addressed and to be. Now, we know we've got the Hillsborough Law Bill coming. I would just suggest ever so gently to government that this now has to be an absolute imperative, and we need a duty of candour for civil servants who are involved in some of these scandals, civil servants who give stuff to ministers for correspondence to me 20 years ago that ministers knew was lies, not just misleading, not just getting a few things wrong, but they were supplying correspondence, facts and figures to ministers who were replying to me when I was raising issues on behalf of constituents that were experiencing real difficulties. They know that was wrong. We need to try and understand why that happened, and we need to have this addressed. And I think the duty of candour aspect of any sort of Hillsborough law, I think, is going to be highly important as we go forward to ensure that nothing ever like this ever happens again. But I'll end, Madam Deputy Speaker, by saying that we are in a so much better place than we were even 5 years ago, even 3 years ago. We are getting there. And I think for all of us that care about this debate, who have been here and put these issues to the Minister, the thing for us is we do not want to have anybody left behind. Everyone affected, infected or affected should be brought with us and have this resolution in the House. And I'll say one other thing to the Minister. The community who are engaged in this debate, who have suffered so much throughout the decades, who have taken up this fight with such distinction and such courage, I think needs to be looked at again and thanked. And I know we had the service, which was brilliant, but I hope as he goes forward, he'll look at the community as a resource, as a source of lived experience that has a background in these issues which is beyond anything that perhaps any expert group could appeal, because they've lived with this, they've seen it, and it's them that are dealing with it. But I'm satisfied that we're going forward. I do hope that we get some sort of updates. I congratulate the Minister again for bringing it forward. But please look at some of the things that so many of us have been saying for such a long time and make sure that they're going to be properly addressed as we go forward.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And once again, I think this has been an excellent debate. Excellent in tone and excellent in terms of honourable and right honourable members speaking about their constituents. I will try and deal with some of the issues, and obviously there are others as well where particular issues of detail, if members want to write to me, I will of course address them. To the honourable member for Perth and Kinrossshire, and I congratulate him on his work as the very able deputy for the member for Eltham and Chislehurst on the all-party group. The 1986 date is simply because the last medical study identified as unethical by Sir Brian Langstaff's inquiry was 1984. So it's going forward a bit to try and make sure that that is encapsulated as simply the significance of the date. He and I think, have had the debate about interferon before when we had the debate some weeks ago. I agree with him and indeed the spokesperson for the Liberal Democrats on the duty of candour. Absolutely, I think it's hugely important that we drive that forward. My honourable friend, the member for Bournemouth East, if he could send me that list of questions about his late constituent Jane Fitzgerald, I would just make one observation in terms of those who previously died versus those who are living. There is a difference, but I would point out that, of course, money gets paid to dependents in the first circumstance, which should be taken into account. But I will come back to him in detail if he sends me those questions. My honourable friend for Eltham and Chislehurst, once again, thank him for his work. I agree with him on the sympathetic approach to evidence, the importance of the ongoing dialogue, and certainly the importance of speed. To the Shadow Minister, I couldn't agree with him more on clear communication. It is something I am frequently speaking about, and I will continue to speak about. On the review mechanism, you can ask IBCA for a review. You then have, beyond that, the option of a first-tier tribunal, and beyond that, the courts. But there's that initial stage of review to IBCA. I entirely agree with him about me being available to support IBCA. They're operationally independent, but to offer appropriate support where necessary. The bulk of infected people should be paid by the end of 2027, bulk of affected by the end of 2029, but they are backstops. They are not targets. And as I've often said to the House, it is about speeding up those claims, getting to that point of exponential growth now in payments with the affected claims. Like, I just deal with the point of care, because I think that was raised by the Honourable Gentleman for New Forest East and indeed the spokesperson of the Liberal Democrats. The reason the care award is not paid directly to the person who provided care is simply because if you did that, you'd be asking IBCA to determine who provided the care. You'd be asking IBCA to go to affected people for evidence that they provided care, and you might even end up with IBCA having to mediate between disputes where you've got multiple people talking about care. So rather than go down that particular route, which would have led to further delays, that's why we've taken the approach we have with the infected person. But can I just say, Madam Deputy Speaker, I think it's absolutely right that these regulations reflect the majority of what we heard in the consultation, and we do make changes. They do complete the government's response to the additional report, but as members across the House have said, the hard work to deliver the compensation must now accelerate. And it's also our duty to remember that the tragedy inflicted on thousands of people and to bring real change, not just to this compensation scheme, but it goes beyond that as well, not least to the duty of candour, which is another of Sir Brian Langstaff's recommendations. So I hope that colleagues across the House will join me this evening in supporting these regulations, and I now commend them to the House.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many as are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. I'll give a few moments for the front benches to swap over. We now come to motion number 5 on employment and training. I call the Minister to move the motion. Minister Sir Stephen Timms.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I beg to move that the House approves the draft Industrial Training Levy, Engineering Construction Industry Training Board, Order 2026 regulations. In my view, the provisions in the instruments are compatible with the European Convention on Human Rights. The statutory purpose, Madam Deputy Speaker, of the Engineering Construction Industry Training Board, the ECITB, is to make better provision for training across the engineering construction industry in England, Scotland and Wales. Engineering construction is critical to the government's wider ambitions for economic growth, for clean energy and for energy security. The industry provides the skilled workforce to build, maintain and operate major energy manufacturing and industrial infrastructure across the country. The continued value of the ECITB and the Construction Industry Training Board was confirmed by a 2023 independent review. It found that a statutory levy remains the most effective model for industry-wide investment in training and is needed to address persistent structural workforce challenges within the industries covered by the ITBs. This statutory instrument gives effect to the ECITB's levy proposals for 2026, 2027 and 2028. The levy remains the board's primary source of funding, and this order is required for the board to raise mandatory assessments on employers which are in scope. The ECITB continues to receive very strong support from employers. Over 85% of levy-paying employers supported the levy proposals, representing nearly 98% of total levy value, so well above the more than 50% statutory threshold for support required from industry. Let me just point out that a 12-week government consultation has just closed on a proposal to bring together the two ITBs into a single unified body to support the combined skills needs of the engineering construction and construction sectors. The government is now carefully considering the views raised before making decisions on reforms that may be needed to ensure the system delivers the support employers need. I can't prejudge the outcome, but to maintain the ECITBs for support for employers, we do need the levy order we're debating today. If the government chose to proceed with the proposed reform, then the earliest that a single body would be in place is spring 2028. If reform required a new ITB levy order, this would come to the House through the usual parliamentary process. But returning to this levy order, I thank the Joint Committee on Statutory Instruments for its detailed review. The order retains levy assessment rates from the 2023 levy order and retains the exemption threshold to protect small and micro businesses who are still eligible for ECITB grants and support. An estimated £137.9 million will be raised in levy over 2026 to 2028. This will be invested in meeting the skills needs of the engineering and construction industry. It will fund programmes to widen participation, raise skill levels, increase opportunity and to maintain occupational standards for the industry. It includes targeted grant support to employers to develop the skills pipeline in engineering construction. Since 2023, over 5,000 apprenticeship starts have been supported through ECITB employer funding, including electrical, mechanical and nuclear specific apprenticeships. This support includes direct grants to employers, travel and accommodation costs, and costs for additional qualifications required. The funding raised by the ECITB levy directly underpins broader economic priorities. Over 90,000 people are employed in the leviable workforce, contributing an estimated £33 billion in gross value added, rising to £100 billion when including the wider sectors serviced by the engineering construction industry. But the industry faces big, long-standing challenges in recruiting and retaining a skilled workforce. That makes voluntary investment in training harder to secure. Only a statutory levy can guarantee that the skills industry urgently needs will be provided at the scale that's required. If this order was not approved, the ECITB would be unable to collect levy in 2026. That would hit apprenticeships and other vital industry qualifications, employer support programmes, training standards and the future capabilities of one of our most economically significant sectors. It's estimated, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the UK needs an additional 40,000 engineering construction workers. This order will play an important part in supporting major infrastructure projects nationwide. In addition to industry support, the proposals before the House today have received the full support of the devolved governments of Scotland and of Wales. They recognise, as we do, that the ability of the ECITB to raise and invest levy income is vital to ensuring employers across all three nations can access the engineering construction skills that they need. And I commend the order to the House.
The question is, as on the order paper, I call Shadow Minister Rebecca Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This draft order will allow the Engineering Construction Industry Training Board, known as the ECITB, to continue collecting a levy on employers in order to fund training and address skills shortages. The engineering construction industry underpins many of the services we rely on every day, whether that is heating our homes, supplying clean drinking water, or providing the energy and fuels that keep our economy moving. The levy helps ensure that we have the skilled workforce needed to build and maintain critical infrastructure. This workforce, Madam Deputy Speaker, is essential to the UK's future energy security and economic growth. The order continues the board's established approach of setting levy orders for a 3-year period. Under the proposals before us, the levy rates for employees working on site will remain at 1.2% of total enrolments, and rates for off-site employees will remain at 0.33%. This is unchanged from the 2023 levy order, and exemptions, as we've already heard, will be in place for smaller employers, as they have already been. Now, this draft order is particularly relevant to my constituency, Devonport Dockyard in the neighbouring Plymouth, Sutton and Devonport constituency, and its supply chain provide thousands of highly skilled engineering and construction jobs across Plymouth and the wider southwest. Indeed, the maintenance of the UK's continuous at-sea nuclear deterrent is confirmed for over 70 years from Plymouth and will need a trained workforce, something that Team Plymouth is working hard to deliver. So as major investment continues in defence and nuclear infrastructure, it is critical that we maintain a steady stream of skilled engineers, technicians and apprenticeships. And I can confirm that the opposition will not be opposing this order tonight. However, this is a useful opportunity to scrutinise the government's plans to address issues in particular with recruitment and retention. Now, as the Right Honourable Member for East Ham has already said, the training levy clearly commands industry support, with 85% of levy-paying employers voting in favour of it in 2025. This represents 98% of the levy paid. The levy system plays a vital role in developing a consistent pipeline of homegrown engineering construction works. 65% of employers felt that without the levy and grant system, the training would not take place, according to research from 2024 commissioned by the ECITB. In an increasingly fragile geopolitical climate, it is vital that we have a well-trained domestic talent pool across these sectors. The levy works because it is driven by industry need. Companies understand their workforce requirements far better than Whitehall ever could, and we should be empowering businesses to create jobs, not burdening them with ever greater costs, and then attempting to compensate through government schemes that seek to manage the consequences of labour shortages after they have already arisen. One reason levy rates are not being increased is that employers are already facing higher operating costs, not least because of Labour's damaging national insurance hikes. This is classic Labour economics, making it more expensive to hire people than intervening with subsidies to solve the problem of their own making. As I have said before, most employers would rather keep more of what they earn and invest it themselves, rather than have government take with one hand and give a little back with the other. And I believe details like this were included within the explanatory note itself. The levy proposals are expected to raise a total of £137.9 million over the levy periods between this year and 2028. We must ensure that this levy delivers the workforce that the industry needs. Over 70% of employers are now experiencing significant hiring challenges, up from 53% in 2021. According to the ECIB's 2025 report, the main reasons for skill shortages include a shortage of qualifications and skills among candidates, a mismatch between candidate expectations and what employers can offer, a limited applicant volume, mobility and location issues, and increased competition among employers and other sectors. To make matters worse, Madam Deputy Speaker, the engineering construction industry is facing an upcoming wave of retirements. Almost 15% of the workforce is already over the age of 60. Workers in craft roles in particular are in short supply. Concerningly, around 1 in 4 welders and 1 in 5 pipe fitters are over 60. Now, although the number of workers under 30 has slightly increased since 2021 from 14.7% to 16.8%, new entrants are not yet arriving quickly enough to offset experienced workers leaving the industry. We know that the ECITB invested £28 million in training grants and new entrant programmes in 2024. It supported over 2,000 new entrant starts, including 1,000 apprentice starts and over 5,000 graduates. This is to be welcomed. However, those numbers must keep growing if the industry is going to replace retiring workers while simultaneously expanding the workforce needed for future projects. The industry will be facing peak demand for workers in 4 years' time. 40,000 extra workers will be needed for major projects by 2030, according to ECITB forecasts. This does not even take into account, Madam Deputy Speaker, the demand in manufacturing sectors, which are not covered by the ECITB. Now, I accept the Minister said that 5,000 places have been filled, but given that 40,000 aim and number, I think we are going to need to see further work done in this. So can the Minister outline what further steps the Government are taking alongside the ECITB's work to attract new entrants into the workforce? And given the significant training costs that employers incur, does the Minister believe that current ECITB grant support is sufficient to incentivise employers to expand recruitment, particularly in occupations facing the greatest shortages? And we know that retention is equally critical, so could the Minister confirm what proportion of apprentices, graduates and new entrants who are supported through the ECITB are still working in the industry 12 months after completing their training? Now, finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Government has recently consulted on proposals to bring together the Construction Industry Training Board and the ECITB into a single body. As those responses are considered, I would welcome further clarification from the Minister on how the specialist needs of the engineering construction sector will be protected. Constituencies such as mine rely on highly skilled engineering and technical workers to support major defence and nuclear infrastructure, but we also need construction workers to build new homes and the like. And it is important that those skills are not overlooked within a larger organisation. I also want to just ask the Minister, if I may, that since the removal of local training groups by the Construction Industry Training Board, I've heard that money for regional employer networks has not been found in certain regions, and as a result, those networks have not properly been set up. Now, we've debated that in the past, so I appreciate that's not entirely related, but it is because it's about employment and training. So how is the Department working to mitigate the apparent failure in those regional employer network hubs that were being set up? To conclude, the engineering construction industry requires a strong pipeline of skilled workers. There is clear evidence that employers continue to support the levy system. But I would welcome the Minister's response to the points I have raised about recruitment, retention and the future direction of the ECITB. If we are serious about delivering our ambitions for energy, infrastructure and industrial growth, we must be equally serious about investing in the workforce that will make those ambitions a reality.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. These levy proposals may sound technical, but at their heart, they're about investing in people and in Britain's future. Because let's be honest, everything we touch, we see, is supported, repaired and built by these industries. And as for being the Labour MP for Portsmouth North, this debate matters deeply to me. Portsmouth is proud of its industrial heritage. Our city once helped build and maintain the ships that defend our country. Skilled engineering and trade shaped our communities for generations. But many people in my constituency also know what it feels like to be left behind. Too many of those skilled...
10 o'clock motion.
I beg to move.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Amanda Martin.
Thank you. But many people in my constituency also know what it feels like to be left behind. Too many of these skilled industrial jobs have disappeared, and too many young people today do not see the same opportunities that previous generations had. So when we talk about levies like this, we're really talking about whether today's young people will be given the opportunities their parents and grandparents had. It's about creating the next generation of engineers and skilled workers who will build, maintain and modernise the infrastructure our country depends on. For many young people, particularly those who do not choose a traditional university route, apprenticeships offer a pathway into secure, highly skilled and well-paid work. By supporting this levy, we're investing in those opportunities and in the workforce our economy will need for decades to come. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, we need to ensure that these levies enable maximum opportunities and flexibilities, such as supporting those in the construction industry to use the levy creatively for transport by providing maybe driving lessons, as it's not very easy to get on public transport to building sites at the hours of times that these people need to be attending. So will the Minister work with me to look at how we can use this levy flexibly across the sector? The truth is that our ambition for clean energy, advanced manufacturing, industrial decarbonisation and major infrastructure projects will only succeed if we have the skilled workforce to deliver them. No single employer can solve these skills alone. A collective approach allows industry to invest together in training, ensuring we develop not only the workforce we need today, but the workforce for tomorrow. We need to find a way to ensure that larger businesses who do not use their full levy work to support those smaller ones that need it. Madam Deputy Speaker, earlier today, the All-Party Parliamentary Group for Tradespeople met and held a roundtable with Checkatrade, presenting new research into young people's attitudes towards careers in the trade. The findings were encouraging. Almost half of the people are considering becoming a plumber, a builder or electrician, while 40% of under 25s now see an apprenticeship is more appealing than a degree. Just 10 years ago, that stood at 3%. So an apprenticeship is slowly becoming the first choice. This is a remarkable shift, but it also creates a responsibility. If more young people want to pursue skilled trades, we must make sure the training and opportunities are there. This is particularly important when more than 1 million young people are currently not in education, employment or training. Madam Deputy Speaker, can I ask the Minister to support cross-party working, cross-government working to ensure that this opportunity is available in Portsmouth, where it is much needed and much wanted? I also know that there has been a consultation taking place on the future of the ECITB and the CITB, and I ask the Minister to engage with the APPG for tradespeople about those discussions and the progress that will be made. Finally, there is a wider national interest at stake. Engineering construction underpins our critical national infrastructure, from an energy network to defence facilities. In an increasingly uncertain world, Britain cannot rely solely on importing the skills we need, so we must develop homegrown talent, indeed city-grown talent, that strengthens both our economy and our national resilience. And to do that, we must recognise the barriers to taking up and completing these apprenticeships, and to look to ensure that we look to remove these. For communities like Portsmouth North, this is about restoring opportunity. It's about giving young people the chance to learn a trade, earn a good wage, build a rewarding career and take pride in contributing to Britain's future, as they once did in my city. For those reasons...
Can I commend for our words and our comments, but when it comes to opportunity, whether it be in construction, for apprenticeships, wherever they may be, apprenticeships are also available, they should be available in fishing, for instance, there should be apprenticeships available in farming. And does the Honourable Lady agree when it comes to seizing those opportunities for apprenticeships, there should be equality for men and women to grasp the opportunity, because both can do the job equally good?
As a student who studied STEM when I was at college, absolutely I agree with my honourable friend. We need to ensure that our young people have the maximum opportunities to give resilience and in our country, whether that's in defence, whether that's in farming, whether that's in maritime, something also close to my heart. So I wholeheartedly agree with him. And for those reasons, I am pleased to support these levy proposals.
I call Liberal Democrat spokesperson Steve Darling.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And growing the economy is one of the essential duties of the government. And this levy is a key part of making sure that we're growing productivity as part of that agenda. We know that the opportunities that this gives of growing core industries, and colleagues have already alluded to core infrastructure and changing our economy so that we become more environmentally sound, tackle climate change and have a cleaner economy is absolutely essential, and many of these jobs help achieve that. Colleagues in the debate have already alluded to the more than 1 million NEETs that are out there in our communities, and we know that through these levies
this can be tackled as well. We're also very much alive to, as Liberal Democrats, we believe in working in partnership with employers and educationalists, and we know that this can be achieved through this levy approach. In my own constituency of Torbay, I'm very much aware that for electronics and photonics, we're one of 5 core areas of opportunity for that across the United Kingdom. And we know, and I'm well aware, that companies such as Bay Photonics and Gooch & House Co work in partnership with South Devon College to make sure there's a pipeline of opportunities for young people in Devon. And so, as Liberal Democrats, we warmly welcome these proposals before us tonight. Thank you.
Turner.
Very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and at the outset I should draw attention to my membership of the GMB and Unite trade unions, both of which organise workers in the engineering construction sector. It's a pleasure to speak in this SI debate, which may be auspicious because, depending on the government's future reform of this sector, we may be moving towards longer term settlements for levy changes on account of the consultation, which has already been said, closed just 2 weeks ago. Industrial training boards once covered a much wider share of the economy before many of them were, I think, sadly scrapped in the early 1980s. And it's quite difficult now to imagine a role in the modern economy for the wool, jute and flax industry training board. But it is worth reflecting that in the past, those training boards have overseen some very important skills transition, particularly the gas industry training board's role in the highly successful conversion from town gas to natural gas. And as we think about the future of home heating, perhaps if that body still existed, we would be in a stronger position today. But thankfully, both the CITB and the ECITB have survived and are now modern 21st century institutions. Engineering construction refers to that aspect of the construction industry which crosses beyond design into implementation, covering everything from bridges to tunnels to energy from waste plants to HS2 and new nuclear sites. In other words, if we are to build the infrastructure that the UK needs, we need that steady pipeline of skills. And the industry training boards are not the whole of the answer, but they are an important part of it. But as has already been said, construction productivity is lower in the UK than in some comparison countries such as Germany and the Netherlands. And these are deep-seated problems in this country. 38% of engineering construction workers are aged 50 or over, rising to 40% in the oil and gas sector. And although some progress has been made, there are still critical shortages for skills such as plating and welding. And this is an issue which we looked at on the Transport Select Committee, which my honourable friend, the shadow opposition speaker, contributed to, where we heard repeatedly that the shortages in these key skills are holding back the UK's ability to deliver those major products and raising costs for taxpayers. Now, this statutory instrument is necessary to continue the provision of essential skills training. It carries forward an effective 1.2% levy on site net labour costs and 0.33% on off-site costs. These rates are unchanged on 2023, and there is clearly a good level of satisfaction in the quality of individual courses because the share of employers that voted in favour of the levy went up slightly in this round. Now, this statutory instrument should raise around £138 million over the next 3 years, and to give an idea of the scale of the training that it delivers, in 2024, the ECITB supported almost 2,200 new entrant starts and 64,000 people were trained on ECITB courses and other products. Now, we have heard a lot, rightly, about employment in the North Sea oil and gas sector, and many workers in that sector feel a great sense of frustration because they know that their skills are transferable, but there has not always been sufficient recognition across related sectors of the transferability of those skills, and indeed attempts to create a skills passport under the last government did run into some frustrations and ran over in terms of its timing. So I think it is important to quote the three North Sea trade unions, GMB, Unite and RMT, in respect of the ECITB's Connected Competence programme, when they said that the trade unions have been pushing for a standardised, fair and transparent approach for competitive skills assessments for several years, and we, that is the unions, welcome the Connected Competence scheme. We sincerely hope that the initiative is adopted and utilised by all contractors and industry bodies. This would truly enable workers to transition around the energy sector and help maintain and develop a skills base. This is good news both for workers and the wider UK economy. So clearly the value of the ECITB does extend beyond the provision of training courses, as important as that is. Now, we have heard about the reform programme which the government has been taking forward, and in fairness was prompted by the independent review commissioned under the last government. And at the heart of those proposals is the proposed merger of the CITB and the ECITB. The justification is that there be more effective long-term planning and strategic decision-making on which courses should be invested in. And I'm sure that the whole House will agree that it is important that we realise these aims, but at the same time, the construction industry and engineering construction, although allied trades, do have important differences. So I think it would be helpful if we could hear about how the distinctive nature of construction engineering skills requirements would be protected should the merger go ahead. The consultation, as we've heard, has only closed recently, but it would be appreciated if the Minister is able to give any information on when he anticipates that the government will respond in full to that consultation. And I wonder, just in the short time left, whether I might make a point about workforce representation on the Engineering Construction Industry Training Board. And there is a related point here about the Construction Industry Training Board as well. It is one I've raised before in this House, which is that when these boards were established in the 1960s, there was equal 50-50 representation on the boards of the industry training schemes for trade union representatives, so worker representation and employee representation. Over the years, and it was not an immediate process, the trade union representatives were gradually squeezed off both boards to the point now that there is no trade union representation on the boards of either the CITB or the ECITB. They are represented on a subsidiary advisory board, but this is lesser status, and it does mean that they are not in the room when the core decisions are made. So as we approach this point of potentially wholesale reform of the ITBs, I wonder if we can take this opportunity to right what I think was a mistake, which was to remove that direct worker voice from the boards of these organisations, whether that is as a standalone, continued separate existence for the ECITB or the CITB. I wonder if the Minister either perhaps would send some information on that proposal in writing or when he sums up. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker.
To wind up.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, thank you, and I'm grateful to all those who've spoken in the debate for the thoughtful scrutiny that's being given to this instrument. I'm grateful to the support expressed both by the Honourable Member for South West Devon and the Honourable Member for Torbay, and for my honourable friends representing Portsmouth North and Birmingham Northfield for their contributions as well. And what I think the debate has effectively underlined is just how important the work of the ECITB is and the scale of the challenge that faces one of our most economically vital industries with a core workforce of 90,000 people responsible for £33 billion in annual output. And the importance of that industry has been well reflected in the contributions to this debate. It is clear that the engineering construction industry can't meet its skills demands in the coming decade without a stable collective system of investment in training. The evidence for that is consistent, that market forces on their own will not deliver the pipeline of skilled workers that the industry urgently needs. The ECITB levy is the mechanism that enables the collective benefits of a focused skills strategy for this industry. It ensures that employers can access support for training and share the benefits of a skilled, competent and resilient workforce. It also opens up opportunities. It helps apprentices and other new entrants to complete high-quality training and existing workers to reskill or upskill to progress their careers. The Honourable Member for South West Devon asked me about what the government is doing to support this industry more widely with skills, and there is substantial government investment being deployed to this effect as part of wider reforms helping employers to respond to current and future workforce needs. This includes an additional £1 billion of investment to help deliver some 50,000 more apprenticeship opportunities over the next few years, alongside increased flexibility through the new Growth and Skills Levy and specific sector skills packages in engineering construction worth over £800 million. She'll know of the targeted incentives for employers, including payments of up to £2,000 for taking on foundation apprentices, helping more young people entered skilled careers, and continued investment we're making in skills boot camps and increasingly devolved approaches through mayoral strategic authorities are enabling local areas to respond more effectively to local employer demand and to skills shortages. And together with support from ECITB, these measures certainly will strengthen the pipeline of skills, and I agree with her about how important that is. Perhaps just worth making the point that she gave the figures from 2024, £28 million invested by the ECITB in training grants and new entrant programmes. That was up to £32.6 million last year, and we're expecting continuing increases, recognising the importance of being able to fulfil the growing demand that we are seeing. My honourable friend for Portsmouth North reflected how important these measures are for Portsmouth, quite rightly. She also asked for engagement with the all-party parliamentary group, and that is a request I'll pass on to my colleague, my honourable friend, the Minister for Transformation. I'm sure he'll be very pleased to do that. To my honourable friend from Birmingham Northfield, I'm afraid I'm not in a position to shed any light on the timing for the decision following the recent consultation. I will, though, pass on from him his suggestion about trade union representation. That should be considered when this reorganisation is being reflected on. The Shadow Minister asked me for a question about the proportion of new entrants. I think she was asking about those who are still in the industry 12 months on. That's not a figure that I have to hand, but I will, if I may, drop her a line if I can get that information to answer her question. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, the debate has reminded us of just how important supporting the needs of small businesses is, ensuring maximum impact and value for money from employers' levy contributions. And I think this order does give reassurance on all those points. It maintains support for the engineering construction industry, minimising burdens on employers, holding steady levy rates and protecting smaller firms by maintaining exemption thresholds. Regardless of any future decisions needed to future-proof its support, the industry cannot afford a gap now in funding, and approving this order provides continuity, stability and confidence for engineering construction employers across England, Scotland and Wales. I'm grateful for the support this measure has received in this debate, and for all those reasons I beg to move.
Yeah.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
On the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it. I'll now give a few moments for the House to settle. Yeah. Thank you, Sue. We now move on to motion number 6 on education. Minister to move.
I beg to move.
The question is, as on the order paper. As many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no.
No.
Division deferred.
The division is deferred. It's a very late night, sorry. We now move on to motion number 7 on health and safety. Minister to move.
I beg to move.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
On the contrary, no.
No.
Division deferred. We now move on to motion number 8, electronic communications. Minister to move.
I beg to move.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it. We now move on to motion number 9, town and country planning. Minister to move.
I beg to move.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no.
No.
Division deferred. We now move on to motion number 10 on legal aid and advice. Minister to move.
I beg to move.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Motion number 11 on companies. Minister to move.
I beg to move.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Motion number 12 on constitutional law. Minister to move.
I beg to move.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Motion number 13 on criminal law. Minister to move.
I beg to move.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it. We now come to motion number 14 relating to Scottish Affairs Committee. Jen Kitchen.
I beg to move.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it.
I beg to move that this House do now adjourn.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. Sir Bernard Jenkins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm grateful for this opportunity to evaluate the DASH review of patient safety, and I do thank the Minister for the meeting with her this afternoon, and I hope the House will forgive me and Penny Dash, but in the interests of brevity and clarity I shall be direct. Whenever asked to justify the abolition of the Health Services Safety Investigation Body, ministers refer to DASH, but DASH fails to make the case for what it recommends. This new clinical incident investigator was established less than 3 years ago. HSIB is a new concept in healthcare, conceived to challenge the culture of denial and blame in the NHS. It is proving itself even with its very limited budget. One early report on aortic dissection led to 300 more people receiving life-saving treatment. The Minister now has a list of key recommendation impacts produced by HSIB. A lot of them may seem small or piecemeal, but this is a small body so far. After a boy suffered an avoidable death from cancer, HSIB recommended to NHS England a new community language translation and interpreting services framework so that non-English speaking patients would get appointment letters for their children which they can read and understand. HSIB recommended a protocol between prisons and ambulance services to avoid wasting ambulance time, and new guidance for non-accidental injury of babies in emergency departments where no specific guidance had existed before. The DASH review shows no understanding of HSIB's purpose and shows no comprehension of coherent safety system management. DASH gets facts wrong and misinterprets the law, either through a failure of understanding or because the recommendation to abolish HSIB somehow reflected the desired outcome of the review regardless of the facts. I will set out some specific questions which the Minister has had in advance, most of them, and if she does not have enough time, I look forward to the further meeting that we discuss we may have in the future.
Will my honourable friend give way?
I certainly give way.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend who's making a very powerful case. Does he agree with me that one of the common themes in all the maternity scandals that we've been discussing in recent weeks, sadly, has been the way that a blame culture in the NHS makes it very hard for NHS staff to speak openly about why tragedies have happened. And that's why they welcome HSIB with its safe space protections. And is he worried that that could be undermined by putting it into the CQC, which has a regulatory duty, a legal duty, to act on information it receives, therefore creating the worry for people talking to HSIB that the information that they give to HSIB may no longer be protected in the same way?
Well, I 100% agree with my right honourable friend, and he will note that I pick up these points during my remarks. But I come back to the questions I want to put to the Secretary of State. The first is this. If HSIB's investigations are intended to continue unaffected by the transfer to CQC, then why bother with the expense of the transfer? Or are ministers simply using Dash as the pretext for what people in the department or elsewhere in the NHS would like to have? HSIB was deliberately started very small, but intended over time to take over more investigations in health and to replace the need for wasteful, lengthy, inexpert, ad hoc public inquiries. Over the years, inquiries have proved to be a chaotic means of investigation, assembling expertise from scratch which is then lost after the inquiry, and failing to command public confidence or to fix the system. That is why, after the 1999 Paddington rail crash, the Ladbroke Grove inquiry in 2001 established the Rail Accident Investigation Branch. Since then, despite many fatal rail accidents, there has been no public inquiry into a rail crash, nor has the public felt the need to demand one, and the rail safety has improved. So, given that HSIB is expert, full-time, and can conduct much cheaper and quicker investigations than public inquiries, how can ministers accept the Dash recommendation to abolish HSIB? Why not consider expanding HSIB to avoid the need for so many costly public inquiries? Dash complains about far too many recommendations, and yes, there are. But as Dash itself enumerates, it is the 30 public inquiries that have cluttered the landscape, in their language, with some 1,400 recommendations over recent years. HSIB is therefore not the source of too many recommendations. So let me ask, in its first 34 months of operation, HSIB has produced only 56 recommendations. So how can ministers use this reason to justify HSIB's abolition? Dash refers more than once to, and I quote, quality including safety of care, unquote. This elides quality of care with safety. In any other safety critical industry, safety is seen as a distinct, separate and overriding priority. And it is telling that the words including safety are merely added in parenthesis as though safety is ancillary to quality. But that becomes justification for rationalisation while actually compromising safety. Safety system management is intrinsic to the safety and public confidence in other safety critical activities like aviation. But this is alien to NHS culture. So I ask the Minister again, without HSIB, can the Minister explain which independent body will promote coherent understanding of safety system management in health, and who is to hold the NHS and government to account for failures of safety without HSIB? Very briefly, I have a lot to say. Thank you very much. Recommendation 1 of Dash says that the new National Quality Board should, and I quote, avoid unfunded mandates being imposed on the system without due consideration, unquote. Public inquiries have certainly made well-meaning but unaffordable recommendations, and I think of the Francis Inquiry recommendation on blanket standards for minimum staffing. It is, however, wrong to see safety as a cost in opposition to other benefits. The cost of safety failures is astronomical, with annual NHS clinical negligence costing £3.6 billion a year, despite all the public inquiries. Effective safety management is about cost-effective management of risk, not risk elimination at any cost. If AIB did not balance costs with effective risk management, aeroplanes would not fly. So, can the Minister point out which of HSIB's recommendations have been too expensive to implement to justify the abolition of HSIB? And if not, where is the justification for abolishing HSIB? And neither NQB nor CQC should control investigations. Neither the CAA nor the Transport Secretary nor airlines themselves can stop AAIB making independent recommendations. So I ask the Minister, why should the NQB, which will be subject to political direction, be allowed to decide what safety recommendations should be made, what should be investigated, which is what recommended by Dash? On page 31, Dash states incorrectly, and I quote, HSIB was not able to retain the maternity programme because the Health and Care Act 2022 does not make provision for maternity investigations under HSIB, end quote. So why have the government accepted this assertion as true? It is wrong in fact and law. The new statutory HSIB did not take on the maternity and newborn safety investigations because they were commenced without the safe space protections. So their evidence is available for legal proceedings. This is not how HSIB operates. Since 2023, HSIB has been conducting its own maternity investigations. Indeed, when AMOS was established, AMOS took on the relevant investigations from HSIB and then relied on HSIB for assistance with them. With sufficient resources, HSIB could conduct all maternity investigations much more effectively than MNSI. AMOS reported that MNSI investigations are not trusted by families, as my right honourable friend was saying, and are not consistent or effective at identifying learning or of providing accountability. AMOS also says that families should have access to an independent investigation if they lose confidence in the local investigations. So I ask the Minister, without HSIB, who will provide those independent investigations? Finding 6 accuses HSIB of having, and I quote, expanded its scope of work beyond the original remit. For example, and this is continuing the quote, HSIB was originally established along the lines of safety investigatory bodies in other industries to look at specific cases of incidents of severe harm, but it has since broadened its work into making more systemic recommendations, unquote. That's what Dash says. This is complete nonsense. HSIB is exactly equivalent to AAIB, MAIB and RAIB and was, like them, set up to conduct systemic investigations, which is why they are such effective bodies. The Health and Social Care Act 2022 does not limit HSIB investigations to individual incidents. There is no reference whatsoever to severe harm quoted by Dash, as though it was in the 2022 Act. It was always intended by Parliament that HSIB should make systemic recommendations arising from the investigation of specific cases of incidents or groups of incidents. I can say this with authority because it was my select committee which recommended HSIB in the first place, and I also chaired the pre-legislative scrutiny committee on the draft legislation. So how can ministers give any authority to the Dash review, which claimed that HSIB has expanded its remit when it has done no such thing? Now, recommendation 3 proposes, and I quote, most investigations into safety incidents should continue to be managed within provider organisations. Now, this really is the fundamental flaw in Dash. Recent maternity investigations conducted by trusts have highlighted the deficiency of provider-led investigations, as Ockenden and Amos have pointed out. Does the government accept that provider organisations' investigations are inherently conflicted? Just ask the clinicians, patients' families and patient safety organisations what they think about trusts marking their own homework. None of them has confidence because providers are keen to protect themselves from litigation and reputational damage. I'll just finish this point. So how can ministers accept the Dash recommendation that we should rely on investigations conducted by provider organisations? I give way to the Honourable Lady.
And commend him for speaking so clearly about why having an independent HSIP to investigate is so important, independent of those providers. Time and again we hear about devastating failings in the NHS. He alludes to maternity services, but we could add to the list infected blood, pelvic mesh. So does he agree with me that for professionals and those working inside the NHS, they must be able to speak freely when things go wrong in order to learn lessons, and that's only possible with an independent organisation investigating?
I really thank the Honourable Lady for that intervention. Only an independent investigator can find the causes of the incident that may be part of the culture or practice of that provider or of the system as a whole. And it is like suggesting that airlines or aircraft manufacturers can protect passenger safety without the independent accountability provided by AAIB. Of course, providers should have the capacity and capability of conducting patient safety investigations, but they must know that HSIB can and will look at that work and will hold them to account. Recommendation 3 also says HSIB can continue as what they call a centre of excellence for investigations, unquote, in CQC. But I'm afraid this is just a sop. CQC, as was pointed out by my right honourable friend, is a regulator and compliance enforcer, not an investigator. How can CQC also be an independent investigator? And Dash also says that the CQC internal successor should collaborate through NQB to agree the scope of any investigations it carries out and agree the recommendations. Dash is effectively saying that CQC investigations will be overseen by NQB. That is a direct attack on the independence of investigations. So can the Minister explain who will conduct investigations into safety incidents in the NHS in future, which are independent and unconflicted? For example, how would an investigation under CQC be free to find that CQC's inspections themselves were causing unintended harm to patients? Or is it back to the misery of litigation through the courts and more public inquiries? This recommendation also makes no reference to the statutory safe space raised by the Honourable Lady, which provides for protected disclosure by patients and their families, clinicians and others in safety investigation bodies. It's a crucial safeguard allowing people to speak. It allows for the duty of candour. And I just point out the duty of candour doesn't work if it's just imposed on people. You cannot force people to incriminate themselves. If placed under CQC, confidence in the safe space investigations will collapse. And back we go to public inquiries. The Health Bill does attempt to address this by replicating the 2022 Act safe space provisions. But that Act also provided for disclosure in certain circumstances, which is allowed on the basis that the benefits for the safety of patients outweighs any impact on current and future investigations. But under this bill, who will decide what protected information can be disclosed? How will CQC give the same confidence that the safe space is not being compromised as HSIB? And finally, Dash fails to look at the comparative cost of HSIB investigations versus the cost of public inquiries. HSIB at the moment only costs £6.3 million per year. To save money, the Secretary of State should request that HSIB conducts far more investigations into matters which he thinks are important, provided that he also provides the funding for the necessary capacity. HSIB, for example, has conducted 8 investigations into mental health suicide since 2023. Each were completed in a few weeks or months and costing a total of £850,000. In comparison, the Lampard inquiry into the Essex Partnership University Trust, which is in my constituency, investigating the same problem, is expected to cost more than £5 million. Ockenden cost £14 million. This is very far from best use of resources for conducting investigations. So I ask the Minister, why has Dash and the government ignored the whole question of HSIB's value for money? Even if HSIB only saves a fraction of the 3.6 billion costs of clinical negligence, HSIB will pay for itself many-fold. And I do hope that ministers will reconsider the whole issue, reflecting on the fact that none of the Royal Colleges, nor any of the patient safety organisations, nor the all-party group on patient safety support this unjustifiable policy. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I would like to thank the member for Harwich and North Essex for securing this important debate, and he has long taken a serious interest in patient safety, including the importance of independent investigation, and I recognise the strength and sincerity of the points that he has raised. and I will try and answer all of his questions in my remarks. Madam Deputy Speaker, at the heart of this debate is a simple question. When patients and families tell us something has gone wrong, does the system listen? Does it learn? And most importantly, does it change? Because patients do not judge the system by the number of reports published, the number of organisations involved, or the number of recommendations written. They judge it by whether care becomes safer. And for too long, across too many parts of the system, we have seen the same pattern. Harm happens, a review follows, lessons are identified, but the change patients were promised does not always follow quickly enough. And this is what this government is determined to change. Dr Penny Dash's review was commissioned to consider whether the current landscape of organisations provides effective leadership, listening and regulation on patient safety and wider quality of care, and whether a different approach could deliver better outcomes for patients. I will.
Giving way, and I guess it's just before she goes down the HSIP route, which I completely understand is the focus of the debate today. I just wanted to put on record once more the concerns about Health Watch and the abolition of that. I know there is a strong desire to see independent patient voice maintained outside of the system because, of course, it was established due to issues within health structures and notably with the Mid-Staffordshire scandal. So I just wanted to put on record the concerns about that. Thank you.
For doing that. He will know that we are in committee stage of the health bill and there will be the opportunity to debate this issue on the floor of the House. I will.
The Minister for outlining the case incredibly well. And I have a request to the Minister, if I can, please, in relation to the vital lessons learned. Will it be data collection? Will it be streamlined complaints? Will it be patient safety culture? Can I ask, Minister, that the lessons learned, and they're very important because they're important for us all in this United Kingdom, Great Britain and Northern, that they will be shared with the Northern Ireland Assembly Minister Mike Nesbitt, who, because it's their bold matter to ensure that safety for all across this United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland is assured for everyone. Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. I am very privileged to have patient safety in my brief, and it's certainly something I know everybody across this House really cares about, and I would make sure that officials do that. Madam Deputy Speaker, I will. Final time.
I'm grateful, and I certainly want to concur with all of the remarks by the Right Honourable Member for Harwich and North Essex, and think it's a really crucial point that he has made. But there's a wider issue which I think the health bill completely misses, and I really do urge ministers to look at, and that's around the accountability systems within the NHS. The reforms are not going to deliver that, they're going to weaken it, and as a result we'll see more requests for investigations into patient safety, and I really want the Minister to take that back, because I'm worried that we're going to see a system which is more unsafe as a result of these reforms.
I thank my honourable friend for her contribution. She's absolutely right. I take very seriously the issue of accountability. I am going to talk about it in my remarks on this specific issue, because far too often we see so many inquiries and so many recommendations, but nobody taking responsibility for implementing the change. And in the end, patients have got to feel that things have changed and not we're having further reports and recommendations. Madam Deputy Speaker, the review that Penny Dash did examined 6 organisations that are overseen by DHSC, the Care Quality Commission, the National Guardian's Office, Health Watch England and the local Health Watch Network, the Patient Safety Commissioner, the Health Services Safety Investigations Body and the Patient Safety Learning Functions of NHS Resolution. And the review's conclusion was clear. The problem is not that people working in patient safety lack commitment. There are dedicated people, we all know that, across the system doing important work every day. The problem is that the system around them has become too cluttered, too complex and too difficult for patients, staff and leaders to navigate. We inherited a landscape with more than 70 routes for patients and service users to raise concerns or provide feedback, and around 40 public bodies with a formal role in quality and safety. And that complexity does not automatically make patients safer. What it does do, it can make responsibility unclear, create duplication, and it can make it harder to ensure that learning leads to improvement. A cluttered landscape, as we would all agree, is not an effective landscape. My honourable friend asked me about the expertise in HSIP and full-time job that they do, and whether it could conduct much cheaper and quicker investigations than public inquiries. Well, the investigation function within CQC will be expert, it will be full-time, and it will be able to conduct investigations in the same cheap and quick way that HSIP does now, the same opportunity to use the CQC investigation function instead of needing a public inquiry will exist in future as it does now with HSIP. The review also found that too many recommendations are generated through reviews, as my honourable friend said, inquiries and investigations, without enough clarity on ownership, prioritisation, implementation and impact. And this is the fundamental point. Recommendations alone do not make patients safer. Change does. And that is why the government has accepted all 9 recommendations of the DASH review. I know my honourable friend asked me about how CQC will give the same confidence that the safe space is not being compromised. Well, the criteria for disclosing protected information outside of the investigative function is set out in the bill. The criteria sets a very high bar for any disclosure, as high as it is currently with HSIP. And CQC will publish further guidance on this that sets out much more detail. As the bill sets out, CQC will appoint a responsible person who will decide whether a case matches the criteria, whether it warrants the information sharing outside of the safe space, and this is likely to be the CQC CEO. He also asked me about why has Dash and the government ignored the whole question of HSIP's value for money. Well, look, the Dash reforms, let me just be clear, are not about saving money. They are about strengthening patient safety and voice across the system. The abolition of HSIP and transfer of functions to the CQC do actually play an important part in making the system of patient safety much more effective. Safety is the issue, not the money. But accepting the recommendations is the beginning, not the end. Patients who have suffered harm, families who have campaigned for years, and staff who have spoken up do not want another report sitting on a shelf. They want evidence that the system can listen, learn, and prevent harm happening again. And I want to be absolutely clear. Every organisation in the system has a responsibility to meet that challenge. Patient safety cannot be something we support in principle, but resist when it requires us to change. No organisation, however established or well-intentioned, should believe that learning and improvement only apply elsewhere, and that is why we are streamlining and strengthening the patient landscape, safety landscape. I know my honourable friend mentioned the National Quality Board, and we have revitalised the board, giving it a much stronger role in providing a single authoritative view of quality across the system. This will help reduce duplication. It will bring greater clarity to recommendations and ensure effort is focused where it has the greatest impact. We do need fewer recommendations. I think everybody in this House can recognise that because we know they disappear into the system, and more recommendations are needed that are owned, that are tracked and delivered. So just turning to the Health Services Safety Investigations Body, look, I do recognise the concerns my honourable friend raises, and we had a very constructive conversation earlier today. So on his point around the accusations of HSIP of having expanded scope of its work beyond its remit, and he did explain to me in detail about how HSIP came to being to its inception. Well, just to say that the government have accepted the DASH recommendation that HSIP role as a centre of excellence for investigations should actually continue, and clarified the remit of any future investigations. The investigation function within CQC, I think, will fulfil the role of a centre of excellence for investigations. HSIP has developed important expertise in understanding why things go wrong and identifying system-wide learning. I want to acknowledge that work. The question before us is not whether investigations matter. They, of course, do. The question is how we ensure investigations lead to action, because learning without implementation does not improve patient safety. And the DASH review recommended transferring HSIP's functions to the Care Quality Commission while maintaining a dedicated investigation capability. So I understand why colleagues will want reassurance on this, because independence, transparency, as my honourable friend said, and trust are really essential in patient safety investigations, but so is impact. And the purpose of these reforms is not to weaken investigation, it is to strengthen the link between investigation, learning and improvement. We need a clearer route from identifying problems to making recommendations, to ensuring someone owns delivery and patients see change. My honourable friend asked if Dash is implemented, whether I could explain who will conduct future investigations into safety in the NHS. Well, the investigation function within CQC will have autonomy to launch investigations into any part of the health system, and it can make recommendations on any part of the system, just as HSIP does now. There will be no barrier to an investigator finding out that CQC inspections are causing unintended harm. If they are, and the investigator feels a recommendation for change should be made, they will make it. There will be no need for litigation through the courts, and insights gained from investigations will continue to inform recommendations concerning the Care Quality Commission's regulatory functions. The bill also allows for the investigation function to make recommendations to the CQC in its report, and the CQC would legally be required to respond to such recommendations. So I hope he is assured that we will work carefully with colleagues, patients, staff and system leaders as these reforms are implemented. And the same principle applies to patient voice. Patients do not share their experiences simply for the system to record them. They do so because they want to see things change. Listening matters, but acting on what we hear is what makes patients safer. And that is why we are ensuring patient experience is closer to where decisions are made, with commissioners and providers responsible not only for delivering services, but for listening and responding. The Patient Safety Commissioner will continue to champion patient voice on medicines and medical devices and report directly to Parliament. I will.
I'm listening very carefully to what she said, and she's really engaged positively with the questions I've asked. But she's actually made the case for keeping HSIP separate. Can she reflect on that? Because if the only thing is she wants CQC to kind of own the recommendations, well then amend the bill, amend HSIP and say the CQC must make sure these recommendations are implemented. In fact, the recommendations are directed at ministers and bits of the health service which are answerable to her and to the Secretary of State. Keep HSIP separate, and by all means, let's discuss how we should make sure the recommendations are implemented properly.
I thank my honourable friend for his comments. Look, I did recognise the reason for keeping them separate, and just because they're part of the CQC does not mean to say that they don't have their independence, and I've pretty much set out the powers that they currently have, they will be able to do, but we do need to see in situations that we spoke about, never events, for example, they don't prioritise going to investigate those. It's not just simply about the investigation, it's about how do we then get those never events to lead to learning, to change in the system, and held to account to make sure that actually the very thing that the regulator or recommendations that have been made are actually implemented. And what that journey looks like, I think, for patients is going to be far more significant, as opposed to them just simply doing investigations leading to further recommendations.
Order. The House stands adjourned.